What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Shout out to everybody catching us on Apple and Spotify as well. Today is Wednesday, December 11th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, no love for Texas on the all SEC teams, plus the latest news, notes, and nuggets from the NCAA transfer portal. 2 more Longhorns entered the portal yesterday. We'll talk about them and what their losses mean to the future of Longhorn football. We've got some Major League Baseball to get into. Bucks Yankees making a big splash. My Rangers making a couple of big splashes on the hot stove yesterday. We've got Bill Belichick to North Carolina rumors. We got lawmakers talking trash. And we've got all sorts of craziness going on between now and 10 o'clock. Happy hump day to you, my man. How are you?
Good, man. Same to you. It is the crazy season, even though it's supposed to be the holiday season. But it is getting close to winter because I felt a little bit of it this morning and yesterday as the wind is starting to whip up. But the sun is shining. It's another beautiful day, just a little bit cooler. But as we go along through the rest of this week, temperatures will be in the 70s again come Friday, and that's okay with me. I got no problems dealing with that. I do have a problem if I were going to play in the Idaho Bowl in Boise on December 23rd, outdoors on the blue field. No, thank you. Why would you have that? I mean, unless the sponsor itself was right in Boise, but if the sponsor was somewhere in Idaho, wouldn't you rather have it at the Kibbe Dome inside? That's, how many people you're going to get. It's not like you're going to get, 80,000 people to show up to a bowl game. Why would you have that out the 23rd of December? My wife is in Idaho. She says it's 37 degrees. I mean, I'm like, what kind of bowl trip is that? I've been to that before. I've been to Memphis when that has happened.
Yeah, sometimes it gets cold. It's 37 degrees in Austin right now, Buck.
Whew.
It's cold out there. Sometimes it gets cold. And I don't know anything about Idaho, but I think Boise is the biggest city in that state. It's the only city that I've ever heard of. So it's bad enough sending everybody to that random state that's very difficult to get to. If you're going to put a game there, you got to put it in at least the biggest city, right?
Yeah, I guess, but they do have a dome there. They actually have a little dome, the Kibbe Dome. I mean,
how do you get there? Where is the Kibbe Dome?
I think it's in it's at the University of Idaho.
Where's that?
On the campus of somebody tell me that. Somebody tell me where the University of Idaho is in.
No one's going to tell you because nobody knows.
Because nobody cares.
That's my point, Buck. You can't put a game in middle of nowhere city and middle of nowhere state. Come on, man.
Dude, you're doing things. You're bringing 2 teams there, and hopefully it's a team from a cold weather area. But then you're bringing somebody who is playing in that game anyway. I know it's on the 23rd. I know kids like to go places. I'll tell you what, the bowl trip I took to Memphis, and we thought it was going to be warm weather coming from Illinois. It's not Sun Valley, Idaho. No, it's not. It's in Moscow, Idaho. Yeah, it's right on the campus. I've been on that camp. I've been in the Kibbe Dome. It's like a little mini Carrier Dome.
I thought Moscow was a joke. I thought Jake was just calling it Russia because it's so cold and so far away.
No, that's what it is. It's in Moscow, Idaho.
Okay, well, you could send all of your people to a war zone for a bowl game, but I think they should play on the Smurf turf of Boise State. Come on, man.
Oh, my God. It's going to be like 15 degrees. That means all the activities you've been doing with your whole team, you get on buses and go, and you don't have an indoor practice. You're practicing outside and that. I guess it's a treat. I never thought, I've been to so many different bowl games, and I've had such a good time. You bring your families and all that stuff. But the cold weather ones, when it was cold in Memphis at the Liberty Bowl, the worst bowl trip in America, everybody was like, and the coaches were like, I wouldn't do this again. I wouldn't come here for, I don't care how many free hotels or free gear or whatever it is. It's like no chance. Buses are sliding on the road, getting to practice. You practice outside. It was awful.
Yeah, you mentioned it.
Christmas, and you spent Christmas there.
You mentioned that the Potato Bowl is on December 23rd. The next night, December 24th, you get the Hawaii Bowl. How
Now
lucky are those kids?
okay. I'm down with that.
You're sending two teams to Boise 2 days before Christmas when it's sure to be freezing out. And then
Oh,
the next day, you're sending two teams to Hawaii where you got to spend Christmas Eve away from the fam, but you're in freaking Hawaii. So, worst
yeah,
places to be.
no problem with that. Been there, love that. That was just during a regular game. So that was the trip of a lifetime. Never been to Hawaii. That was awesome. That was an awesome trip. Yeah, bowl games are pretty cool. They're rewards, but I don't know if that's a reward right there.
Well, people call bowl games meaningless these days. And obviously, with the expanded playoffs, you've got more teams competing for a national championship at this point in the season than ever before. But I still think the bowl games mean a lot to some. There's obviously going to be a lot of players with NFL futures who decide to opt out. But these games still mean something to some of the players, the coaches, the parents, some of the fans. So I'm glad they still get played. There's been a movement over the last couple of years to just abolish every bowl game that's not a college football playoff game. I'm glad there's still football to watch. And
I am too. I like it. I mean, if sponsors are going to pay the money for team and pay for tickets and stuff, and you're going to have those bowl games. There's 26,000, 18,000 at some of these. That's what Boise will get. But if there's a sponsor that's got that kind of money that's going to pay for teams and hotels and to get away, you're going somewhere. Some of those guys don't do a lot of traveling. I mean, it's a nice experience. But the cold weather ones are just, the ones that you go to Disney World, like in Tampa and places like that. Those things are awesome. Yeah, and to be really honest, one of the best bowl trips I've ever taken, two of the best ones, were the Sun Bowl in El Paso.
There we
go. My family had a good time. I mean, the treatment that you got in El Paso was unbelievable. My family went to Rio Dosa. They went skiing at that time of the year. It was a cool trip when they take care of you well. So you don't really, I mean, it's not like you sit out in the cold and you eat dinner in the cold, but you're always in and out. You're going to buses. You got to go there. You got to go to this place. You got to practice. You still got to go to practice. And practice at bowl games are generally the coaches, but unless it's the night before the bowl game, it's like you just have to get to practice. I've been in Illinois where guys were driving up in cabs coming to the field. They had been out all night and they just rolled up to the field, jumped out of cabs all together and went in and changed and got into their practice gear. It was, and the huddles, you stick your head in a huddle at a bowl practice, it's like, wow. I mean, instant buzz. I mean, it's awful. Only time the curfew starts is like 2 days or 1 day before the game, but there are generally no curfews. I mean, they just go out and do whatever they want. You don't have to worry about hotel stuff, but those practices, you have to get to practice. Your deal is to be at the practice field, and you don't have to be on the. How about this? You don't even have to be on the bus, because some guys will drive their cars from the campuses and get reimbursed with the money for that stuff. So they'll drive with a bunch of dudes, get a bunch of money. So they have cars and they're out all night and they roll into the practice field.
You think anybody from Northern Illinois or Fresno, not a state, is driving to Idaho for the famous Idaho Potato Bowl?
Those dudes are on the plane.
Hey, Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame this year. We got to send them all the way to Boise 2 days before Christmas. Come on, man.
That's you know what? And they'll love it. They'll love it. Now, like I said, I've been to too many really cool ones to think about. I've only had one bad one. So out of all the bowl trips I've taken, there's only been the Liberty Bowl, the worst bowl trip in America, when they were building fires in the stands during the game because it was so cold. It was iced up. The rest of them have been just fine. My family loved them. My kids loved them. They had to be with the players for a week, messing with them. You had instant babysitters because they would hang out with the players. You always knew the kids were going to get taken care of. And a lot of nice gear, a lot of nice stuff for those. A lot of good meals and stuff. And you'd go to the trips like playing against Auburn and Georgia when I was at Boston College. Those are big deals because you never got to play those kind of teams. Mm-hmm. And as you said, they didn't give a rat's ass. We beat both of them in bowl games. They didn't care. They weren't there. They were just, it's no big deal to the SEC. Georgia doesn't like bowls anyway.
Well, that's how it works, right? Nowadays, if you win your bowl game, you're excited about it, but the other team didn't want to be there. So
Right.
no one lets you get any credit for winning a bowl game because we keep throwing around the word meaningless when describing these. And it's just there are too many people who actually care about these games to call them meaningless. And we complain about shit as a society. We complain about stuff way too much. I never understand why people complain about bowl games because I feel like we would all kill for college football in February, March, April, May, June,
Sure.
July, August. And the fact that people are like, oh, there's too much football in the middle of December, I don't understand it. I never have, and I never will.
And hell, I watch just about every one of them. I try not to miss any of them.
Yeah, like you're betting on them too. We're running out of chances to bet on football. Like, come on, it's important stuff here.
I'm trying to help you people for the new year. I need to have those games.
Yeah, the people need it.
No,
you got hot around this time last year. We haven't seen it happen yet this year. So
it's coming up. It's about to happen. It's right there. A special good morning to a friend of mine, Calvin Schiraldi. I like to say happy holidays to he and his family. Love that dude. Good dude. Former Boston great, lifetime Longhorn, Calvin Schiraldi. I know he wishes that this money was like that when he was playing for the Red Sox. When they were paying him peanuts in Boston. That's right. They were paying him peanuts. But you know who was getting paid? This little guy. That guy right there. They never paid him peanuts. He got real cash. Plus, he got a wife that can talk to a horse.
Impressive stuff. But he's not as important as the Capital One guy.
Oh, nobody is. No, nobody's important like that dude. That dude has got it going on for sure. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do during these holidays and any other time. Also, to you and your families, have a very, very safe holiday, and do be careful out there.
Yes, sir. And it seems like we're working. We're on loud and clear on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter this morning.
Yeah, it's a little jolt yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday's show was brutal at the start. It was a problem beyond our control. It was apparently a YouTube-wide issue that was causing issues for all sorts of live streamers. So thankfully, things got corrected in the middle of our show, and they were fine for the remainder of the day on TSU. And it seems like we're off to a good start. So thanks to everybody for bearing with us yesterday. And thanks to everyone for obviously giving us another chance this morning.
And by the way, Chris Bennett remembers, BK, the year that I went over in the bowl picks.
Yeah, how is that possible? How do you get 0 bowl games right?
I don't know. You got to fall into one of them, don't you? At least 1 or 2 or 6.
I was going to say there's like 30 of them. How do you miss all 30?
I missed them. There was one year I did these picks and I didn't get one bowl game right.
That's impressive.
I was just an amateur at the time. I was just lucky.
Dude, now, to me, I say this all the time. Like, if you have a parlay and it's like 4 legs, 5 legs, 6 legs, if you miss every single game, that's just as impressive as getting every single game right. Yeah. You should at least get your money back for something like that. Like, okay, maybe you don't get to claim winnings if you miss all of your picks, but if you get
the circle, they'll say, "Yeah, I'm sorry, but you're no good."
If you're on the right side of all of your picks, whether it's wrong or right, then I think you should at least get your money back. But yeah, like you said, the folks out in Vegas don't always agree with me, and they sure as hell don't agree with that take.
By the way, my last day of home alone too. Wow, got to go put the toilet seats down.
What are we doing today? Are we partying or something?
No, we're the dishes that I don't put in the dishwasher, they have to be hand cleaned. The ones that are piled up in the sink, I have to go and at least make sure that I wipe the toilets, the 2 toilets that I use down. That they have to be done because some of those times I don't even cut on the lights at night. I just go in since the seat is up. Since every seat is up now in the house, I got to do a little cleaning around the place. I got to go check the corners and all this stuff to make sure that sometime during the day that little Zach didn't crap in a corner or something. My wife doesn't need any surprises that have hardened in the corner or something. I have to I check the main rug to make sure. I let him out all kinds of times during the day, but every once in a while he'll sneak one in a corner somehow. So I've got to make sure of all that kind of stuff. She doesn't like surprises when she comes to, hey, trash day tomorrow, picking her up at the airport. I got to get the trash out. Sucks being alone. She doesn't need to go on no more trips.
That is the worst day of every married man's life, the day the wife comes back home.
Yeah, and then you pick her up at 9:30 at night.
Mm.
Don't those people ever leave early in the morning where you can pick them up during the day? Why do they have to catch the last flight out of Clarksville? I don't get it.
Who, the Catholics?
No, the wives. Why can't they get up early? I mean, it's only them on vacation seeing their mama. Why can't they get up at, I don't know, catch the first 6 o'clock flight out so that you're here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Why does it have to be when you're sitting at the airport? You know that lot by the phone lots, you're sitting there. The flight's supposed to come in at 9. Oh, yeah. It's not coming in until 10:15.
Sounds
you
like
know how early I'll be in that lot, right?
Yeah, 7:45.
Oh yeah, of course, because I'll have to go to my food place there if they're serving. If I can go indoors, what is it?
Waffle House.
The Waffle House. You don't have to stop at Waffle House for my dinner.
Oh, well, don't be complaining so much about the wife leaving town if that means you get Waffle House when she comes back. Come on, man.
Going to get Waffle House out there, and then they'll tell me, oh, we don't serve inside. It must be the COVID season, or they don't have enough people that will work. That poor old lady, that poor old black lady would be back there by herself saying, oh, you have to get takeout.
Always a crapshoot at that place.
Yeah. I like the last time I was getting ready to jump back there, put an apron on and start slamming that hash for her. Poor lady was by herself. She had like 8 people inside. She was trying to chase them out.
Yeah. That's a mess.
Love Waffle House though.
That's a pro for your wife coming back tonight as you get a nice meal at the Waffle House.
There you go.
Let's dive in, Buck. The all SEC teams were announced yesterday. You've got a first team, a second team, and a third team. And Texas got some love, but if you ask me, and if you ask, I think, any Texas fan, the Longhorns didn't get enough love. We'll start with the first team. Texas had 2 players selected on the first team, one on offense, one on defense. You have Kelvin Banks on the first team offensive line. You've got Jahdae Barron on the first team defense.
Makes sense.
Both of those guys deserving of those honors, I think. The second team had 3 Texas Longhorns on it. Quinn Ewers, the second team quarterback. Gunnar Helm, your second team tight end. And Anthony Hill, a linebacker, on team number 2. And you go to the third team now. Couple of Longhorns on this one. Trey Wisner, a third-team running back, and Andrew Makuba, of course, the Clemson transfer, getting ready to face off against his old team in the college football playoff. He is a defensive back on the third team. So overall, 7 total Longhorns on the 3 teams. There's a few omissions to me, but there is one incredibly glaring omission. That is Michael Taaffe.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. He's not even on the third team. That's ridiculous.
Michael Taaffe did not make any of the all SEC teams this season, despite being the highest graded defensive back in the conference.
Please don't tell me they got dude from Georgia on any of those teams, number 17. Did he make it? Their defensive back? That guy, the safety, he's not. Or does he play linebacker?
Are you thinking of Dan Jackson, the white guy on the back end of that Georgia defense? Yeah, he's on one of these teams.
Are you kidding me?
I am not kidding you. No, I am not. I wish I was, but Dan Jackson is on the third team.
Michael Taaffe is equal to or better than that dude.
Michael Taaffe, according to the numbers, he's equal to or better than any defensive back in this conference. And you had 12 DBs, 4 on each team, selected to the all SEC roster. And Michael Taaffe is not one of them. So, look, a lot of people out there hate on the white DB. I don't know, man. Is that what's happening here?
Eagles don't hate on him.
Michael Taaffe not getting enough love because he's a white guy? What's the deal here?
I don't know what it is, but it's wrong.
He is the highest graded defensive back in the conference. He's got the highest cover grade of any defensive back in the conference. He's third in the SEC among safeties and PBUs. He's top 10 in interceptions, and he is tied for 8th amongst SEC safeties in average yards per catch. So he's got the numbers. The eye test proves it. He's been the best.
There's no doubt about the eye test.
I mean, you could argue he's been the best DB on the best secondary in the country, Buck.
Yes, no doubt.
Like, Makuba's been great. He's obviously a big part of why this secondary's been great. Jahdae Barron's a Thorpe Award finalist. He's obviously a big part of why this secondary is great. But Texas doesn't have the number one pass defense in America without Michael Taft.
And all three of those guys should be on teams. First, second, third, whatever it is, they probably should make up the first team, period.
I was going to say, I honestly think Michael Taft should be a first team All SEC DB. And
no worse than the second team.
Right. And he's not even on the third team. So he tweeted out yesterday, more motivation. So he obviously saw it and he's ticked, and rightfully so. But maybe this inspires him to elevate his game to another level, which is crazy to think about because he already has taken it to a level that I don't think any of us thought possible.
No.
And maybe if this adds more fuel to his fire, then watch out Clemson and anybody else Texas has to see in the college football playoff. So that was an egregious miss.
Yeah, it was.
I also feel like, look, just in general, the fact that Texas only has one defensive player on the first team just feels wrong.
Yeah, where are those big down linemen? I mean, where's Alfred Collins on the third team at least? Come on.
Yeah, Alfred Collins isn't there. Vernon Broughton isn't on any of these teams either. But you've got multiple players. You got 3 Ole Miss players on the first team All SEC defense. You've got 2 South Carolinas on the first team All SEC defense. You got an Oklahoma player, Danny Stutzman, who's living on his past success, who's on the first team All SEC defense. Like, the fact that there are multiple teams out there that have multiple players on the All SEC first team defense, and Texas isn't one of them, despite having the best D in this conference all season long, it's a joke.
As I said, they did everything they could. They didn't want Texas winning the SEC in year number 1, and they don't want players on their all SEC teams in year number 1. As I said after this, that's ridiculous. I don't know who's pulling those strings, Nick Saban, but that's ridiculous.
Speaking of Nick Saban, Alabama's defense has been criticized by everyone and their mother all season long, right? Like, oh, they're soft, they're not good enough, that's why they're not in the college football playoff. How do you give up 40 to Vandy? How do you give up 24 to a god-awful Oklahoma team? Alabama defense has been destroyed by everybody, and yet they've got 2 players on the first team All SEC defense.
2 on the first team?
Yeah, on the first team. Like, it's the worst Bama defense in 15 years. And they've got 2 on the first team in Texas, despite having maybe the best defense in college football and its best defense in 15 years. That's just
next you'll tell me there's a couple Aggies on those teams. I saw them play defense.
Well, yeah. Nick Scorton, the guy that Trevor Gooseby dominated in his matchup, is a first team. And look, he's had a great year. Like, that guy,
his year's been fantastic.
That guy, I have no qualms with that guy being on there, but. Like Ant Hill not being there, and Danny Stutzman and Jihad Campbell from Alabama being linebackers on the first team.
Even Mr. Sorrell's son didn't make the third team?
No.
Wow.
Nobody on the Texas D-line made any of the teams. No Baron Sorrell, no Trey Moore, no Alfred Collins, no Vernon Broughton. I mean, I get it. The SEC is really good. There's a lot of good players in this conference. It's going to be tougher to make these teams than it is to make the Big 12 teams, but there's some serious...
The freshmen made all freshman team. Do they have a freshman team in there?
I don't think that's been released yet.
Oh, he'll be on that. Probably not.
Probably not. Yeah, there's some random ass guy who had 4 catches that has to be on the all freshman
How about the
team.
Kicker? Where did he show up on there?
Okay, well, he's not on there. And
what?
Yeah,
wasn't he the first team kicker going into the year?
He was. Yep. And I know Texas fan right now is advocating that Bert Auburn should be on any of these teams. Hell, they could have 12 all SEC teams, and I don't think Bert Auburn should be on any of them. Yeah, no, he's I don't know all of the kicker numbers around this conference, but Bert Auburn shouldn't even have been in the discussion for any of these teams.
Well, it all plays into the first-year SEC deal to me anyway. It just does. So, but I just think Michael Taft not being on. I mean, that guy's one of the best players in America this season. He's been unbelievable, and from his hard work alone, that you should be seeing that guy is no worse than the second team.
I don't think he's
like
worse
I said,
than
number
first
17
team.
from Georgia. I look at him and I look at his play and I look at Taz play. I said, come on, guys.
I know.
Really?
I know. And the numbers back it up as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we could spend a whole 2 hours just comparing numbers of Texas players to guys who actually made the all SEC teams, and it would make you pull your hair out. But we're not going to do all of that. But it's all over Twitter. I mean, Texas fans have been all over this since the announcement came down yesterday. There are some serious omissions. And I would argue Manny Muhammad needs to be on one of these teams as well. I think he's been one of the best corners in college football this season. So he's better than some of the guys on the third team, I think, in the SEC lists. It's, a lot of neglect. It's people don't like Texas. Breaking news.
Oh, the SEC definitely in year one doesn't like it. Maybe after this is all said and done, maybe they'll start getting used to the takeover. But in year one, they weren't going to let anything happen. And now I see it. They don't even respect the players that have actually done it on the field. You know?
You asked about the all-freshman team. That will be announced tomorrow. The individual award winners will be announced today. So I guess the conference's offensive player of the year, defensive player of the year, special teams, yada, yada, yada.
I'm surprised that the wide receiver from Texas, the kid from Houston's not. I mean, I'm surprised Matthew Golden's not on one of those. Are you kidding me? He's not one of the better receivers that we've seen in the SEC. In the SEC, to be quite frank, who in the SEC just was a standout wide receiver that we actually saw? Even the bad teams, the good teams. I haven't seen anybody that stands out wide receiver. I mean, at Alabama, they can't catch. In Georgia, they can't catch. They beat you, but they can't catch.
Well, the tough part about wide receivers, there's only 2 on each team. So there's 6 wide receivers around a 16-team conference that made the cut. But again, you look at Matthew Golden's numbers and you compare him to some of those 6 receivers who actually did get the nod. Golden's got better numbers than some of these guys. Like your first-team receivers were Ryan Williams and Luther Burden. Williams is that 17-year-old at Alabama. Not sure if you've heard that he's 17, Buck.
Yeah, we've heard that. And Burden has had such an up and down year, but that's reputation probably.
I think it is. Yeah. As Luther Burden going into the season was regarded as the best wide receiver in the SEC. And I don't think he quite lived up to that. Missouri obviously didn't quite live up to their expectations as a team. But those 2 guys. So here's the numbers right here for you. Luther Burden, first team. We're not talking about a third teamer here, but Luther Burden, first team all SEC wide receiver, 61 catches, 676 yards, 6 touchdowns. Matthew Golden, 47 catches, but 738 yards and 8 touchdowns. So fewer catches, but more yards and touchdowns than a guy who was on the first team. And he's not on the list. So not enough. Not enough love.
Got to win the games.
Yeah. Use it as fuel. Use it as motivation. Like, it is what it is. But the coaches vote on these. This is not fans. This is not media. No. These are the coaches. And I think there's some sour grapes with Texas coming into the SEC and making it to the SEC championship game in year 1.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, there's no doubt. It's out there. There are some coaches who have admitted it, that they're mad about Texas's schedule. And Texas got the easiest schedule in year 1 in the SEC. Now, I don't know if it was planned to be that way. Some of that just this happenstance that teams on Texas's schedule had really bad seasons. But I think there are some coaches who are like, anytime we have a chance to screw Texas a little bit here, we're going to screw Texas a little bit here.
Yeah, get used to that.
Yeah. So there you go. There's your all SEC teams. 7 Longhorns in total. But Michael Taft didn't make the list. Ant Hill, not a first-teamer. Manny Muhammad, Matt Golden, not on there. And that's where we're at right now. So, all right, Buck, before we shift gears here, we've got, speaking of Texas hate, this is pretty funny. I know some Texas fans are bothered by this, but I think it's pretty good. We've got a politician demanding that Texas goes back to the Big 12.
What?
Yeah, we'll play you that audio in a moment.
That's supposed to be for Texas A&M. They got it mixed up.
Well, if Texas needs to go to the Big 12, then maybe A&M needs to go to the Sun Belt. I don't know.
Wow.
But before we get to this hilarious sound, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to our friends at 34 Wine and Spirits, folks, as you're getting ready for the holidays and get your parties gathered, and your whether it's your neighborhood, personal parties, or if you're having an office party, call on 34 Wine and Spirits right there on the Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs and non-alcohol mixed drink needs. They will get their delivery trucks out to you. They're a wholesale alcohol service for Travis County, so call on them for sure. But go by the store there at the Southwest Parkway and say hello to the guys over there. Pick up everything you need. Your Allstat beer is there, all your wines, all your spirits, but it is 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, sir. And as you said, Buck, you can get that Altstat beer, the
Yes, sir.
award-winning Altstat beer at 34 Wine and Spirits. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Of course, the classics, the lager and the Kolsch. They've got the great light beer. They've got the Hefeweizen. They've got the Schwartz beer, which is perfect for these cold winter days in Central Texas. I'm telling you, something for every palate. And 'tis the season, right? You're not going to be that healthy during the holidays. You're trying to drink. You need to stay warm. You also need to drink to get through all the family time and the travel you're about to go through. You need a great beer to help you through all of these December days. Altstat beer is that beer, brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all across the Lone Star State. It's the only beer I drink, and it should be the only beer you drink as well. It's Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Love it. So to our friends over at Syntex Tickets. Syntex 10, get 10% off of those tickets. They've got tickets available for you for all these bowl games, whether you're a Longhorn fan or not. You want to get to the different spots all over the country, go see Shelby at Syntex Tickets. Go to syntextickets.com for more information. 10% off with Syntex 10 promo code, folks.
Yep, Syntex 10, the promo code, 10% off any Texas Clemson tickets on site right now. Shout out to them. And also some love to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I'm rocking one of our badass TSU hats this morning. By the way, you could buy those TSU hats on our Twitter account. Just search TS Unfiltered. And if you want to cop one of these bad boys, you can get one right there to show your support of TSU wherever you are. But if you've got a place of business that needs hats, that needs shirts, that needs signs, stickers, decals, whatever, reach out to our buddy Adam at Waterloo Printing. Great guy, big Longhorn fan, big TSU supporter, listens every day, and a great guy as well. Give him a call or a text, 512-300-9641. 512-300-9641. It's Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All right, Buck, we got some politics to get into today.
Nice.
And, we only talk about politics if it has something to do with sports. And that's what we've got this morning, where a representative from the state of Georgia by the name of Mike Collins took to the podium yesterday in front of the Georgia House and delivered this message in regards to his state's flagship university and the University of Texas.
Today, to demand that Texas be sent back to the Big 12 and to congratulate the 2024 SEC champions, the Georgia Bulldogs. After the Dogs' historic win over the Longhorns, the SEC's championships over the weekend, which, by the way, was the second time Georgia has beat Texas this season, the Dogs have proved without a doubt that Texas just ain't ready for SEC ball. What an incredible win, Mr. Speaker. Not only did the Dogs absolutely smoke Texas in overtime, but they did it with class, style, and a backup quarterback. This is the 15th SEC championship in Georgia history, and the Dogs aren't done yet. As we move into the playoffs, don't let off the gas. You've got a national championship to bring back to Athens, and don't let anyone stop you. Mr. Speaker, go Dogs! And I yield back.
Have some dog food, mister. I mean, really?
So there's Mike Collins. And here's my favorite part of all of this. So this guy, like Texas fans, there's a reputation around Texas fans that the majority of the Longhorn fan base did not actually attend the University of Texas, right? You'll hear the term T-shirt fan used to describe Texas a lot. And people hold that against Texas, right? No, you didn't even go to school here. She didn't even go here, yet you root for Texas. This guy, Mike Collins, who's dropping "Go Dogs," who's talking all of this trash in front of the Speaker of the House, taking all of your taxpayer money.
Oh, no, don't tell me he went to BC or something.
He went to Georgia State.
Georgia Southern.
Georgia State is where he went to school. So this guy not smart enough to get into the University of Georgia. And to all these fans calling Texas fans T-shirt fans, then look in the mirror, because every big state school is going to have a bunch of those.
Come on, Representative Mike. Come on now.
So here's my big question to Rep Mike. Texas finished the year with the best record in the SEC, and they went to overtime in the conference championship game. If Texas isn't good enough for this league and Texas needs to go back to the Big 12, then where do you send all of the other teams that finished below Texas in the standings? Are they going to the MAC? Are we sending OU?
What are you going to do with Florida?
Where's Florida going? Are they going to the Sun Belt? Are we sending OU to the WAC? Where are these other teams going here?
Nah, that's just his little shot. That has nothing to do with anything. That guy, and he didn't even go there, and he's doing that stuff.
Didn't even go there. No.
Come on, man. I love it.
I think it's hilarious. I think it's funny when politicians take their shots.
Stupid people saying stupid stuff.
I love how he said they dominated the game when it went to overtime. Like, dominated the game.
He missed something.
You won by 3 points in overtime. Like, you won. Look, talk your trash, but I didn't quite see domination in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium on Saturday afternoon. But yeah, there it is. A politician who didn't go to Georgia, taken up for the University of Georgia. And there's so many people who love this guy for this. And it just goes to the SEC. Like, if you're a Georgia fan, talk your trash. But I love how the other 14 fan bases, not Georgia and Texas, are all like siding with Georgia here. And it's just,
of course, they're going to.
I don't know if I'll ever quite understand. I don't understand it at all right now, but I don't know if I'll ever quite understand why, and pardon the unfiltered here, why the SEC has to suck each other off as much as it does.
They do get after each other, don't they?
Dude, that just didn't happen in the Big 12. Like, it's like you didn't root for anybody else in the Big 12.
No.
We're not rooting for Oklahoma. We're not rooting for Oklahoma State. We're not rooting for Texas Tech. Like, that's just not how it operated in the Big 12, yet in the SEC.
It's kind of an inbred thing down in Alabama and Georgia, kind of. You know what I mean?
I guess so. Yeah, I guess they're all banging each other's sisters and banging their own sisters and cousins.
Anything. I listened to that Paul Feinbaum show. I'm like, wait a minute. Are you a Florida fan or are you an Alabama fan? Can you not make up your mind, or you're just an SEC? You really don't have a team, so they're all your team. I didn't know you can have like 8 teams.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? I mean, the SEC guys, like, they vouch for the whole conference. And it's, look, Texas and Oklahoma.
I told them the takeover's coming. I said it may be a slow one, but be careful. It's going to happen. And they're trying to avoid that now. That's what Rep Mike is all about. Don't come in here with your Texas stuff into Georgia, thinking you're going to take over. It's going to happen, so just enjoy it. It's maybe a slow process. It may not happen in 1 year, but get used to it. It's going to happen. And it ain't just going to be, and it's not going to be football. It's going to be in all your sports, and it's going to be in all your decision making in the SEC. So Rep Mike, get ready for that. When the rep from Texas is sitting in your hallways telling you guys what to do for the SEC. So you might as well get used to it. As I said, it could be a slow takeover. And when I say slow, a couple years, maybe 1 or 2 years. It was just about to happen here quickly. And everybody says, oh, you're just another team. You're so wrong. That's why you're sitting up there in front of your constituents talking about Texas instead about your own group.
Hey, I got no problem with Georgia fans talking trash, right? They beat Texas twice. So they could talk the trash. I just get a kick out of the other 14 fan bases like, yeah, Georgia, go Dogs. We love y'all. Screw Texas. What have y'all done? Y'all haven't beaten anybody except our teams. You beat all of them. But you didn't beat anybody this year, so you guys suck. And it's funny to me. Like, I don't get the circle jerk that happens in the SEC. I've never understood it, and I never will understand it. Like, Buck, I'm rooting for Texas to win it all this year. If you ask me the 2 teams that I don't want to win it all this year, be Georgia and Tennessee. It's the 2 other SEC teams that are in the college football playoff. I don't want their fans to be happy because they're in our conference. I don't give a shit about the conference looking better if they win a national title. That's not how I'm wired, and I don't think that's how most Texas fans have been wired either. But everyone in the SEC is like, oh, no, if Georgia wins, we get to claim a title. Tennessee wins, we get to claim a title. That's just the logic I don't get.
It's a thing. It's a thing, when they go to bed at night with their sisters or whatever it is. It's just a weird thing. That's how it is. I'm telling you, they that's what they do. And that's fine, man. We already know who you have to beat. It was the only team that we lost in that conference, that so-called powerhouse, from 1 to whatever it is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We beat those. Every time we play them, we beat them. And then the rest of them are so infatuated with Georgia, they don't ever beat them. They don't beat them, so they don't root against them. They have to root for them because they can never beat them.
It's just the old guard, right? Like, we're the SEC. There are a lot of SEC fans that didn't want Texas and Oklahoma to join for whatever reason. And
I can understand the Oklahoma thing. Believe me, SEC fans, I got that part. Yeah. When you say, how did they get here? I'm with you there. How the hell did they get there? I'm with you with that.
Yeah, it's rough for Oklahoma. They were probably rooting for Georgia too, just because it's
Of course they were. They were.
Can't have Texas go into the SEC in year one and win the conference while we're 6-6 and one of the big laughing stocks of the league in our first season. So,
but you know who they can beat? They can beat Alabama, though. That other group that everybody's crying the blues about. How come we didn't make the playoffs? We do this and we do that. You got driven by Oklahoma. That was bad. Have they not forgotten that? I have to listen to that every day when I listen to those shows. I'm like, all you Alabama fans come on there and they talk about your schedule. Do you know how bad Oklahoma was and what they did to you? They pretend that game never happened,
24-3, the final score.
Scored 3 points with all of their SEC players on the team against Oklahoma.
Maybe that's maybe that's the SEC saving Texas, right? Or saving Oklahoma. They wanted to get OU into a bowl game, so Alabama's like, yeah, we'll lose. We'll help Oklahoma get their 6th win so we can have another team make a bowl game. Obviously kidding about that one. But JTL says y'all was nothing before. Good English there, number one, JTL. And I don't really know what you're talking about. We were nothing before. I'm curious who you root for, JTL. Let us know. But there it is. There's your taxpayer money hard at work.
Big 12 just coming off that Big 12 championship.
Well, it's the Big 12, so it doesn't mean anything, Buck.
Oh.
Yeah, and making the college football playoff last year out of the Big 12 doesn't mean anything either. So, that 4 national championships, none of them happen in the SEC, so they don't mean anything. And if you also play bad teams in the SEC, those don't mean anything. So it's really like you have 3 or 4 teams you play against. If you beat them, then you're good. But if you play anybody else in the history of college football, you haven't done shit. That's what I've learned from SEC fans this year. So,
yeah, but who you have to beat, though. We got that down for sure. That's one thing. That's one thing I've learned. There's a group there you have to beat. The rest of them, no. Don't give me the Floridas and the Gamecocks and all that other bullshit. Tennessee Volunteers, all that horse crap. We know the team that you have to beat. Haven't beat them yet, but we know who it is, and it's not the rest of that group. That's for sure.
They're the standard bearer in the sport right now.
Yes.
I have nothing bad to say about Georgia.
No.
They have owned college football over the last 4 seasons now. They've won 2 of the last 3 titles. I think they might have been the best team in college football last year. They just lost the one game they couldn't lose, so they didn't make the playoff. But they're really good again this season. They're the number 2 seed. That's the team you got to beat. And I got no problem with their fans talking smack because they deserve it. But, yeah, that's it. They're the SEC right now, and you've got to beat everybody else to get to this game, and then you got to beat them in this game.
Absolutely.
And Texas couldn't quite do it. All right. Before we shift gears, we've got some transfer portal updates. A couple of additional Longhorns entered the portal, and we also got to go around the country talking about some of the biggest names who have put their names in the portal so far. But before that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick. Since 1975, they've got tons of Texas-themed items, of course, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. They are open for business for sure. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49, free curbside pickup, of course, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. So if you want to get that Christmas shopping and you want to get that Longhorn gear, get that snow globe, get that luggage, because we will be traveling, by the way. We will be traveling. So get ready to look at some of the luggage that Jay and the folks over there have for you. As I said, go by 5222 Burnett Road and pick up all the items for Christmas for the Tommy Bahamas. Got my Tommy Bahama on today.
There we go.
My long sleeve gear, as I'm going to need that over the next couple mornings. But folks, nobody does it better than Sue Patrick. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Absolutely. Love our friends at Sue Patrick. And now a word from our friend, Tom McKay at Audio Visual Consultation.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before, give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt, sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop, watch some games with your friends, and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a friggin' awesome next year.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yes, indeed.
Boy, these people are getting after each other, aren't they, on the text line?
Oh, it's great, man. The
Wow.
chat is fun. The chat is fun. You got some
Wow.
Georgia fans in here this week. You've got some SEC D writers in here this week, and of course our regular crowd of Texas fans in here this week. So look, it's annoying because Texas had a chance to put a ton of narratives to bed. We talked about that all last week leading up to the game. All of the storylines about how can't beat Georgia, you haven't beaten a top team, you can't win the SEC. All of this, all of that. You had the opportunity to do it, and you couldn't shut everybody up. And that's why we're getting all of this week. Sucks.
I like it. I like it. It tells you what you got to do.
Tells you what you got to
Gives
do.
you that insight to what you have to do. And until you do it, you're going to have to take the chatter.
Well, that's it.
You have to take the chatter from them dogs, but you don't have to take the chatter from the rest of them Gators and all them other piss ants in that conference that are supposed to be so good, the top level football teams in the country. You don't have to take it from them because I saw them up close in person. They're not that good.
No,
they're like a bunch of the teams that we beat in the Big 12. There are a lot of you just like Tech, by the way, over there. You Mississippi State, Florida fans. Hey, and some of you Bama fans, you're like a bunch of TCUs. You're like that too. So get over yourselves. Quit riding the jock of Georgia. Really, get your own programs together.
It was Nick Saban's Alabama.
Gamecocks have had their year out of nowhere. All of a sudden, they're the world beaters.
It was.
What do they got?
It was
wins on the season.
No, they got 9. I think
9-3.
They
got 9. That's right. 9-4.
9-3.
Yeah, they would love to have been in the play. They'd love to be in the playoffs too.
Sure. All right, some transfer portal stuff here, Buck. 2 more Longhorns putting their name in the portal yesterday. Tia Savea, a defensive lineman who actually transferred here this year from Arizona. Didn't play a ton, was kind of towards the back end of that defensive tackle rotation. I thought he was done. I thought this was his last year, so I'd fully expected him. Okay. I fully expected him to be gone from Texas after this season. I did not realize he had another year of college eligibility. Apparently he does, but he will not be here next season. He has put his name in the transfer portal. And another guy who transferred to Texas this past offseason, Javion Cole, the cornerback who came in from San Jose State, he has also put his name in the portal. So 2 guys who came in this past offseason, didn't play a bunch this season. They are leaving Texas after just 1 season.
Yeah, lose a defensive lineman, that hurts. It always does, but and he wasn't playing, as you say, he wasn't playing that much, but you need that depth. That was a part of it.
That's the thing, right? Tia Savea is not a huge loss from a production standpoint, but you already know how much you're losing at D tackle with Collins and Broughton and Norton and Lole.
It was a big body.
Yeah. You also, I mean, most of the guys, Texas now has had 7 players enter the portal since it opened on Monday. I think 3 or 4 of them have been defensive linemen. So, like, you're going to lose a bunch of defensive linemen to the draft, and you're losing the guys that you thought might be competing for playing time next year, too.
They're the depth guys, too, so.
Yeah. So it's like, I think it tells you right there that Texas is going to be a big player at defensive tackle in the portal. They have to be. They were last year, and it worked. It's a big part of why this defensive line has been as good as it's been this season. But they're going to have to do something similar to where it's not just one guy that they add in that interior D-line room. They've got to add 2, if not 3, so they're not relying on a true freshman, Justice Terry, to carry the weight in that position group.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, now they're going to have to jump right into the NIL, the portal. They're going to have to find some defensive linemen, at least 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the main. Obviously, as I said, wide receivers always will be a focus in that. But you've got to find 2 or 3 of those guys, and you're going to depend on a young guy. And somebody's staying. Not all of those guys have left.
There's not a lot that's staying right now.
There's a lot that's staying.
You're losing. I'm doing a quick count here. It looks like you're losing 7 defensive tackles.
Wow.
Either to graduation or to the portal as it stands right now. And once again, the portal's open for another few weeks, and guys still have some decisions to make once the season comes to an end. So you're at 7 defensive tackles who are departing your program as it stands on December 11th. And
yeah,
you gotta.
Well, maybe one of those Alabama guys, because they generally take off and come to Texas. You always find one of those guys that don't want to be there.
Yeah, it's the tough part about, and look, this is where you're happy Texas has the resources that it has, because some of these decisions turn into bidding wars. Now, you don't win all of them because other teams have money too, but interior linemen are very tough to find. Everybody wants war daddies. Everybody wants those game-changing players up front on a defense, and there's not a lot of those to go around in college football. And the ones that do exist usually stay. They usually get paid to stay where they're at because they're already at a place like Texas or Georgia or Oregon or whatever. So you've got it's a limited supply and a very high demand, which obviously means the price tag to get some of these dudes is going to be through the roof.
Yeah, but you're going to have to go. I mean, that's obviously they know exactly what they need. They kind of had an idea who was going out the door. Those kids don't just let you know the day before they decide to leave. You already have that inkling, a month out before the season ends that such and such not coming back, coach. He's already kind of indicated. Well, you can see by how they perform on the field too at times. But then again, what you can't do is you can't be shitty on the field because you want to go somewhere else. They're looking at you too going, wait a minute, this guy wasn't giving much effort later in the year. I got some practice film on him, and he wasn't doing anything. We don't want that guy.
Yeah. Texas has
you have to be at your best. Some guys can get away. Some guys are just studs that somebody will say, oh, no, you can come on. We've seen enough of you on tape to know that we know you're a little disappointed at the end of the season, and we're not seeing that push, but we still need you. We'll take you.
Yeah. Yeah. All of these guys.
We'll get you fired up again because you're going to be starting for us.
All of these guys who are leaving Texas, I think, are going to find homes, right? I mean, Tia Sabea, that guy's played college ball at Arizona and Texas. He's going to land on his feet somewhere else. You look at, a guy like Jere Bledsoe is a guy who was a 4-star recruit out of high school and he got a scholarship offer to play at Texas. He got scholarship offers to play at a lot of big-time programs around the country. So he's going to get, I don't know if it'll be like a CFP contending type of team, but he'll get the opportunity to play college football somewhere and get playing time. And that's part of it. Like these guys, they're around their competition. They know what the situation is. So, and they know what Texas just brought in on the recruiting trail, and they know what Texas is probably going to bring in the portal this offseason. They want to go play. I don't fault anybody for wanting to play football. Some of these guys have been at Texas for 3 years, and they've barely played. So go play somewhere. You put in all this work and practice for years. You've spent your whole life trying to be a college football player. not a bench guy, but a
Yeah,
player.
and you can't feel bad for Texas. This is part of the game. That's the game that's been played all over the nation. So it's just here, when they lost a bunch of guys last year, they had guys ready to go. And they found guys in the portal, and they'll do the same. It'll happen the same way. I mean, it happens at wide receiver. You lose 2 guys to the NFL, and bang, you've got a couple more guys sitting in the wings, or then you go find those other guys. They don't want to play in this offense unless they all want to go to Georgia.
Right. Well, if I'm a receiver who can catch, I want to go to Georgia because none of their guys can catch.
Oh, that's right.
Like as long as I have hands, I feel like I'm going to get playing time at that.
My hands aren't feet. My hands aren't feet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the amazing part of Georgia's season is they don't have anyone who could catch, and they're still SEC champs. So, and Javion Cole, mentioned him earlier, the cornerback. I thought Javion Cole would make a big impact on this Texas team, even though he was coming from San Jose State. He was one of the better graded corners in college football last season. Obviously, going from San Jose State to the SEC, a little bit different.
Yeah.
But more of my thoughts of Texas needing Javion Cole was because I just didn't think the Texas secondary was going to be that good, and they were going to have to rotate guys in and out because they weren't going to find consistent players in the back end.
Yeah. Who was going to be the guy? Was it going to take 2 to make 1? Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't realize Jahdae Barron was going to be a Thorpe Award finalist playing outside corner. I didn't realize Jalen Gilbo was going to be as impactful as he was. I didn't realize Michael Taff and Andrew Makuba were going to be as good as they were, and Manny Muhammad was going to take the step that he took. Like Texas just didn't. Their starters were so good that they didn't have to turn to backup options. And I'll knock on wood, they've stayed healthy in that spot for most of the season. They didn't need to use their depth a whole lot, and that's what Javion Cole was for this team.
Yeah. They will find those players, but like you said, it's hard to find the big guys. They have to be there. A lot of those guys will have to be not happy with their NIL deals at those other places, or they have to be guys that are close, not quite there, that you're just going to have to coach them up. And what we're finding out at Texas now is the fact that these guys are doing a good job coaching. So a guy who may not be quite there may be able to turn that switch on now.
Yeah, and that's like
staff.
Yeah, the guys are getting developed, and that's the good news about
Sure.
Texas, right? Like I was pretty terrified after last season where Texas lost 11 players to the NFL draft and lost a bunch more to the transfer portal. I wasn't sure that Texas going into the SEC would be able to have a similar type of season, and they have. So I don't have that fear. Like Texas is going to lose a lot. They're going to have a bunch of guys drafted in the NFL again this season. We're already seeing some attrition through the transfer portal. It's going to be a different roster in 2025. I don't have that fear. Like I believe in this coaching staff and the way that they've developed talent. I believe that in the resources that Texas has to where they're going to be able to get the talent that they need to get to be in a similar position next season. So it's nice, like not having to worry that, this is the 1 year. This is our year. We have to take advantage of this season. I don't think that's the case with where this Texas football program is. I think this thing is sustainable for a while, and that's obviously good news if you're rooting for Texas.
Yeah, because this is going to happen. You're going to have this attrition every year. It's just going to happen. That's going to be guys, like you said, once you're there in your second year, going into your third year, if you're not playing and you see the handwriting on the wall, the way they're recruiting and who they're getting and how guys are being developed, you might as well get up and go play. You may not be able to go to a place like Texas, but you want to play the game of football, you'll go. And that's what you're going to. But you're going to see that all over the place. Maybe not at Georgia because they don't do those things. It doesn't happen there.
Some good news here for Texas, by the way. Congrats to our guy Barron Sorrell and the Sorrell family. Within the last hour, it came out that Barron Sorrell has accepted an invite to the Reese's Senior Bowl.
Awesome.
So, no surprise there. Barron Sorrell is going to get drafted. I'm curious where he gets drafted, but had having a tremendous final season at the University of Texas, and a nice honor to get invited to the Reese's Senior Bowl once the season comes to a close.
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of those guys that are going to be to go to some of those bowl games and stuff. There's a lot of guys that will get to the combine. There'll be tons of guys getting to the combines with opportunities too.
You're right. No, Texas, I don't know if they're going to have 11 drafted again next season.
I don't think so.
It's 7, 8, 9. I've got to spend some time, looking at all of the names and actually figuring this out versus just guessing. But it's going to be a good number of burnt orange that gets called by Roger Goodell when we get to April, which is great. Malik Murphy, I think he surprised some folks the other day when he put his name in the transfer portal, right? The Texas transfer who played at Duke this season, had a great year. I mean, led Duke to 9 wins. It's the most wins Duke has had since 2014. Murphy had 26 touchdown passes, which is actually a school record for the Blue Devils. So he's did a lot of good things, but he decided to hit the portal and leave Manny Diaz and a couple of schools that apparently are interested in Malik Murphy's services, Auburn and Miami.
That's interesting. That sounds like a money thing to me.
Yeah, I think so.
That sounds like a jump to money right there. Having 9 wins, why would you leave that place? I mean, unless you lose everybody. I mean, then again, you had the most wins that they've ever had. So maybe everybody's gone. Maybe you as the quarterback are saying, I got to get out of here.
Not ever had, but most in the last decade.
That sounds like somebody. I need to get another. I mean, because what is Malik Murphy as he goes out into the NFL? Who knows? Well, it all depends. I mean, he had a really good year. He's a big, strong guy. He looked a little quicker this year. His decision making was good. They had good wide receivers, but I don't know. One more year at Duke.
Yeah, well, I think it's money. I think you're dead on, right? Like yes. Duke spends its money on basketball players. I don't think
that's right, because Duke is Duke.
Because Duke is Duke, and that's what they do. And look, I don't think Malik Murphy is an NFL quarterback yet, but if he goes to a place like Auburn in the SEC and has success, or if he goes to a place like Miami, who's going to lose Cam Ward, who's done after this season, and has success, then yeah, he puts his name on the map a little bit more.
Sure.
And he's big. He's got a strong arm. Like, he was a very highly touted recruit out of high school. So, like, I wouldn't say Malik Murphy's a first-round quarterback right now, but if he goes to one of those places and puts together a great season, then I think it's possible that he has a chance to play himself into the first-round conversation in the 2026 draft.
Yeah, and then another year of good NIL money, better NIL money to move on. Then you probably move on, because once again, it's not about, your love of the university anymore. It's your love of the cash.
Right.
And it's there. So, and if it's there and it's better, it's going to help you for your what you're going to school for is to get to the NFL, because some guys are still playing school. I'd just like for you to know that. Okay.
Sure.
Even in the SEC, even at Georgia, they're playing for the NASCAR credits. So I'm sorry, it's not just school. But no, I mean, for him to make a decision like that, I got to believe it's a money thing, and it's to get out of Duke to go to someplace like Miami or Auburn, as you said, where that notoriety, you can get that plus the cash for one more year.
Mm-hmm.
Probably yes.
Yeah, and I'm fascinated to see what Auburn's going to do, because Jackson Arnold, the former Oklahoma quarterback, who of course also put his name in the portal this week, Auburn is being linked to him as well. So Hugh Freeze made a bad decision last year. He had Peyton Thorne as his quarterback 2 years ago, had the opportunity to go out in the portal and bring somebody else in, didn't do it, decided to run it back with Peyton Thorne, did not work. Auburn was a disaster this season. They're not playing in a bowl game, bad year. So Hugh Freeze is not making that same mistake twice. Like, if he wants to save his job beyond next season, he's got to get the quarterback. He's got to get a lot figured out, but he really has to get the quarterback figured out. So they're being linked to like everybody. And if you want money from anywhere, you want to be linked to Auburn.
Oh yeah.
So who would you rather have out of those two, Malik Murphy or Jackson Arnold, if you're an Auburn fan?
I mean, I've seen Jackson Arnold when he goes bad. I mean, I know what Malik Murphy is and what he's capable of doing. I've already seen Jackson Arnold's his game. I think I'd take Malik.
Yeah, I think I would too. I know Jackson Arnold was the more highly touted kid coming out of high school, but
then once again, that coaching staff at OU, we know that what they're doing with fire hoses and things like that. So But Hugh Freeze's guys, they could be just as worse. Sounds like they may be.
I like they may be. I don't know.
No.
I mean, going from Peyton Thorne to Jackson Arnold, just it doesn't feel like enough of a sure upgrade. Potential, yeah, potential for Jackson Arnold is much higher than it is for Peyton Thorne. But if you're coaching for your job, can you? This is why. This is what we said about Oklahoma, right? This is why I feel that Oklahoma is going to go get a quarterback in the portal. Jackson Arnold maybe would have figured it out. Michael Hawkins Jr. was a freshman last year, did some good things. Maybe he would figure it out. But if you're a coach on a hot seat, you can't just be like, well, we know he was a 5-star and we know the potential's there. We hope we can unlock it. You got to get somebody proven, and Jackson Arnold ain't that yet.
And I'm still not heard anything about that kid from Boston College. Is he done? Is he a senior or is he in a transfer portal?
He's in the portal, and one of the schools that has been mentioned with Thomas Castellanos, your guy, is a school that he beat this season, Florida State.
Oh, that's all about money because they're not coming back from the dead in 1 year, I don't believe.
Here he is. This picture
they'll have to change a lot there. It's not going to be about the players there.
This picture was posted 19 minutes ago to twitter.com. There's Thomas Castellanos on the campus of Florida State University. So that's a name to look out for there.
That's interesting. That kid got run out by your guy.
Please, you can throw a lot of people on me. Phrasing.
Yeah, your guy.
Do not throw Bill O'Brien on me, please. That guy is the furthest thing away from my guy in the world.
Wow.
That guy's like Putin and Bill O'Brien are on the same level of not my guys.
He is absolutely chase that guy out of there. I mean, that guy was having a decent career for the last 2 years. And then in his kind of last go around, first year coach gets the quarterback is gone with like 4 or 5 games to play in the season. That is some bad communication right there. That's some bad communication skills going on there, BK.
Oh, it's Bill O'Brien. Does that surprise you? I mean, look, I covered the guy in Houston at ESPN for a couple of years. So like I got to see it firsthand, and he's an idiot, and he doesn't treat people right. And that's why he's no longer an NFL head coach, and instead he's at Boston College. No offense.
By the way, Cam Rising is available, isn't he?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, hear me out here.
He can't go anywhere else, though.
Hear me out on this. I want Cam Rising to come back to Texas.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't want him to start next year. Obviously, that's Arch Manning. But wouldn't it be nice to have a 14-year veteran backup for a first-time starter in Arch? Like, no disrespect to Trey Owens. Trey Owens, true freshman, excited about his future at Texas. Probably next in line to start after Arch Manning whenever his college career is done. But wouldn't it be nice to have a super experienced backup quarterback like Cam Rising?
Senior, like a real senior? He'll be a senior. He'll be my age.
For the 8th time. Yeah. You're going to see him getting a senior discount at Denny's.
Wow.
He's going to be having supper with you at 4:15 today.
This guy he's got to go back to Utah, right?
Cam says he doesn't. Longhorn Bear says Cam doesn't need NIL money. He's got Social Security checks coming in.
He does, man.
I'm telling you, man. Cam Rising, I want him. I think he wants to play somewhere, and he still probably thinks he can be an NFL quarterback. So I don't think he'll do what Casey Thompson did and just go to Oklahoma to be a backup. But I would take Cam Rising as Arch Manning's backup. No?
No, I don't want that.
Why not?
Because I don't want that old man hanging around my campus, hanging around my freshman and sophomore girls. That guy's 36 years old. He can't be on a campus.
It's too much McConaughey. I get older, they stay the same age.
Yeah, no, he can't do that. He's got to go some. And now he's still leave him on the campus of Utah where he can't be banging chicks.
He's leaving. You can bang at Utah, right? It's just BYU where you can't.
No, yeah, it's just BYU. Yeah, I mean, no, he can't. He's still got to get out of the state. That guy's done enough damage in that state. Are you kidding me?
That
For as long as you've been there?
That guy has run through every non-Mormon in the state of Utah
Oh my God.
who's allowed to have premarital relations.
That guy is too old. Plus, just look out for the Gatorade buckets. He'll hurt himself falling over the bucket.
Can he get hurt on the bench? Well, if anybody can, he can, right?
Yeah, that's the guy. That's, you don't want him. No.
I want him. I don't think it'll happen. I'm probably wasting my breath here, but random transfer portal ad. Texas obviously has bigger priorities than backup quarterback, but if Cam Rising decides to come back home, I wouldn't hate it.
Somebody says Cam meeting Bucky at gyms in Oak Hill. Breakfast over there.
Yeah, you're recruiting him back to Texas with a nice bowl of grits at gyms.
Oh, thanks. I watch. He gets hurt too easy. Every time he comes up from the pile, I'm like, he's not getting up.
I know. But
now we got the Florida people telling us how he played against the third string quarterback. I can't help it if you got that brittle freshman that every time there's a pile up, that guy gets hurt. What do you want me to do? We've got a quarterback that gets hurt too, but I can't. But he's not a freshman. He's been in football before. You got a freshman with a bum wheel.
I just if DJ Lagway's in that game, it's different. But when you lose a game by 32 points and when you're down 42-0, I don't know if you get to state claim that you would have won if you had a different quarterback in there.
No.
Of course, it doesn't help playing a third stringer. Yeah, no Texas fan is going to deny that. But if this game was 20-17, and Florida could have beat Georgia if DJ Lagway stayed healthy, because that game was 20-20 with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, even though Lagway had gotten hurt in the second. If you're a Florida fan and you want to make the argument that you could have beat Georgia in that game, then okay, maybe I'll listen to that one. But when you're down 42-0, 4 minutes into the third quarter, I think it's more than just the quarterback that cost you that one there, Gators.
Sorry about that.
I also think it's Georgia fans defending Florida, which cold day in hell, I guess, today that's happening.
Yeah, when did they become buds?
Didn't see that one coming. So, all right, before we shift gears here, we got more college football to talk about. We also have some MLB free agency to get into. Your Yankees, look, they got left at the altar by Juan Soto, so they're on the revenge tour. A girl breaks up with you.
They're going to take anybody and everybody now if they can.
Yeah, the hottest girl breaks up with you, and then what do? Well, you start posting a bunch of pictures on Instagram of all of these other chicks that you're going out with that aren't as hot.
All her friends.
But you want your ex to see all of the cool things that you're doing right now, and that's what the Yankees started yesterday. We'll get to some baseball. Also, the Texas Rangers making a couple of moves as well. But before that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical care for children and adult, of course, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, and rheumatology. Christopher Danny, Christopher Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. So whether it's ankle, knees, feet, shoulders, they are there for you. Those joint replacements, they are the best in the business. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. And now a word from our great friends at Real Truck.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
Yes, we love our friends. Realtruck.com. Check out their website, realtruck.com/specials. They've got all sorts of great holiday deals going on site right now. The #1 truck accessory brand in the U.S. of A. It's realtruck.com. And also some love to our friends at passes.com. If you haven't been over to passes.com yet, you are missing out. Passes gets you closer to the game than ever before. And they've partnered with the University of Texas to give you behind-the-scenes access to your favorite Longhorn teams and players. Don't believe me? Just check out their website, passes.com/Texas One Fund. Go right there, and you can support the Texas One Fund, but you can also support yourself, because when you support passes.com/Texas One Fund, you're going to get the opportunity to go to VIP events, meet and greets. You're going to get the opportunity to purchase exclusive memorabilia. You're going to get autograph sessions. You're going to get stuff that every Texas fan wants, but won't get to have because they're not on passes.com/Texas One Fund. Check them out. Perfect holiday gift for the UT fan in your life. Maybe it's the perfect holiday gift for yourself. Once again, passes.com/Texas One Fund.
Nice.
Okay, Buck, have you and your little Derek Jeter figurine recovered from the Juan Soto signing?
No, not until after next season, after we see what happens. This is a year-long hurt. He's with the Mets. He's right down the road. He's taking a subway just across the street. So, no, I don't like it. And I don't think they're going to get over that.
And not only did he not re-sign with the Yankees, but he went to the New York Mets.
Yes.
So every Yankee fan is going to have to see that dude around the city. They're going to have to be reminded by every Mets fan in the New York area that we got Juan Soto and you don't.
Yes.
That's brutal. So Soto's gone. Everybody knows he signed that record-breaking contract, the biggest total value contract in the history of American professional sports. And your Yankees, well, now they got $760 million to play with, Coach. They went out yesterday and signed pitcher Max Fried to an 8-year, $218 million contract. It's the largest guarantee in baseball history for a left-handed pitcher. Max Fried, member of the Tribe, by the way, so I'm a big fan. Going to New York after 8 seasons in Atlanta, 2-time All-Star, 3-time Gold Glove, was a part of that Braves World Series team back in 2021, and he is now headed to the Yankees.
Picture, but we're picking up the scraps now for the rest of Major League Baseball. If they're available, we want them. After losing Soto, yes.
I think the Yankees pitching is very good. I think it was good before the Max Fried news. I think it's even better now.
Sure.
Because you've got him. You still have Garrett Cole. You've got Carlos Rodon. You've got Louis Gill, who played well last year. You've got Marcus Stroman and Nestor Cortez, who have been good in their careers.
Who's the big Yankee, the Mets pitcher who left the Yankees? Big dude. Sometime closer. Yeah, I mean, he's not with the Mets anymore, right? He's gone.
I don't know. Severino's not a closer, so I'm not sure I know who you're talking about.
No, Severino. No, he was a starter for them, but was he not? I mean, is he done with the Mets? Is he already out, or is he still with them?
Yeah, he actually signed. Brace yourself for this. Luis Severino signed a big money free agency deal with the A's.
Okay, yeah. He bagged out of there. What the hell's wrong with him? Money.
The A's are spending money like that. Well, money and A's have never gone together. The A's are the cheapest franchise in pro sports. And maybe the move to Sacramento is, I don't know. I don't know what it means, but I need Nick Saban here. What does it mean? Tell me what it means. I don't know what it means, but Severino is with the A's to.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't try to jump back in on him.
Yeah, I don't know. The Mets didn't have the money because they had to go get Soto. And the Yankees, look, Max Fried is better than Luis Severino. He costs a lot more.
Yes,
but
he's in that left-hander, yes.
The Yankees have never been scared of players who cost more, right? So we'll see what else the Yankees do. They got to address their lineup now because, I mean, last year it was Soto and Judge doing all of the heavy lifting for the Yankees. They did not get enough consistent contributions from really anybody else. And obviously Soto's gone now. You still have Judge, one of the best hitters in the world in the regular season. But you gotta do something to bolster that lineup. Otherwise, this could be a big step back for the reigning AL champs, Coach.
Don't forget that. Reigning AL champs.
Oh, Yankee fans are bragging about second place now?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Yes. Well, it's because it's the off season. We can do that. You can do that during the off season.
27 world championships, but we have 52 second place finishes too. Don't forget about those.
It's just the off season. It's that time. You can do these kind of things. You can say these kind of things. It doesn't matter. You know, you're just seeing how you can push the buttons of the other losers that finish 3rd and 4th and 5th.
Me as a Rangers guy, I care about winning championships. I care about winning championships. I thought the Yankees only cared about that, but apparently not. Y'all just care about second place.
Oh, I forgot. You can use that for the next 5 years. You got 5 years span now with that championship.
Sure as hell can use it over the Yankees' second place ass.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time since they were the first place finishers for good. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'd look out for Teo Hernandez, right? Who was with the Dodgers last year, and the Dodgers have infinite money. It feels like so they might prevent the Yankees from being able to sign that guy. But that's a big name bat that I could see.
They didn't even blink when they didn't get Soto. They probably said, "Oh, we're fine."
They could have paid more. They could have paid more. Like they could have. They were offering $765. Why not go to $8 at that point? Like they have the money to offer more. That was the top of what they were willing to pay. So we know they've got money, and like you said, they're going to go spend it pretty soon.
Man.
So Rangers also made a couple of moves yesterday. They re-signed Nathan Eovaldi. Speaking of World Series champs, World Series hero Nathan Eovaldi, 3-year, $75 million contract to remain with the Rangers. And they also made a big trade overnight. Jake Berger, one of the best names in Major League Baseball, and he's also a big boy. Like, you talk about a guy who looks like his name. Jake Berger is just that because he is a big guy. 63 home runs the last 2 seasons with the White Sox and the Marlins. He's going over for to the Rangers in exchange for 3 prospects. So Rangers,
it's hot in Texas, going to lose that weight.
Yeah, they do have that roof on the stadium now.
They'll leave it open when he's out there in the field. They're going to leave it so he can sweat a few lbs off.
Look, he was with Chicago and Miami the last couple of years. Those are great food cities.
Oh, yeah.
But coming to Texas is a great food state, and obviously the Metroplex has a ton of great options.
Look out.
To eat from. So, yeah, Jake Berger might be Jake Double Cheeseburger by the end of.
Double cheese, yeah.
But I like this get. It shows that the Rangers, look, they're not trying to be one-year wonders. I know that's what the folks are saying because they missed the playoffs this past season. But they are telling you that they don't want 2023's run to be a one-off. They're hoping to get right back into the thick of things in 2025. So there you go. A couple moves for the Rangers, a move for your Yankees. We'll see what the Astros do. Still waiting on Alex Bregman's decision. He's a free agent, and the Astros.
Oh, they can't let that dude walk.
Well, they've let everybody walk, and they're still really good every year.
But that guy's been the heart and between he and Altuve. Talking about the heart and soul of that team over the last 6 years. Yeah, I don't know if you can do that.
It's crazy how consistently good the Astros have been, despite the talent exodus that they've had with Garrett Cole and Carlos Correa and George Springer.
These people go on to be great players other places.
Yeah, but those other teams don't usually win that much.
No.
And the Astros, they say goodbye and they keep winning. So even if Alex Bregman leaves, I still think the Astros are going to be a playoff team next season. But Astros fans are ticked. It's like at some point we got to re-sign somebody. We can't let everybody go, right? And they did re-sign Altuve. Altuve is going to be a Stro for life. They couldn't let him go. No. I'm with you, man. Breggy's been there throughout this entire ride. He was drafted by the Stros. Spent his whole career in Houston. That's a guy who I think it would make a lot of sense to keep. But Astros obviously have to figure out what they're going to do with Kyle Tucker, who only has a couple of years left. And they got Framber Valdez. They got a few other big money guys who are about to be coming up. They've got some tough decisions to make, and they have to decide if they want to spend like the Dodgers, Yankees, and Mets, or if they want to cheap out and let these guys go somewhere else.
Yeah, don't let Bregman leave. And also Tucker, because the Yankees will suck Tucker up with that right field porch. They'd love that.
Oh, man. Yeah.
They would love to have that guy in the lineup.
Kyle Tucker's going to get a bag and then some. I think he's got 1 or 2 years left, but he could be traded. Like if the Astros, I know for a fact the Astros have been negotiating with Kyle Tucker. They've been trying to get a long-term deal done before he reaches free agency, and they haven't gotten anywhere, obviously. If the Astros feel like there's no chance that they're going to be able to pay Kyle Tucker what he's looking for, they should trade him this offseason.
Yeah.
Like your Yankees would trade for. They don't want to wait till free agency. The Yankees, maybe the Cubs, maybe the Sox. You always have to be worried about the Dodgers with anybody.
Yes.
There's an opportunity there that Kyle Tucker leaves. Okay, he's a free agent after next season. Thank you, Harry. Appreciate that. That's what I thought. I don't know why I kept getting confused. So, yeah, if you feel like you're not going to be able to resign him next winter, then trade him. Get some prospects back. Or get a good player and some prospects back so you don't take a big step back as a team. But the hot stove is on, and it's already started, and it's going to continue over these next few weeks. Baseball offseason really, really good right now. And
BK, let me ask you this for my Minnesota Vikings. What are they going to do? What are they going to do about their quarterback situation? Are they going to give the they're expecting J.J. McCarthy to be okay next year, but Sam Darnold, do you give him a new contract too?
I don't know what
they're in a that's a weird situation for them.
Yeah, because he's
like you said, nobody's talking about him. They've only lost a couple games. They're playing really great football. Sam Darnold's playing unbelievable football. You're talking about a guy who's in tune to these wide receivers. But I got to believe any quarterback can be in tune to a couple of dudes that they have right now at wide receiver.
Sam Darnold's having a great season. I mean, he's at 3,300 yards, 28 touchdowns, 10 picks. Like, I didn't think he was capable of this. I don't know if Sam Darnold thought he was capable of this. I don't know. He's a free agent after this year. Someone's going to pay him. Like, he's not going to get, Dak Prescott, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow type money, but someone's going to pay him. Maybe a Baker Mayfield type of contract. Is it Minnesota?
I don't think the Vikings can let him walk, still not knowing anything about J.J. McCarthy. I mean, J.J. McCarthy was going to be the guy. He was just going to be the guy. But now coming off the injury and the kind of year that Sam Darnold's having, I mean, I don't think this is fluky. I just think he fits in with this offense right now.
Well, I think it all depends on what happens in the playoffs, right? Minnesota's going to get there. They've got a shot to win their division. I don't think they will because, unfortunately for them, Detroit is in that division. They're the best team in the NFC. But, okay, if Sam Darnold wins a couple of playoff games, then, you probably have to re-sign him. And you just, you treat J.J. McCarthy like Jordan Love. And just, you sit on the bench for a couple years, man, and when it's your time, it's your time.
Shit happens in the NFL like that.
If Minnesota, loses in the first round and Sam Darnold is the biggest reason why, then it's all right, we thank you for everything. Yeah. We're not gonna pay you, 9-figure deal when we've got this quarterback that we believe in and spend a top 10 draft pick on. So I think right now it would make sense for Minnesota to bring him back. I think it just depends on the rest of the year, but more so the playoffs.
You're right.
Sam Darnold. But it's a fascinating storyline, and Sam Darnold has been one of the best storylines in the NFL this season. Kevin O'Connell. I think Dan Campbell's probably going to win Coach of the Year in Detroit. But you could make a strong case for Kevin O'Connell losing his quarterback and turning Sam Darnold, who everyone thought was a bust, into, the Sam Darnold who has the numbers we just brought up. He's been really good.
His numbers are unbelievable.
Yeah. Buck, we've got to talk about this Bill Belichick thing. You and I have not gotten into this enough this week because we've been talking about Texas and the CFP and the transfer.
Tar Heel Bill.
This, that, and the other. But Bill Belichick, according to multiple sources, has been offered the head coaching job at North Carolina. There's been all sorts of talks happening over the last 4 or 5 days, but some things came out last night and into the morning that say that Bill Belichick has been offered the head coaching job at North Carolina. Of course, Mac Brown was just let go. Before we add any more details, just on its surface, your thoughts on Chapel Bill, as you just called him, to UNC.
I think this is his way of playing this out for the NFL. There's somebody in the NFL that he wants to be with, and they haven't made a move right now. And I think this whole Chapel Hill thing is just part of the play that somebody has behind the scenes at one of these NFL teams that's going to get rid of their coach this year is haven't made up the decision to tell him, we'd love for you to be our coach. I don't think this guy wants to go back to college. I mean, this guy has nothing in tune with any of those kids. And in the college game, you want, and for your program, I believe they want him at North Carolina, but I don't know if he wants them. I think he may have got involved in this just to, push the button of an NFL team, where he's more aligned with the NFL than college players.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Bill Belichick 20 years ago coaching college football would have confused me, but now Bill Belichick at 72 coaching college football in this landscape of college football with the portal and NIL and all that stuff. Like, it blows my mind. I agree. Like, Bill Belichick wants to coach in the NFL. The only reason Bill Belichick would take this job is he doesn't think he's going to get an offer in the NFL.
Yeah, he's trying to push somebody's button now that is going to get rid of their coach. They know they're going to get rid of their coach. And he's trying to make them, hey, between you and I, am I the next guy? You know, he's got some owner saying, we're not quite sure yet, Bill. And he's waiting for that owner to say, yes, this is going to be a done deal. You're going to get this gig.
Saying he's using UNC for leverage here?
Yes.
Is UNC football leverage? Like, there can't be.
I'll just say this. It ain't a bad place to land when you're his age.
Well, there can't. There are a lot of retired folks up in that part of the country.
That's Mac. I mean, yeah, this is a good gig. If you just want to coach some ball, you know, make a couple $1 million, have a retirement home there, have 5 retirement homes, and then plus to be able to see your girl in college. Come on, man.
She is. I think she's out of college, but she's right around that age.
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
yeah, it's. I don't like if you're an NFL team, you're not basing your decision on Bill Belichick on whether or not North Carolina is interested. Like if that's Bill's play and he's just trying to use this as the leverage to convince an NFL team that like he's still a hot commodity, I just don't think that's going to work. Like if you're an NFL team, you're either interested in Bill Belichick or you're not. Whether or not he is flirting with UNC is not impacting that.
Him at UNC, I mean, how long is he going to coach here? 10 years till he's 83? Or what was he going to do there? Be there 2 years and say, I had enough of this. I had enough of this NIL. I had enough of these kids leaving in the portal. You know what I'm saying? I'm at a basketball school. What the hell am I doing here?
I know. Well, like how long was Mac going to coach? Mac obviously got fired, but he's older than Bill Belichick, and he was planning on sticking around, I think. So, I mean, Bill Belichick, maybe he's just one of those guys that wants to coach until he dies.
Hey, he's got grandkids somewhere. Go coach their team.
One of the stipulations, by the way, if this deal goes through and Bill Belichick is the next UNC head coach, his son, Steve Belichick, who's the defensive coordinator at Washington right now, he would get the DC job and he would immediately be coach in waiting at Carolina.
That's a sweetheart deal. Shit, he's liable to go there for 1 year and then get his son as the head coach and just set this up for his kid.
Could be. Yeah, it could just be a total nepotism play, which we see all the time in sports. So, like, maybe that's what it is. Like, although Steve, it's not like Steve has a bad gig being a DC at a Big Ten school that played in the national championship last year. Like, I don't know if he needs this type of opportunity, but that's what would be a part of this opportunity. So,
yeah, Bill Belichick at North Carolina, I can't see 5 years from now Bill Belichick still coaching at North Carolina, even if he took that gig. I can see him there for 2 or 3 years and then, you know, handing that over to his son, because then I would say that was the play the entire time.
Well, that's why you wonder why North Carolina is even considering something like this, right? I mean, you fire a 73-year-old head coach, you're thinking, all right, let's get somebody younger who we think is going to be here for the long haul.
Yeah.
Instead, you're going to hire I guess he's technically younger, but a 72-year-old coach? That's your plan?
Yeah, do me a favor. Why don't you just hire his son as the head coach and make him the DC for a couple years?
Here's Bill Belichick and his girlfriend trying to convince the UNC brass about their 5-year plan for the movie Big Daddy with Adam Sandler. The 5-year plan. So here's a report. This Ali Connolly, who's kind of been all over this story, has been basically tweeting about the negotiations between the Tar Heels and Bill Belichick. Said Bill Belichick handed the school a 400-page organizational Bible with structure, payment plans, staffing choices, etc. Belichick's Bible would require historic levels of investment from the school, include salary minimums, position by position, and a willingness to hire 2 staffs, a coaching staff run by Belichick and a recruitment staff run by a sitting college general manager who would require a buyout. So that Bill Belichick has put all of that stuff together, and he's basically saying that I don't want to deal with the NIL shit. I'll coach. You guys know I can coach ball. I know I can coach ball. I'm not dealing with the NIL or the portal stuff. Hire a GM to do all of that stuff for me.
That guy's going to what's the GM going to do? Go into people's homes and talk to the parents? Or does the old man have to show up for dinner at mom's house?
He ain't doing that because then he can't bang his 14-year-old girlfriend or however old.
Oh, you mean when mom asks, so how old is your girl? I have a daughter. I don't want you talking to my daughter.
Maybe that's why Bill's not going. He don't want to send the wrong message. He's going to try to flirt with all of the sisters of the recruits he's going after.
Anything is possible and anything can happen, and you can make it work out if you really want something to work out. I don't know if Carolina wants to go through all these stipulations of doing that. They may just say no thanks. He just doesn't. It just doesn't seem. I just don't know his relationship with a college girl. Yeah, but college young men.
I don't know if he'd go home to home. Maybe that's why you hire a GM. Like the GM does all of that stuff, and it's like, man, you know who Bill Belichick is.
Yes.
Like, here's what he's done. Do you want to play for this guy or not?
I mean, there's not enough personal stuff in there. I mean, still, mom and dad want to know how personal this guy is. They understand how many Super Bowls he's won and he's a winner, but they also want to know how their sons are going to be treated by the guy who's in charge, who has full charge of everything, who's like a dictator. He does whatever he wants to. How is he going to treat my son? And he can't come to my house and hang out. It's just a different kind of recruitment. It's still that way with a lot of parents, man. It's like I tell you, that whole NIL and the money thing. No, you need to go and get the money, son. No, there's a lot of mamas want to know how my son's going to be treated. And as I said, when that old dude walks in your house and he's been banging 18-year-old girls and she's got an 18-year-old, 19-year-old daughter, they're going to look and go, mama's going to look, you really are doing this, coach? That's your girl. That's the girl that you're crazy about, the one who's like 22. It's hard, man. It's a hard sell.
Yeah, he's banging one 24-year-old, not a bunch of 22-year-olds, I guess.
I'm sorry, 22 to 24. That's that.
Well, I don't like. That's crazy if you're basing your decision off of that. If you're a recruit or like the guy's dating life. There are coaches who have been divorced multiple times. I don't trust him. He's not a good guy. I'm not letting my son play. Like maybe there are some parents and players who are like that.
Well, I'm just saying, if he can't show up to the house, if he's got a substitute dude, a dude coming to the house, and he doesn't have that kind of time,
yeah,
they're going to think, why don't you have that kind of time? Or how dedicated are you to this job?
Maybe
the money and whatever.
That's fair. That is a fair concern, right? Like, do you want to play for a coach who is not willing to go visit you in person when you've got 10 other coaches coming to your house to try to convince you to come to their school? You're not.
And I'm not saying that he wouldn't. That dude, if he wanted a quarterback or somebody that you know is a grade 1 5-star, he's showing up. It's not that he's not going to. That dude's going to show up at the house.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know. Like I made the argument that North Carolina is not that good of a job early, maybe last week, and I feel better about that argument because this feels like a desperation play. This feels like we're not a good enough job to get somebody or to feel like we can win without doing some shit like this. So let's go after Bill Belichick. I mean, no blue blood program, no like legit college football program would consider something like this.
I don't think so. They're not going to let you take over. There's not going to be a takeover. It's too tough. It would have to be at a place like North Carolina, But I tell you what, it's a nice place to live, BK. It's a nice place to, at that age, to if you're there for a couple years to set some. But Bill Belichick can go anywhere he wants to. He's got all, and this isn't about. Obviously, it's not about money. That guy's got enough money that he doesn't ever have to coach another down of football. He just wants to coach. So I said, I'd go coach my grandkids' Pop Warner team or something.
Well, you can't be Bill Belichick to grandkids. I mean, Bill Belichick's an a-hole, dude. You can't be like treating grandkids the way you taught pros. And some people might be like,
you can't be an a-hole too. They'll walk.
Well, yeah, and I guess the argument is college is as close to pro football as it's ever been, and these guys are getting paid, so maybe it can work with Bill Belichick there. But you're right. Like guys can leave a lot easier in college than they can in the NFL.
Yes.
If they don't like the way things are going on. So
how many guys you think that dude's going to chase off when he gets to campus?
Yeah, maybe Coach Prime levels of portaling going on at Carolina.
There could be.
Could be. So it's fascinating. Like I hope it happens just because I want to see it happen. But if I'm a UNC fan, I'm praying it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'd like to see it because I don't know what level of college that Bill Belichick's ever coached, except for a GA or something at some time. I know he wasn't a head coach at Kutztown State on his way up.
No, never been a college coach at any level. Started as a special assistant to the Baltimore Colts and worked his way up in the league and never went to college.
Interesting.
Well, he went to college, but never
coached in college.
Yeah. So there you go. We'll see what happens. Nothing official yet either way, but it sounds like North Carolina has offered Mack Brown its head coaching job. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter live chats are open as well. Yeah, I'll take Bill Belichick as an analyst on the Texas staff. Sure. Why not?
Well, hell yeah, you would.
In on that deal. All right, Buck.
There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if they were going to go that direction, they just should have kept Mack there.
That's a fair thought. We've got more transfer portal updates to get into here. Also, our listeners have come through for you, Buck. You asked about something yesterday, and one of our listeners actually delivered. So before we get to those, let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Let me say hello to our friends. Did I do Leaf already this morning? Did I say hello to our friends at Leaf? I'm going to be out there in the yard today. Thank you. It's going to be a little colder, but Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services, Monterey Oaks out south and Pond Springs Road up north. They are your one-stop shop when it comes to all your garden and your if you want to do fertilizer, if you want to do roses, if you want to do trees, this is the time after this rain that we've had. This is a good time to put it in. I know it's cold, but it's not going to stay cold for very long. So if you're thinking of putting shrubs in around the foundation of your home, go to Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. They have them all, and they'll let you know, and they'll understand how to do it, how to put in a sprinkler system, what you want to do. And if you can't do it, they'll get you contractors that'll come out to your property and do it for you. They've been doing it for a long time. I've been going there for over 25 years now. Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. Mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. Get 10% off of your purchase today.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Olipop as well. The great taste of Olipop. 19 different flavors. I'm actually going to the store a little bit later today. Got to restock on my Olipop selection, but I had a cherry cola Olipop after the show yesterday. It was fantastic. Hey, you could start your New Year's resolutions a little bit early. And if you want to be healthier, Olipop makes it very easy to do because this is soda and it tastes like soda, but it's actually good for you. Look at the ingredients in some of the other sodas you've been drinking in the past. You're not going to like what you see. Hell, you already know that you're not going to like what you see. Olipop, you are going to like what you see because there's hardly any calories, very little sugar. There are 9 grams of fiber in every can, and there are ingredients that help support good digestive health. So Olipop, once again, a new kind of soda, tastes great, but is also good for you. Pick it up wherever you buy your groceries. You can get it at H-E-B, Costco, Walmart, Target, Whole Foods. They got them all over the place. It is Olipop.
Love it.
Okay, Buck, some transfer portal news. Look, we can always dunk on Oklahoma on this show, right?
Always.
We're allowed to do that because it's 9:43 a.m. and
OU still sucks.
Always have, and they always will.
Sorry about that, Alabama.
Unless they're playing Alabama, I guess. They always suck. How about this? We're up to 5 OU wide receivers who have entered the transfer portal so far.
Well, how's that? They never even played this year. Nobody knows what they can do. None of them showed up.
Well, some of them played last year, including Nick Anderson, who Texas fans unfortunately remember very well.
Oh, yeah.
But Nick Anderson and Jaleel Farouk, another name that Texas fans remember all too well.
I'll take Farouk today.
Those guys are there. Angel Anthony is there. J.J. Hester is there. Jacquez Petaway is there. I mean, these guys were all highly touted recruits, and some of these guys had actually put up pretty good numbers during their times in Norman. So, look, Oklahoma's got a new offensive coordinator. There's obviously natural attrition whenever you have a big staffing change like that. I mean, that's for an OU team that didn't have a lot at receiver this year, losing 5 guys already not ideal for the Sooners.
Texas in on any of these guys? Texas in on Farouk?
Probably too early to tell, but yeah.
Would you be in on that, dude?
Man, I want to see what the portal looks like. I think so. Like, my initial thought is, yeah, I think Farouk and Nick Anderson are good enough to be a part of a Texas roster. But there's already some other big names across the country in the portal at wide receiver, and I think there's going to be even more after, as the next 3 weeks progress, and obviously after the college football playoff comes to an end. So this is where it's tough if you're a head coach at a place like Texas. Like, yeah, you'd love to bring in some of these big names before other schools get the chance to, but it's also, if you blow your wad early, sorry about that, kids. If you just bring in all these guys early, then you might miss the opportunity to get somebody who enters the portal late,
Yeah, and you don't want to be pissing off your incoming freshmen that are pretty good wide receivers either.
Yeah, well, that's going to happen. Like, Texas is going to add some receivers, right? Because they, DeAndre Moore's back for sure. Ryan Wingo's back for sure. That's it in terms of, like, experienced guys who are for sure coming back, right?
And if you got a bunch of freshmen that are 5-star guys, you have to be careful about who you bring in, but you certainly got to bring in at least 2 others, because you don't know how good they are. They may be 5 stars in high school, and they may play like 1 star once they get on the football field.
Yep.
You know what I mean? At this level. So got to be careful with that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Texas wide receiver stats this year, and I mean, Ryan Niblett comes back, but he's been converted to running back. I don't know if that's a full-time thing or if Niblett will go back to wide receiver next year once Texas gets C.J. Baxter and Christian Clark healthy.
That's true.
But it's, Matthew Golden could leave, could come back. Isaiah Bond will leave. Silas Bolden will leave. Like, those are your other wide receivers, not named DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo, who have catches this year. So, yeah, I think Texas will for sure.
At least you need 2.
Yeah, I think they'll get 2, at least 2. And it's like, are there guys better than Nick Anderson or Farouk out there that you would rather get? Micah Hudson is a name that a lot of Texas fans have been talking about. He's, only going into his second year of college football, but he was a 5-star who went to Texas Tech last year.
Yes.
Texas wanted him bad. I mean, everybody wanted this kid bad. He's the highest rated recruit in Tech history. Didn't play very much. So the question is that Tech being Tech and just being dumb and pissing down their leg like they always do?
Let's take it that that's what it is.
Or is he just, like, not as good as advertised?
No, it's Tech pissing down their legs. I'll take it as that.
So I think that's like, he's going to get offers from everywhere still, but he was very interested in Texas during his high school time. And he's a Texas kid. Like, that's a name that I think Texas might be interested in. So if you're only bringing in 2 or 3, then one of those spots is already gone. So I don't know. People want to play in this offense, man. Wide receivers get developed here.
Yeah.
You look at transfers like Matthew Golden. He's having a great season, a transfer. So there's going to be transfers out there who are like, I want to be the next Matt Golden. And
absolutely,
I could do that at and I get to catch passes from Manning, a mobile Manning.
And I'm making money.
And I'm making probably 6-7 figs to be a part of this thing. So yeah, Texas will be in a good spot. OU, we will see, man. They've got to figure some stuff out, obviously, but losing a lot of players.
5 guys are going.
5 receivers, yeah. When you're losing, when you're a coach that's on the hot seat, you want to keep as much talent as you possibly can.
And you're bringing in a new coordinator to start this thing all over again? Wow.
No, you've got resources, so they're going to add some pieces from the portal as well. There's no doubt. But, like, you'd like to retain as much as you can to make sure that you don't have to kind of rebuild when your job is on the line.
Yeah, and it's not just retaining guys. A couple of those guys you mentioned are good players.
Yeah, they are. No, you're right. This is not guys who just weren't good enough to play at OU, so they're leaving. That's the Texas transfer portal entrants, just guys who weren't good enough to play at Texas.
Right.
Wish them the best of luck, but that's the situation. I'm sure Oklahoma would have loved to have had these guys back next year, but they are leaving because they don't feel great about where Oklahoma is headed, and who can blame them right now? Barry and Brown, a name to look out for too. Kentucky transfer portal guy, very fast, good return guy as well. He we talked about him before the Texas-Kentucky game. I think he's got the all-time SEC record for kickoff return touchdowns in his
He's
career.
out of there too, huh?
He's out of Kentucky. He's in the portal. So, go around the country. There are a lot of receivers already there. And once again, you still have 12 teams in the college football playoff that are going to have some attrition after the playoff is done. So there's more guys coming to that list.
For sure. Find me some defensive linemen. Find me some guys that were pissed at Alabama because they weren't coached well or things were going bad and they just went south. Bring a couple of those guys here.
Yeah.
You've done it before. You've taken every tight end that they've had on the books. Grab a defensive lineman from somewhere.
Sure. And look, Texas, I mean, they got depth guys with Bill Norton and Jermaine Lole. I know those guys don't start, but they've been great for Texas. So even if it's just that, if you're just adding a few depth pieces, I mean, you might need more than that because you don't have an Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton waiting in the wing. But that's priority number one. No question about it. You've got to figure out what you're going to do. You've got most of your edges coming back. Like I think everybody outside of Barron Sorrell in that edge room is going to return. So you don't need anything there. Would you take some? Sure. But D tackle, that's where you lose just about everybody that you have. That's
they've been so strong inside the last couple of years. That you got to get that fixed. And then the transfer portal and the NIL stuff, you can get that fixed.
Yeah, you can. At a place like Texas, you absolutely can. So something to watch for sure. All right, Buck. Our listeners have come through for you.
Okay.
You complained about something yesterday. You were telling the people that you had a great game during your college days at Boston College.
Oh, no. Don't tell me they did not start making the phone calls to BC.
You were saying that you had 3 touchdowns in a game at BC and
versus Air Force, yes.
And nobody had even acknowledged it, right? There was no sort of documentation that said you had that type of performance.
Yes.
Well, the lie detector determined that was a lie. Shout out to our guy, Longhorn in Lubbock, regular listener. He texted us in on the Coda text line. He went to the Boston College libraries online.
I spent a lot of time there.
I don't think you did. There was no online when you were in school. What are you talking about? Did you go to the library when you were in school? I don't believe that either.
I did go there. It was a beautiful library, an old place, old building.
Trying to
Smelly
pick up
old
chicks,
dirty books.
Trying to pick up chicks or something?
There were no computers in there, just books.
So here we go. Page 16 of 18 in the Heights newspaper from October 31st, 1977. You got the headline here. I'll try to zoom in so we can see it.
I see it there.
Okay. Eagle aerial attack on target. The force follows 36-14. And there's a sub-caption that says, Godbolt snares 3 first-half touchdowns.
Very nice.
How about that, Buck? Zoom in on that a little bit.
Yes, I knew that was in that kind of thing, but I don't think it's in the record book stuff.
Oh, this isn't enough?
Oh, that's enough now.
Uh-huh. This is pretty cool. Our listeners are something else, man. They're going back to the 1970s to find newspaper clippings of your college highlights.
Very nice, yes. 3 TDs.
Here's one sentence here. Giving the Eagles a comfortable 30-0 buffer. The fly pattern down the left side burned strong safety Deacon Winters for the second time in 3 minutes. Earlier, Smith had connected with the fleet Bucky Godbolt for a 39-yard strike past the replacement for an injured safety, Bob Chandler.
Picking on a guy who's about the third stringer. Sorry about that, Florida fan. It's like we picked on your quarterback. Sorry.
Yeah, you guys only won this game because Air Force had somebody hurt. You guys weren't shit.
Yeah, that dude right there catching the ball right there, that was my roommate.
Here's a quote from Smith. Is that the quarterback, Smith?
That's the quarterback, yes. That's the drunken quarterback.
Here's the quote from drunken quarterback Ken Smith. He said, when a guy's new, you like to test him out. Bucky, Paul McCarty, and I got together and decided to try long. I don't know. Sometimes it works well. I guess I have a pretty good luck against the academies. End quote. Oh, so this guy's a communist too. I see where you got it. He's he's shitting on the academies. I guess I'm good against them. Those good for nothing military folk.
They can't cover us. Too busy dropping bombs. No, those games were always kind of fun. As I said, the only ones that weren't that much fun is except for going to West Point, playing against those guys, watching guys get carted off the field from our team because they got shot blocked was never that much fun.
How about that? Yeah, you had you guys returned the opening kickoff 82 yards. Oh no, this is just shitty grammar here, boy. Not great writing going on from John Fauhy at the Boston College Heights. Yeah, it's probably some college kid writing this, so I can't be too critical. There you go, Buck. Congratulations. It's been documented somewhere. I don't know if it's in the record books, but it is in the online archives of the Boston College newspaper.
Yes, I'll have to have that. I'm going to go up to Boston and grab that right out of the books.
Jake asked, did you see in black and white back then?
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
It was a while ago.
Yeah, that's awesome. So our listeners coming
Thank you.
through.
I appreciate that.
Shout out to Longhorn and Lubbock on the Coda text line who sent us that link. Very kind and hilarious that was found.
Yeah, because I can always get the YouTube video of me playing against Texas.
Yeah.
You know, they always that one always pops up here or there. My grandkids like that.
Sure. That's awesome. That's that kind of your worlds colliding, right? Your playing career and then your post-playing career. The fact that you got to play against Texas, I think, is pretty cool. And the fact that, there's actual legitimate footage of you playing against Texas is also pretty cool.
Yeah, with those guys taking my knee out.
Yeah, no kidding. Couple more sponsor shout-outs before we get to just a pathetic story out of Ohio State. It's college football related.
No, not out of Columbus.
We've got more politicians getting involved in football. Remember, at the start of the show, we played a Georgia representative talking trash, saying that Texas needs to be forced back to the Big 12 because they got dominated in overtime by Georgia in the SEC championship game. Now we've got a lawmaker in Ohio doing something that you won't believe.
Come on, man.
Before that, Buck, I'll let you go first. Woods Comfort Systems.
Love Woods Comfort Systems, folks. The folks over at Woods Comfort Systems, as I said, they were here last week for our second checkup and making sure that everything is all ready for the winter months. But folks, if you're still haven't called anybody and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to escape the winter, you're not going to escape. It's going to come upon you, and you don't want it to get upon you, and you're not prepared, and your heater's not prepared to work properly. They come out twice a year. I have a contract with them. They'll come twice a year. Every 6 months they'll be out, and folks, they do a fantastic job. Whether it's your plumbing, whether it's your heating, whether it's your air conditioning system, call on Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing this for almost 70 years in Central Texas. Love the folks here.
Yes, sir. Woods Comfort Systems, 512-842-5066 is their phone number. You can find them online at woodscomfortsystems.com. And shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. If you want to upgrade your house, a new kitchen, a new bathroom, maybe adding a second story to your place, whatever it is, you got to trust our friends at McCall Custom Homes. And not only are they our friends, they're experts. It's a family-owned business that has been building and renovating homes in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, great people, big Texas fans, big TSU supporters, and they could turn your house into something truly, truly special. If you're tired of traveling during the holidays and you want people to travel to you, well, upgrade your place. You can do it with McCall Custom Homes. Just reach out to our buddy Mike. You can call him. You can text him. It doesn't matter. He's going to get back to you. 512-633-9580. Or if email is your thing, Mike at McCallCustomHomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And shout out to Covert Bee Cave as well. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, don't. Oh my God, I'm so bad at this. When I like am making decisions, I do too much research. I over-research and it just confuses me. I'm not going to do that when I'm getting a new car. I'm just going to go to Covert Bee Cave and be like, you guys have 7 brands. You guys have 3 dealerships. You guys have great people and everything I want. I'm buying my car here. That's what you should do. Don't drive around the city or spend weeks researching crap. Covert BK, that's the only place you need to go. They've got great people, great selection. And Buck, what do they say about the prices?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
No, covertbcave.com for more info.
42 acres.
42. Texas is only 40 acres.
That's right.
They got 42 acres out there at Covert Bee Cave, and it's beautiful out there as well. All right, Buck, we've got another state representative getting involved in college football. We've got a new bill that has been presented by an Ohio lawmaker from Josh Williams, who introduced the OHIO Sportsmanship Act. This was introduced yesterday. This act, I kid you not, Buck, would make it a felony offense to plant a flag in the center of Ohio Stadium, home of the Ohio State Buckeyes. Felony offense. Here's a little more detail. The bill would, quote, prohibit planting a flagpole and flag in the center of the Ohio Stadium football field on the day of a college football game. And we're naming this act the OHIO Sportsmanship Act, end quote. Notably, this bill references Ohio Stadium, but doesn't mention any other college football venues in the state of Ohio. So this is not like, oh, we'll protect Cincinnati. We'll protect Ohio U. This is some butthurt Ohio State fan saying that you can't plant your little flag in our field. That's a felony. You got to go to jail if you do that.
No.
How sad is this shit, dude?
It's sad. It's sad. So it's got to that point. Just, you can't bring a flag onto the field unless it's the American flag, pregame and they're doing the national anthem. No other flags to be planted on anybody's field, not at Ohio State, not anywhere. Keep your flags at your house, up on the house the day of the game. Put them in your freaking yard, put them on your car, but don't take them to the football field. That's just a waste of time. That's just asking for a problem. Why can't you just ban that kind of shit at your stadium?
What are you saying? Well, this guy's trying to make it a felony. He's doing exactly what you're saying.
That's just dumb. Just make it that's a part of what you can't do at a stadium.
So the cheerleaders can't have flags?
No, they can't run around with flags. What the hell? They got enough.
They run around in the end zone. Every team's cheerleaders run around with flags throughout the game. Whenever someone scores a touchdown, their cheerleaders run on the field with flags. No one has any problem with it.
Just bring out your pom-poms. That's plenty.
It's hilarious. Like, do these people know that the flag does not actually plant in the field? It goes away. It's not like Michigan planted the flag in the center of that O, and it's there for the next 365 days, and you got to look at this shit No, you plant the flag and it falls to the ground, and that's it. Why do people care so much about this?
Because it's stupid planting flags anyway. That's just dumb.
Celebrating after beating a rival is dumb. What do you want them to do? Whip their Johnson out and
sticking a flag in a fake field in the AstroTurf? That's dumb. Why? I mean, okay, you've won the game. If you want to wave your flag, stand on the sideline and wave your flag. To run out there and stick it in the ground, it doesn't, like you said, it doesn't stick.
Why is it okay to run around and wave the flag but not pretend to put it in the ground? Why is there a line in between those things?
Because it causes problems with people. That's
my question. Why? I don't know why it causes problems with people. If you want to defend your home turf so bad, win the game. They give you 60 minutes. They give you 60 minutes to win the game, No one has ever planted a flag on a road field after a loss. I've never seen that happen.
Well, you don't get to run around and stick the flag in whether you win or lose. I mean, there is a little bit of class to the game. I know people have forgot about that part of the sportsmanship stuff that we've gone through now. Try to have some good sportsmanship within it, and you don't need to be planting your flag at stadiums. You know what I mean? If you want to wave your flag and they let you do it in the stands on the sideline, that's okay. But to have bills about it, just don't allow it in the stadium. Sorry, you can't bring this flag. Is it an American flag that we're going to roll out before the game, sing the national anthem, roll it back up? If it's not,
do that.
You keep that shit at your house.
Don't plant an American flag in the O. It's too sacred.
I'm just saying, just keep. If it's not the American flag, keep it at home. Keep your high school, your college flag. Don't be planting it in stadiums. I mean, you want to take your pom-poms of your school colors, that's fine. Throw them up in the air. But why create a problem when you can easily get rid of the problem.
I don't know what the problem is. I don't know why people have a problem with it. That's my point. That's
Well,
my take.
if you were at Ohio State's game the other day, that became a problem.
Yeah, I don't know why. That's my point. I don't know why people care. Like, someone beats Texas in Austin. If Georgia wanted to plant a flag on the Longhorn, okay, they earned it. We had a chance to prevent that from happening. They beat us. Loser.
That won't happen because there will be a brawl. People will get hurt over that.
Well,
somebody will get killed. One of these times, somebody's going to get killed. The cops are macing people in the face. It gets to be so crazy.
Yeah,
it's just a hard time. Emotions run so high at that time to do that. I don't know. I don't think it needs to be a part of it.
Yeah, it'll go away because people are soft. You're going to get your wish. It's not going to be a felony.
It's going to go away because they're not going to allow all that stuff anymore.
Yeah, because people can't handle it, and then someone's going to do something else, and people are going to get mad, and then that's going to go away, and it's just don't celebrate your wins anymore. Just leave the field.
Yeah, it's like throwing plastic water bottles out. That's pretty stupid too, over a call.
I don't think those two things are the same. I agree with you. That's very stupid, but I don't think those are the same things at all. You win a game, you could celebrate a win. You don't throw bottles at players or refs for a bad
once again,
call.
There's enough danger as it is. If flag playing creates a problem and it becomes hostile at the end of the games, then just get rid of it.
Yeah, let's bring on Cole Thompson here today. It'll be me and Cole today. Wags is sick. I don't know if Cole told you, or I don't know if Wags told you, Cole, but it'll be you and I for the next hour. First of all,
he did. He
okay.
did. He
Good.
did.
Did he cry? Was he crying? Did he cry to you?
No, he didn't cry. Children do when Bill Belichick robs them in their sleep, though, because if I got to find any single way to keep him out of North Carolina, literally, I got to keep him. I will be the bad guy here. Meanwhile, I heard you two having a little bit of a conversation, pretty big one about planting flags at Ohio State. I got a better idea. BK and Bucky, I got a better idea.
Okay.
How about you just go to the shoe, you win the football game, and then you pay a $1 million fine for beating Ohio State. How about that? Because basically what you're saying is Ohio State can't lose at home. So you give them $1 million for being the biggest disappointment in all of college football. When you spend over $20 million on your roster, when a bunch of players come on back to claim that they are the best team in the sport, when you go out and you add in players that you don't really need, you just want them, like a Caleb Downs or like a Quinshawn Judkins or like a Will Howard, who, by the way, had a worse performance against Michigan than the guy that you watched leave last year, who also got an upset and knocked out Miami in the process. How about you just pay $1 million because of we failed to do our job, but you beat us, so we can't lose at home because we're the Ohio State. Remember when they tried to trademark the word "the"? Like, this is the dumbest, most arrogant, most pessimistic, most pathetic excuse of a fan base I have ever seen. And this is coming from a guy that lives in SEC country. This is coming from a guy that has to listen to Aggies talk about beating an Alabama team in 2012, 29-24, yet they couldn't win a national title. This is coming from a guy that grew up that went to college at the University of Alabama and listens to Auburn fans celebrating that they have a top 10 recruiting class and a smorgasbord of money in NIL collectives, and they're going to be turning the corner in 2025. Like, this is nowhere near the same level of arrogance, pettiness, pathetic excuse, and moronic moves than anybody in college football. So congratulations, Ohio State fans. We as a college football collective have come together to root against you. And you know what? I'm willing to pay $1 million just to watch you cry every single year at this point.
Yeah, you're going to get beat by Michigan and then again next year, but it's going to be at their place, so you don't have to worry about it. It's just I don't want to see anybody. I don't want to see what I saw at the Michigan State Ohio State game over a silly flag. Now you can say, well, it's not a big deal, but if somebody gets hurt, coaches are throwing fists, kids are throwing on coaches. I just said, just leave the flag, just leave that. They're just going to ban it at the stadiums. That make it easy, but it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to have legislative people get involved and send you to prison. That's stupid.
Yeah, the funniest part of all of this, guys, is this Ohio lawmaker. It goes to Cole's point about Ohio State just being an incredibly pathetic fan base.
Yeah.
This lawmaker is not like, this needs to be a felony everywhere.
Oh no, it's just
This
there.
is just here. Only at this school. Not even our whole state. I might be a state representative, but sorry, Cincinnati. Like someone could plant Iowa State could beat you and plant their flag at our field. But at we're so sacred. This place is so important. We can't have a flag in here and here alone. So this guy is not even trying to do what you're talking about, Buck. Like ban it all. He's just like, we got to protect the horseshoe.
This lawmaker decided to come after Ohio State. Meanwhile, the great state of Ohio has a MAC champion in the Bobcats that just won at Ford Field, and yet, nope, you can go ahead and plant your flag wherever you want at Bobcat Stadium. You can do it there. We just lost our head coach because we didn't want to pay him enough money. We just lost a ton of players in the transfer portal because we didn't want to pay him enough money. You can plant your flag there, but don't you dare go to the shoe. Don't you dare go to our place that we love from the bottom of our hearts and rip us out even more. Don't you dare do that. We are better fan base. Shut up. Shut up.
Dot the I. Just go dot your I or whatever you have to do.
My God, shut up. Like, you only are crybaby, whiner, pessimistic losers. And people want to talk about Georgia and Alabama having loser mentalities when they don't get a significant win. This is the ultimate loser move.
It is.
Oh, yeah. They want to get the lawmakers involved in this deal, which is nuts. Well, that's all right, Cole. We got the guy from Georgia talking that represents about getting Texas out of the conference already.
Well, woohoo. I mean, maybe play a rivalry game at your own place, like Bobby Dodd Stadium in Sanford, instead of going to Mercedes-Benz every year. Boo.
Yeah, they don't want to do that. They don't want Texas in there.
Because we can't get the marketing to go to Bobby Dodd. Like, shut up. Like, my God, you would never see the Lone Star Showdown be played at NRG Stadium. And if it was, congratulations. Watch how fast that fan base turns on their lawmakers and make sure it goes back to Austin and College Station. But Mercedes-Benz is such a cool stadium. Shut up. Like, there's a reason that we have rivalry games at home. Can we stop with these non-conference, or more importantly, these neutral site locations, because it's not neutral to begin with. Like, you're going to see droves. For starters, there's like 90% Georgia fans inside of every stadium versus 10% Yellow Jacket fans.
Right.
Because it's the significance of the fan base. So, like, can we just stop with this shenanigan? Oh, we're making it more fair for our team. No, you're not.
No, you're not at all.
You're opening up more ticket revenue so that way Georgia can continue to claim that they're the best team in college football. That's what you're doing. Just admit it.
All right, Buck.
Boys, I am headed out. I got some house cleaning to do.
Do you?
Good luck to you.
Have fun with that one.
Enjoy your last day, Buck.
Yeah, I'm going to. Hey, there's still some ice cream in the refrigerator to get finished.
Woo!
All right, yeah. Bucky's wife has been on vacation, Cole, so he's been enjoying himself a little bit.
Is she on vacation from him?
Yeah, definitely.
There we go.
Where did she go? It doesn't matter. Just away from him.
Just away from you. That's all I care about.
So he's been, doing guy stuff, right? Yeah. Leaving the seat up, peeing on the seat, eating a bunch of junk food, just posting up, putting feet on the couch, things that we do, and we're allowed to do it. And now he's got to spend the rest of today cleaning up the house to make sure it's in tip-top shape when wifey gets home.
You gotta hate that. Hate that for you, Buck. I'm very sorry. I mean, that's the price that we pay when we eventually have to realize our significant other walks through that door. Trust me.
You know it. You're a married guy.
Yeah.
I said it earlier. I'm not one, but I've heard from enough married guys that it feels like the worst part of a married guy's vacation is when the wife comes home.
It's actually like, knowing that she is on the way home and you haven't done anything yet. That's the worst feeling. It's like, I'm on my way. Great. Now I got to go into psycho mode clean. Like I have to go basically anal retentive nonstop.
What a mess. All right, brother. Well, thanks for supposed to be you and Wags today. Wags is sick, full disclosure. He texted us this morning saying he's under the weather.
Yep.
Rodney will be back tomorrow. Double R has been away this week, and he's been on and off, but I think he's back on a pretty permanent basis once again starting tomorrow. So you'll get your normal dose of chaos theory tomorrow and Friday from 10 to 11. But we've got the great Cole Thompson from SEC Unfiltered co-hosting with me today. Cole, I've been talking for the last 2 hours and 15 minutes with Buck. So is there anything SEC related, college football related?
Yes.
What's top of mind? What's top of mind for you? You got the floor.
I had a rundown today. Like I was texting Wags last night for a rundown. So I will take over this show. Let's talk about the Heisman Trophy presentation. 4 guys have gotten the bid to go to New York City. For starters, 1 guy was snubbed. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But Ashton Jeanty from Boise State, Colorado's do-it-all playmaker Travis Hunter, the betting favorite. Cam Ward, the quarterback from Miami, and Dylan Gabriel from Oregon are going to be the representatives on Saturday night. The betting odds have Travis Hunter, the favorite, close behind Ashton Jeanty. That really feels like the race. I do want to talk about one thing, though, and that is in a year where quarterbacks were underwhelming most of the time, in a year where quarterbacks really didn't do their job, and we get a Toby Gerhart clone, we get a Peyton Hillis truck, we get a guy that looks like us, BK, and runs like no business and leads his team to a college football playoff berth out in the Big 12. Why is Cam Skattebo not in New York City? It bothers the crap out of me that Dylan Gabriel, who is a surgical technician playing for the #1 team in the country, but vastly underwhelming stats compared to what he had when he was at UCF and when he was at Oklahoma, that guy is there, and Cam Skattebo sitting at home. Not for the Doak Walker, not for the Heisman Trophy, not for the Maxwell Award. He was the backbone. He was the energy. He was the face of the Big 12 outside of Travis Hunter, and he is the ultimate Sun Devil. Yet he has to sit at home and watch as 4 other guys are in a location that he should be on Saturday night. It bothers me. It bothers crap out of me.
You know what, Cole? When you started there, I was thinking, does it really matter? We're talking about the difference between 4th and 5th place for the Heisman Trophy. Should I really be too upset about Cam Skattebo not getting invited to New York? And then it reminded me of Michael Taft not being selected to any of the All-SEC teams. And I'm wondering, why the white hate? What's going on here?
I'm not going that far. But
What's going on here?
What's going on here?
Do we have a college football issue here? Cam Skattebo can't get invited. He can't be a finalist for the Doak Walker. Michael Taft's the highest graded defensive back in the SEC, and he can't make any of the 3 All-SEC teams. Like, I just think I'm not crying racism here. I think there's a stigma, and white guys have this too. We're so used to white running backs just not being very good and white defensive backs just not being very good that, like, unless you watch these guys closely and actually see, you're just like, he's white. He can't be that good. Like, anybody who's watched Michael Taft play this year knows he is probably a first-team All-SEC player, definitely a second or third-team All-SEC player. Those who have watched Cam Skattebo play football this year, they know he's a top 3 or 4 running back in the country, if not a top 2 behind Ashton Jeanty.
Yeah.
And yet he's not getting the love here. So it's like we've almost been programmed to assume that white running backs and white defensive backs are just they're always getting burned. They're always bad. That, like, we finally get a year where we've got an elite running back and elite defensive back, and yet they can't get themselves any postseason love.
BK, they're unicorns. They don't come around ever. Like, it is a very rare sighting to see a white running back boot, scoot, and boogie the way that Cam Skattebo runs and goes into the end zone. And it's like, this is a guy that's going to finish with over 2,000 total yards, 22 total touchdowns, averaging 6.3 yards per run, 13.7 yards per catch in the biggest game of Arizona State's tenure, because they've never, ever, ever been this close to a legit force in college football. Over 220 yards of offense, 3 touchdowns, 10.6 yards per run against a very pesky Iowa State defense, and yet no love, nothing. Oh. And by the way, I have a gripe with this because here's the deal. In 2018, there was a man by the name of Tua Tagovailoa that was leading the Alabama Crimson Tide deep into the college football playoff. That man was a folklore. He was a legend. He was part of my clan and my people. And because he didn't play in the second half of games because they were terrorizing and dominating every opponent that was in their path, well, the Heisman Trophy decided to stump him. And meanwhile, he was still the betting favorite before Texas and Oklahoma took the field in Arlington. And then there was a marvel, as in a sense, a guy that was supposed to be a baseball player, but now a football player, and Kyler Murray, that decided to have the career day. And somehow, some way, the betting odds moved in favor of Kyler Murray that afternoon. Well, BK, Cam Skattebo had over 200 yards of offense and 3 touchdowns against Iowa State in that same game. Yet he is now number 5 in the betting odds. So what are we doing here? Are we rewarding it? Because if he was a quarterback, that's number one. That guy is shooting up the boards, but he's a white running back. We have never seen a guy that moves like him, like since Peyton Hillis and Toby Gerhart day, and we punish him.
I know.
Shame on you, Heisman Trophy Committee. Shame on this is why, again, there's over 400 voters. There's probably at least 200 that actually watch college football. There's another 250 that don't. We need to upgrade, and we need to make sure that we test the Heisman voters every single year. We need to test the All-American voters every single year. We need to test the All-SEC voters every single year. So that way, things like this don't happen. You were talking about a guy in Michael Taft, BK, Gunnar Helm, the number one tight end in the SEC, is number two. Matthew Golden, the most underappreciated wide receiver in the conference this year, was nowhere to be found. What are we doing? Why even have voting if we're not going to get the right people involved? It's like, seriously, Malachi Starks for the Jim Thorpe Award. Meanwhile, you have an All-American and Travis Hunter left off the list. Meanwhile, you have Mickey Manwari from South Carolina left off the list. We need to have the right people voting. And if you, the college football playoff world, and you, the college football fandoms, won't be those people, I will create the committee. I will put the right people on to actually pay attention to the game, and we will get the personnel that deserves its recognition. I volunteer as tribute in the Great Wars of Katniss Everdeen to build a staff that will guarantee us always agreeing on the right people for the job.
You got my vote, Cole. And yeah, I mean, it's frustrating. And it's good to hear you say that, because this morning, Bucky and I were defending those Longhorns who we felt like got snubbed from the all-SEC teams. And the fact that you're an SEC Unfiltered guy and an Alabama grad, not a pro-Texas homer, the fact that you're saying those things, I think means it carries a little bit more weight. And I wonder, look, the coaches vote on this. There are a lot of coaches. Some of them have even publicly said that they're not happy with the schedule that Texas was, quote unquote, given in year one in the SEC. So I wonder if it's just like, we can't really stick it to Texas. There's only so much we can control, but here's our way of sort of sticking it to Texas a little bit. We're just not going to vote for any of their players on the all SEC teams because we don't think they played anybody good.
So it's Texas's fault that Mississippi State couldn't turn the corner. It's Texas' fault that Arkansas couldn't be a better team than advertised. It's Texas' fault that Michigan, when that game was scheduled years ago, decided to have Connor Stallions destroy the program overnight and watch as Jim Harbaugh go off to the NFL. It's Texas' fault. No. It's Texas' fault, BK, that Auburn got a 4 overtime victory against Texas A&M the week before. It's Texas' fault. It's Texas' fault that Oklahoma didn't embrace what SEC football was in the Red River Shootout, which, by the way, it's always the Red River Shootout. If I hear anybody call it anything else, you are absolutely wrong. I don't care what sponsors say. I care about this as a native Texan. It's Texas' fault that Oklahoma didn't pay enough attention to its offensive line. It's Texas's fault that Kentucky decided to get a signature win against Ole Miss and then basically fall off into the strip clubs in Oxford. It's Texas's fault that every team that they faced off against didn't hold its end of the bargain and they only lost to one team twice. It's Texas's fault. Oh, wait, no. What it is that you don't like the fact that Steve Sarkisian came on in here and said, we're here. We're not back. We've arrived. We've made the jump to this conference, and we like it at the big boy table. We enjoy being considered a favorite. You don't like that. You had 13 years to get your crap together. You chose not to. I'm not blaming Texas on this one. Sorry.
Yeah, that's for whatever reason, Texas didn't get a ton of love on those all SEC teams, and maybe that's a part of it. And back to the Heisman thing, I will say this: like, we just passed the 19-year anniversary of the 2005 Heisman Trophy presentation. Of course, Reggie Bush won it and then lost it for like 15 years, but I guess we could say he won it, right? Because
no, he won it. He won it. I'm sorry that college football fans decided to get a little butthurt about Reggie Bush spending a bit of money. Like nobody else was doing it at that time.
He got it back too, I think, last year. So now it's official. But 19 years ago yesterday, Reggie Bush beat Vince Young for the Heisman Trophy. And obviously Texas fans were not happy about that. A lot of college football fans were not happy about that. Well, a few weeks later, they met for the national championship. We all know what happened. VY gets the last lap. Apples to oranges here, but I do wonder about Ashton Genty, and I do wonder a little bit about Cam Skattebo. Obviously, Texas, if they beat Clemson, will have to see Cam Skattebo. And then Boise State gets the winner of Penn State SMU. Like, I wonder if there's going to be a little extra motivation for those guys. Like, oh, we didn't get the love. You didn't think I was good enough to be in New York, or you didn't think I was good enough to win in New York. Do wonder if that's a little extra motivation for those two guys to ball out in their first college football playoff opportunity around New Year's.
Where do you stand on the Vince Young, Reggie Bush thing?
I mean, VY should have won, I think, but I'm not super upset about it because there's that alternate universe. Like, what if Vince Young wins? Does he have the motivation he had to play the way that he did and deliver the best individual national championship game performance in the history of the sport? Is that there? Yeah. Is that there if he wins? So I think any Texas fan, they would have said, hey, they want both. You want to have your cake, you want to eat it too. VY deserved the Heisman, and we would like to have that national championship. But also any Texas fan would tell you that, if you had to pick one, you'd pick the one that you got, and you'd say, hey, congrats, Reggie. You couldn't beat Texas.
I don't think anybody complains. Here's the reason I ask is because I personally love college football more than anything else in the world. I think, BK, you know this. I think the audience at this point over the last near year has figured out I live, eat, and breathe this sport. Reggie Bush is my favorite player I've ever watched play the game. Just simply ever watch play the game. Here's the reason why I can understand Texas's frustration. You take out Reggie Bush, who was on that team. They had Lendell White.
Yeah. Yep.
They still would have been one of the most intimidating forces in college football with Lendell White as their leading rusher. Their numbers would have decreased. You would have had to see more of a passing attack when it comes to Matt Leinart, but you would have still been as impactful as a team. Take out Vince Young. What is this roster? I mean, they're probably a 10-win team because of Texas underneath Mac Brown at that time was still recruiting at an all-time high. They were retaining as many players. You were seeing the growth and development. The strength and conditioning staff back in 2004, 2005 needs to be studied for Texas just because of the consistency that you saw on the offensive and defensive line. But they would have been a 10-win team. They would not have been a national championship team. I think that USC would have been a national championship team without Reggie Bush. They still would have been able to say, we're probably going to play against Texas, or I think it was Florida State that year, or was it LSU that year that was like coming in third place? Regardless, they would have been able to make that a matchup that people would have been gravitated to and believe that this is a game of all games. The award is meant for the best player in college football. The best player in college football was the one that walked it on in with less than a minute on the clock to guarantee Texas a national title.
Yeah.
That's the problem that I have with it. That's the problem that I've always had with it, is that the award is supposed to go to the best player in college football, not the most valuable player in college football. Because the most valuable player, I think, would have absolutely been Reggie Bush for what he did and how he was able to win games single-handedly. But the best player in college football that year was Vince Young. And if that's what the criteria is, then Vince Young, I understand the reasoning.
Yeah, I think he was best and most valuable, but who knows? That's 19 years ago. Obviously, this year's Heisman gets presented on Saturday. It seems like Travis Hunter's going to win. The Vegas odds are indicating that. And where do you stand on that, Cole? I mean, you've been a huge Aston Genty fan all year long.
Yeah.
And look, him not winning the Heisman shouldn't take away from the tremendous season that he's had. I mean, he's doing things that running backs haven't done in this sport in a long, long time. And you compare his numbers to the last, 3 running backs, including Reggie Bush, who have won the Heisman, and Ashton Genty, albeit against weaker competition, has better numbers than a lot of the running backs who have won this award in the past. If you had a vote on this thing, who would have gotten it?
So I don't have a vote, which is a good thing because if I can actually break this down. Ashton Genty averaged 192.6 yards per game. He averaged 2.2 touchdowns per game. He averaged 29 first downs per game. Every single one of those numbers is better than the last 3 running backs who have won the Heisman Trophy.
There you go.
Every single one. It's a year to where you have no wrong answer, which makes it a wrong answer. Very similar to last year. Because if you told me that Michael Penix Jr. won the Heisman Trophy over Jaden Daniels, I would get it. I completely would. If you told me Bo Nix won the Heisman Trophy over both of them, I would understand it. Bo Nix was phenomenal last year. In fact, part of the reason why a lot of people believed that Oregon got snubbed was because of Bo Nix just balled out and he lost to 2 teams by a grand total of 6 points. I mean, there was a legit argument for a team like Oregon. But Jaden Daniels was the best player in college football because he made history. He became one of a handful of names that threw for 3,500 yards and rushed for 1,000 yards in a single season with no defense and still got his team to 10-3. Travis Hunter this year became the first player in football history to win conference offensive and defensive player of the week in the same week, where he had 4 pass breakups, an interception, and over 150 receiving yards in a game. He averaged 139 stats per contest. And people want to talk about what Charles Woodson did and how Woodson was a multi-play. No, Woodson had plays that were designed for him to line up on offense and on special teams, which made him a human highlight reel. Yeah. This is a dude that literally is playing 50% of snaps on offense, 50% of snaps on defense, and really it's actually more so 80% on both sides. He is a complete blend of a player. And he's doing it at an elite level against still what I would say is better competition than the Mountain West. And that's not a shot at Ashton Genty, because if you put him in the SEC, I still think that he's rushing for 2,000 yards, maybe at 1,900, but that has to play a factor into it. The team is probably 9-3 only because of Travis Hunter is playing on that defense, and only because of Travis Hunter is upgrading the passing attack. They're a 7-5 roster. They're a 7-5 team overall. But I can't buy into it. I can't buy into the Travis Hunter when the award is supposed to go to the best player in college football. You're never going to see that again. Now, don't get me wrong. You're never going to see Genty and what he does again because of the way the game is transitioned, but you might be able to see similar numbers. You will never see a player finish a career with over 1,100 receiving yards, 92 catches, 15 total touchdowns, 4 picks, 11 pass breakups, and an 81 or 83.2 coverage grade by Pro Football Focus in the same year.
Yeah.
It as an Ashton Genty supporter, I would love for him to get the award. Unfortunately, he's going up against a human highlight reel in a year where you can't give it to anybody else.
I think that's well said, dude. Like, I think 7 or 8 out of 10 years, Ashton Genty's season garners him a Heisman Trophy, but he's just going up against football's Shohei Ohtani. And basically, I hope and pray that Travis Hunter doesn't get drafted by a rival team. Like, he's one of those guys that I really want to root for at the next level. Of course, if he's on the Cowboys, then that's easy. But like, he could be on some random ass team. I'm going to root for that guy because I root for Shohei Ohtani because I've never seen anything like it, and I don't know if I'll ever see anything like it again. Like, I will be rooting for Travis Hunter at the next level. I was rooting for him this year because the fact that, like you said, he can be that good on both sides of the ball and also not tire out. Like, Bucky and I were having this debate on Monday because we're talking about the Heisman Trophy and who we'd vote for. And we sort of talked about what Travis Hunter's going to do at the next level. And Bucky's like, there's just no way he can play both ways. There's no way he can play both ways. And like, I think he can. He's not going to play 80 to 90% of the snap. Yeah, I think he is, because he's only going to be a top 5 or 10 draft pick because a team thinks he's going to be able to play on both sides of the football. Okay. Not consistently, not every snap, but there's no way a team spending a top 10 draft pick on Travis Hunter and saying you're only playing offense, we're not going to use you on defense, or vice versa. There's no way.
I would say, well, for starters, let's just get this out of the way because Wags and I were going to talk about this. What should he play at the next level? He should be a defensive back. He 100%. And I'll explain why in a minute. Now, don't get me wrong. Are there going to be design plays for him on offense, maybe 10 or 12 a game? Yeah, I could get behind that. I think that you have to utilize him in that level because of his ability to win as a route runner, and his contested catch rate is second to none. But he is not going to be playing more than 12 snaps on offense. Now, here's the reason why I say he's got to be a defensive back. You put him against some of the premier wide receivers in the NFL right now. I would say that his ceiling is probably a top 18 to 20 receiver. That's the good numbers. You're going to get paid. You'll get $72 million. You'll get $83 million. You'll be able to get a brand new contract every few years. You'll get the 50-year option add in. You'll be a 1,000-yard playmaker. Like, you'll be Terry McLaurin level. You'll be around that consistency. If you're a cornerback, you're going to be a top 3 cornerback, and that's going to be over $120 million. That's going to be guaranteed money with over $90 million. You're going to be right alongside Sauce Gardner, Derek Stingley. You're going to be compared to guys like Stephon Gilmore. You're going to be compared to guys like Champ Bailey. You're going to be one of the most fluid coverage corners in all of the NFL. And teams are going to have to realize we can't beat this guy. He basically is an eliminator. He is the Terminator on defense. So if I can get a guy that's going to make me $120 million, I mean, if I can get a position that's going to make me $80 million richer, and I am viewed as elite at cornerback, and I'm viewed as great at wide receiver, I'm taking elite. It's an ego thing. It's 100% an ego thing. I want to be known as the best. I don't think he will ever be the best wide receiver in the NFL. I do believe he can be the best cornerback in the NFL.
And I think if it's an ego thing, he's going to want to play both ways and like brag about being the first player who could play both ways at that level. Like
that's a great story. Watch him tear his ACL in week 4, and then he's done for the year.
Right. Yeah, look, it could happen. I mean, people thought he was going to get hurt the last 3 years doing this, and he didn't. Now, it's the NFL versus college football. That's the obvious thing to mention here. And I just, look, don't ruin my dream, Cole. Okay? I want Shohei Ohtani. I want football Shohei Ohtani. This is the closest thing.
Now time out. You want football Shohei Ohtani? Like how Ohtani may never pitch again past 60 innings in a season? So like 10 plays on offense. That's football Shohei Ohtani.
That's fine. Hey, if it's 10 plays on offense a game, that's fine. Like, I don't expect him to play as much as he's played at Colorado, but I don't want it to be like he gets drafted and he's only playing. Like, I want Roger Goodell, when he announces his name, to say Travis Hunter, cornerback, wide receiver out of University of Colorado. I don't want to hear like one position. I want it to be like he's being drafted as a two-way guy.
I don't want to hear that. You want to know what I want to hear? With the 5th selection in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter. He's him, Colorado. I want to hear that. The dude, that guy. Like, I want to hear that. Stud. That's what America deserves to hear. Welcome to the party, buddy. We appreciate you.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating, man. Like, he's blown me away with what he's done so far in college. And
I don't mean to burst your bubble, but we were talking to a couple players in the Texans locker room that played in the SEC. Now, one of them played at a major program in Georgia. Another one played at a smaller program. And I asked both of them, do you think Travis Hunter belongs in the Biletnikoff Award list? Sure. Does he belong in the Jim Thorpe Award list? No, not really. Well, why is that? Because if any smart coach in the SEC allowed him to play both ways, they would be fired on the spot because it'd be impossible. So you also got to realize that the competition that he was going up against in the Big 12 does factor into him being a two-way player.
If he had a Texas schedule, then it would have been a bunch of high school teams that he played against. He probably could have put up way better numbers if he only played against the sorry-ass schools that Texas played in.
Sure, but what if he played for Florida this past year? Right. Exactly. See, that's the point. Is that if you go to Florida and go down to the swamp, you're not going to be Percy Harvin. Like, you're not going to be a gadget player that does a bit of everything. It's just not happening.
I know. I'm not betting against him. Like it's my dream. It's more my dream than maybe I'm thinking with my heart more than my head with all of these takes. But
that's why you should have on the Buffalo bleeding goggles that say he is going to be a superstar in both ways. I mean, when reality hits you in the face really hard, it's going to be a crash and burn. But I mean, we don't know that. We got 8 months to figure out if he's going to be that dude at the next level. We got a year almost to figure out if he can do it.
You're right. So, all right, what else is on the rundown? We talked Heisman. By the way, some sponsor shout-outs here for a second before we shift gears. Want to give some love to all of our great sponsors, including our friends at realtruck.com. Love the folks at Real Truck. If you are looking for accessories for your truck, your Jeep, your Bronco, if you're looking to gift something to somebody this holiday season, head over to realtruck.com/specials. They've got some great holiday deals going on site right now. Tons of makes, tons of models. Tons of accessories, plus things like seat covers and steering wheel covers as well. They've got some college-themed gear, including Longhorn-themed gear at realtruck.com. So go check out everything that they have to offer over there. And also a shout-out to our buddy Tom McKay and the great team at Audiovisual Consultations. Y'all see the 2 TVs behind me, right? Hooked up by AV Consultations. They look great. There's no wires sticking out. They work perfectly. AV Consultations has hooked me up for years. Every place that I've moved to, and I've moved around a lot, AV Consultations has come through with the custom home TV setup that I want, and they can do the same for you. About to have a college football playoff. We're about to get to the NFL postseason. Got basketball and hockey in full swing. Of course, March Madness and Major League Baseball will all be here before you know it. Such a great time to be a sports fan. You need the TV setup at home. AV Consultations can hook you up with whatever you want. 512-255-8678. It's 512-255-8678. Or check them out online at avconsultations.com. All right, Cole, what else is on your radar today?
I can't believe I'm going to talk about this, but I feel like I have to because of the Juan Soto news decided to send me up a wall. Now, I grew up in a household that was divided right down the middle. So my entire mom's family is from New York. Half are Yankees, half are Mets. My family is not handling the news very well on one side, that Juan Soto is going to literally Queens. And he signed a deal for $5 million more. So this is an ego thing. It's 100% an ego thing. And the other half is losing their freaking minds. Because let me tell you something, BK. I know you know this as somebody that grew up as a Cowboys fan. You were not born into this life. You were not chosen for this life. You got thrown into the life. Nobody openly chooses to be a Mets fan. Like, I'm a closeted Mets fan because of my grandfather's side of the family. Like, I love the Mets. I really do. Nobody loves being a Mets fan. Nobody chooses that Mets life except Juan Soto. Juan Soto chose the Mets life, and Uncle Steve delivered. So now I got to fix the Yankees. And I'm going to fix the Yankees right now. That's what we're doing today. We're going to fix the Yankees.
We should invite Buck back for this one because Buck is a very noted Yankee fan. So
we're going to fix the Yankees today because they're going to hate spend. That's literally Hal Steinbrenner is just going to be like, I am going to date every single girl that comes and even talks to me just to make her jealous because she didn't pick me. That's him in free agency. Anybody interested? We're getting them. So let's start off. They just signed Max Fried to an 8-year, $218 million deal. Everyone wants to talk about this as it being like a really overrated deal because of Max Fried is 31. It's $27.2 million. That's the exact same price as Carlos Rodon. And he's a much better pitcher than Carlos Rodon at this point. He is a Cy Young caliber player. So that fixes your lineup already when it comes to your pitching staff. Now you can decide on what you want to do with the guy in Marcus Stroman. Does he want to become a bullpen guy? There's been rumors that potentially Luis Gil, the AL Rookie of the Year, could be on the trade block for a certain player. So now you have a 5-man rotation headlined by Carlos Rodon, Garrett Cole, who's going to be a Cy Young player, and Max Fried. Let's go to first base. You got to upgrade there. Go get Christian Walker. Go get the Arizona Diamondbacks. He is a better defensive player with pretty similar numbers to Pete Alonso, and he's going to cost you a fraction of the price. Pete's going to cost you around $200 million. Christian Walker's going to cost you for a 4-year deal about $120. So $120 million to fix your first base. You move Jazz Chisholm over to second. That was his natural position when he was coming up with the Miami Marlins. They decided to put him in the outfield. Then he played third last year. Now, why am I saying third base? Simple. You go offer money to where Alex Bregman can't turn you down. So Alex Bregman, one of the best defensive third basemen in the game. More importantly, a terrific leadoff hitter that still has good contact power and was coming off of an underwhelming year out in Houston. He's going to be a lesser tier price. It's still going to be around 185, 190 million, but 190 million for a guy that can lead off your lineup and also give you great defensive play next to Anthony Volpe. Now your infield is set. Go get Anthony Santander, the outfielder for the Baltimore Ravens. This is a guy for a 5-year, $225 million deal. He is going to work the short porch out and right. He is going to be your new right fielder. He is going to add that value into the lineup in the number 5 hole. So now your starting lineup is going to be Alex Bregman leading off. Then you're going to go to Aaron Judge. Then you're going to go to Christian Walker. Then you're going to go to, Jazz Chisholm at number 2, Aaron Judge at number 3, Christian Walker at number 4, Anthony Santander at number 5. That's a good lineup. Then when you look at the very bottom with guys like Anthony Volpe and Austin Wells, you feel really good. And if you really want to continue this swing, you go get Tanner Scott to be your bullpen guy and your replacement for Clay Holmes. That is going to cost you a little bit of money, but he's 25 years old. He's a young up-and-comer. I feel like that he is a definite difference maker for any bullpen, whether it be a setup or a closer, and swing really big if you really feel that you can get this guy. Go trade for Kyle Tucker. The Houston Astros. Do it. Put him in left field.
Man.
Put him in left field and offer him a $375 million contract for 13 years.
Yeah. You think
give up Jason Dominguez.
Yeah.
Give up Luis Gil. Give up 3 AA prospects. Offer him a contract that he can't refuse.
So okay,
all that money adds up to roughly the exact same amount of what you would have paid for Juan Soto.
So I'm going to math you here because I've been doing the math. I'm not including Kyle Tucker and I'm not including Tanner Scott. But the 4 guys, so Max Fried, who already has signed, the number you gave for him, the number you gave for Christian Walker, the number you gave for Santander, and the number you gave for
Alex Bregman.
Alex Bregman, thank you. That's the one I should have remembered the most. That's $753 million. Juan Soto signed for $760. So you can get all 4 of those players. None of them are individually as good as Juan Soto. That goes without saying. But you can get all 4 of those guys for less money than what the Mets just paid for Juan Soto. And then obviously, Yeah, obviously, if you add Kyle Tucker or the other stuff, then the money changes and it increases. But like you're right. The Yankees are going to hate spend, and they've got $760 million to play with now. Like they clearly had that money. Hell, they offered 765. So clearly that money is still available for them to spend. Now you couldn't get the biggest fish. Okay, well, you could still get some pretty damn close to championship level fish that are out there on the market. And I think it's obvious that's what the Yankees are going to do. And because it's the Yankees, I think they're going to be successful at it.
Here's the deal. You're not getting the 1,000-pound tuna. What you are getting is a couple of 100-pound swordfish. You are getting a 300-pound tuna. You're getting a yellowtail, and you're putting it in the bank, and you're still bringing in enough money. That's what you're doing. You're still making a decent profit at the end of the day as a fisherman. You didn't land the kit and caboodle, but you still got fish that is going to bring you in sustainability for the next several years and be able to pay off your bills. I think it's a good move. Your lineup is better. You add it in more depth. You're able to trade away some prospects. That way you're entering a win now mode. You put yourself in a great situation to still be ahead of Boston, still be ahead of Toronto, still be ahead of Baltimore in the division standings. And you're matching basically the New York Mets and the Los Angeles Dodgers to be in that conversation right alongside World Series champions every single year. I mean, that's what the Yankees have to do at this point. And I don't really care. And people are saying, well, why would the Yankees want any Astros players? Guys, bottom line, winning solves everything. Cheating, hating, rivalries, whatever you see fit, winning solves everything.
Sure.
Nobody cares about the pesky Astros cheating in 2017 when Alex Bregman is hitting 40 doubles and having 101 RBIs on the season. Or you have Kyle Tucker ripping balls in the right field where Judge always hits it into his courtroom, and it's for 40 dingers in the season. Nobody cares. Right. Nobody's going to mind that at all. In fact, they're going to actually appreciate that.
That's sports, right? You root for colors. You root for laundry, right?
There's people right now who are like, how dare we even consider Cody Bellinger for all he said? Okay, right. Cody Bellinger hits 40 doubles. He hits 25 home runs. He steals 30 bags and he becomes a Gold Glove outfielder. Sign me up. Literally nobody in Houston's going to care. They're a contender.
Hey, I feel like Toronto fans have grown to love George Springer. I feel like Yankee fans have grown to love Garrett Cole. I feel like Twins fans have grown to love Carlos Correa. Like, all of these fan bases would be happy to have these the players on the cheating Astros. And Astros fans, I think, would be happy to have all of these players who accuse them of cheating if they're going to help them win more championships. So it's fans. It's how it works. Like, it's fan is short for fanatic. We all know that. And people are going to freak out. But whatever helps your team win, I mean, that's how it's going to work. So, yeah, Yankees fans would be thrilled. If they could get Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker, are you kidding me? I mean, you can get one of those guys. That's a big coup. You get both of those guys. That's two of the best players in baseball. Two like 5-tool guys who can absolutely help your team win its first World Series in more than 15 years now. Like, the no-brainer moves. It's not your money that you're spending. It's no-brainer moves right there if you're Hal Steinbrenner.
I say it's not your money. Like, that's the thing with Yankees fans. We don't want that cheater on our team. Are you paying him? like, are you the one doing it?
Hey, don't go to the games. Your team's going to win 105 games next season, and you're going to make the playoffs and maybe get back to the World Series. But don't go. You don't have to go.
Hang on, BK. I only have a 20. Will you take 20, Alex? Because it's my money that I'm wasting here. I mean, like, that's the problem that I hate it with fans. Like, fans drive me nuts when they say we, but I'm no longer going to care because if I get it, you want to feel like you're part of the team. You're putting in the emphasis. You're watching the games. You're spending money at the ballpark. You're spending money at the stadium. If you want to say we, say we. But like when people are like, we paid that amount. No. Jim Crane paid that amount. You didn't pay a damn dime. You didn't pay shit. I don't want to hear it from you when you're talking about, oh, this is how much we offered. Where did you write the check? Please show me how much you donated to the fund for a guy like the Jose Abreu move. But everyone's like, how much did we pay for him? Well, you didn't pay anything. Like, let me ask you. Let me see the receipt on how much you put into that contract for you to complain. Yeah. Like ownership can complain. You can complain as a fan, but it's not your money being wasted.
Yeah, that's it. Scott Boras, by the way. So I'm looking at Chandler Rome's Twitter account. Chandler Rome covers the Astros for The Athletic. Does a great job. Good dude, even though people in Houston hate him. Scott Boras dropping a classic Scott Boras line. This quote is from 1 minute ago. We've had numerous meetings with teams and owners, and we all know what comes after AB. That is C, a champion, end quote. So there's Scott Boras trying to move the needle for teams to sign Alex Bregman. He also said, quote, Dana Brown and I continue to talk, and we're making every attempt. We know that Breggy plays really, really well there with a great group of teammates and remarkable history that few teams enjoy. We continue to talk about it, end quote. So you're down in Houston. You know Astros fans want Alex Bregman back. You know Astros fans are tired of losing all of their best players in free agency seemingly every season. What's your confidence level that it's not just want, but it's actually going to turn into a deal to where Breggy does return to Houston?
I put it at a 5 because here's the thing. Everything was based off of the Juan Soto deal with New York. Because of when it was the Juan Soto deal to New York, well, all the money is going towards him, and maybe they'll get one other player. And then they're going to have to go cheap. They're going to have to build up the farm system. They're going to have to trust the players that they have been developing for the last few years to step on up. Jason Dominguez is going to have a bigger role. One of their infielders, I'm blanking on his name, is going to have to play on third base. Like, it's little things like that. But now when you have a Yankees team that is going to hate spend simply because of they just got outbid by the Mets. Like, that's just a souring feeling if you know anybody in New York. We don't get outbid by that. We're the pinstripes. We have certain standards in the club. You can't have facial hair. The Mets got the best player in baseball with the purest swing. No, so that's a problem. There was rumors about Washington potentially wanting him because if they need that leader for the clubhouse with a young up-and-coming squad. There was speculation that maybe Boston would be interested and they would move Rafi Devers to DH only because they would trade away Masataki Yoshida. So, like, there are big markets that have extensive pay raise that are going to spend money. And the Astros can do their part. But here's the thing with the Astros, BK. They got to decide pretty quickly what they want to be moving forward. And it's one of two things. You go all in for 2025. You bring back Bregman. You keep Tucker. You maybe add in another frontline starter on a 1-year deal, prove it deal, like a Jack Flaherty or something like that, and just overpay. You win the World Series, or you go back to the World Series, and then you have to admit, okay, we're going to have to rebuild. We're going to have to start with the farm system. We got Altuve signed. We got Alvarez signed. We got Bregman signed. We got Christian Javier signed. That's our core. Yainer Diaz is our up-and-comer, the way that it was a few years ago when we had Jordan and Kyle Tucker coming on up. And then we have another dude that we think can be a difference maker defensively in Jeremy Pena. And that's our roster. And that's what we got. In the great words of Paul Gallant, Jeremy Pena. That dude is going to still be around. That's what we got.
Yeah.
And you got to be okay winning 85 games. You got to be okay winning 82 games. Or you can start the retooling now, where you have your foundation with Jordan Alvarez, with Christian Javier, with Jeremy Pena, with Yainer Diaz, and with Jordan Alvarez. So you're good there. You trade away Framber Valdez at the highest rate possible. You trade away Kyle Tucker at the highest rate possible. You let Alex Bregman walk. You trade away some other pieces like a Ryan Presley. You build up that farm system. You ask for top tier prospects for these guys because if you don't want to be a team that goes into 67 games, 67 wins, 71 wins. You want to be a team that can be competitive, wild card, maybe divisional standings, and that you retool. You don't hit reset, but you get in the right pieces. You're starting the process of being a decent team and not an elite team. I truly thought last year when they lost in the ALDS the AL wildcard round to the Tigers, that was the beginning of the end. The run's over. Like, the run is over. Whether it be this year or next year, it's done. Because every other team is starting to get these young players that you developed, and they're paying out the wazoo to keep them. Like, Milwaukee just lost Willie Adames for $220 million to San Francisco. Because San Francisco has the money and they want to spend. So that's where I'm at, is that you can either get great capital in return, or you just go all in. But you got to decide. So Bregman is going to be that deciding piece for me. If he signs elsewhere, I think that you're going to watch Framber get moved. I think you're going to watch Kyle Tucker get moved. I think you're going to ask for a complete overhaul. And you're going to be in a great spot to where you're finishing with 82 wins, 83, 84 wins, but you're going to be that way consistently, and you're just retooling with a new core of players.
That's a scary thought right there. I'm sure there are some Astros fans tuned in just shaking their head at the thought of that, right, of losing Bregman, Tucker, and Framber in the same offseason. That is That is crazy. That is crazy talk to me. But I tend to agree that Alex Bregman could be the first domino to fall, right? If you're able to bring him back, then it's okay, run it back. Because I still think the Astros are World Series contenders next year. I know the playoffs, they didn't win a game in the playoffs. It obviously didn't go the way that they wanted it to. But I think the Astros, with damn near an identical roster with a couple of minor tweaks, can win the AL West again. And you give yourself a chance if you make the dance. They can make it to the playoffs again.
Yeah, one more year for sure.
I don't even know. I think it could be longer than more than 1 year. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you might be right because obviously Fromber and Tucker are both free agents after next year. So you lose those guys for nothing. You can't re-sign either of them, and that's going to make life pretty tough for you. But my thought is, man, if you can win a title 1 year, then I think winning a title next year and being really bad for 4 or 5 years, which I don't even think the Astros would have to do, I think that's better than winning 80 to 85 games a year, like flirting with the wild card spot and just hoping you don't have to hit the reset button completely.
The problem is, BK, you're flirting around with if. That's the key word there. If we win the World Series.
That's all if.
Yeah. But again, if is a big deal because if you're able to get Kyle Tucker to have an MVP year, well, number one, you're going to pay himself out of playing in Houston. He's not going to take whatever contract they offer him. But also, think about it this way. If you look back and you could maybe trade George Springer in his final year and get decent overall prospects.
Yeah.
Would you take it?
Look,
Carlos
it's all.
Correa, would you take it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you don't win a World Series, like that's the thing. It's all an if, right? The Mets might not win a World Series while Juan Soto's there, and it's going to be regarded as a total colossal failure for not doing that. But now,
But at least they finally, they're under new management.
Like Mets fans aren't saying like, this, we shouldn't be doing stuff like this. They're making moves to try to win a World Series. And I won't ever fault a team for making moves to try to win a World Series. Of course, we live in the hindsight world. Like Ole Miss, I'm not going to fault Ole Miss for spending as much money as they spent to try to compete in the SEC this year. They just effed up. They didn't make the playoffs. So it's looked at as a failure. Nobody last off season is like, Ole Miss, you're an idiot for spending money to try to have a good team that can compete for a title. It all depends on if it works. So I won't criticize the Astros for trying to keep guys around to keep this run that they've been on going. But yeah, of course, if they don't win a title this year and you lose Kyle Tucker for nothing in free agency, then of course it's going to look as a bad decision for them. And they fail.
Yeah, but Ole Miss is a bad decision. Like Ohio State's a bad decision. Both of them have been underwhelming to me because of Ohio State. They made it abundantly clear, BK. And I'm not trying to go back to beating a dead horse when it comes to the Buckeyes, but they made it abundantly clear. We don't care about 2025. We don't care about the rest of our roster. We don't care about what we do in a new era of Big Ten football. We're in for 2024. Every single one of these players came back. Denzel Burke, Donovan Jackson, JT Tuimalau, Jack Sawyer. You went out and you brought in Caleb Downs. You kept Steel Chambers. You brought back Travion Henderson. You brought back Emeka Ibuka. You went out and you got the number one wide receiver recruit in the country in Jeremiah Smith. You saw progression from Carnell Tate. You went and got Julian Sang, the number one quarterback who re-entered the portal when Nick Saban retired. And that was on top of already having Aaron Nolan. You went out, you brought in Will Howard. You went out, you brought in Quinshon Judkins, knowing that you already had a stable running back. And it was to do two things. Number one, get over the hump and finally beat Michigan in a year where Michigan was going to be floundering. And number two, win a national title. And by golly be damned on what we do past that. And you didn't do one. And so now
they could win a nat. What do you mean? They could still.
They're
in the playoff.
They will BK, seniors on that staff that walked off that field at the shoe will never know the feeling of what it's like to beat Michigan. They'll never have that. They could go on to have Sunday careers for 15 years, be in Canton, be remembered as All-Americans, hoist up a national title. They could be Big Ten all-players. They can be superstars. They can get NIL collectors. They will never know the feeling of beating the Maize and Blue. BK, there is college football season. No, BK, there's a college football season.
I know, but you can't.
And then there's that game. There's that game. That's one season.
You can't say if they go out and win a national title, it's a failed season and all the money they spent wasn't worth it just because they lost to Michigan.
No, but what I will say is, do you remember how many people were pissed off that they went to the college football playoff and lost on a game-winning field goal? I mean, a game-missed field goal by Noah Ruggles against Georgia, and they would have been in the national championship. and it was more souring because they didn't beat Michigan.
Right.
More people but more people were pissed off that they didn't beat Michigan than beating Georgia.
Yeah.
So what if they play Georgia in the national championship and they lose that game? It's the same feeling.
Yep.
This was a year that you went all in. I'm sorry. Ole Miss is disappointed too, but still.
Don't you think Ohio State has the resources to kind of do this again next year and the year after that and the year after that and the year after that?
Yeah, they have the resources. Doesn't mean they're going to do it. I mean, every blind squirrel finds a freaking nut every once in a while. Doesn't mean that you're going to not starve in the process.
Yeah. I don't know how I pivoted it to that. That's on me. But we'll see. I don't know. Well, I don't fault teams for trying to win. That was the crux of this conversation. So sometimes it doesn't work and you have egg on your face. And there's no doubt Ohio State has egg on its face right now. And there's no doubt Ole Miss has egg on its face. And if the Astros don't trade Kyle Tucker or Framber Valdez and they don't win next year, they lose in the first round of Detroit again, then yeah, they'll look pretty terrible. But my thought as a fan, like I want my teams to make move to try to win World Series. That's it. I'm okay. I've said this about the Rangers, my favorite baseball team. The Rangers have bought in 5 years of good They can go 0-162 the next 4 years. I'm fine with it. I want to win championships. I don't want to be an 85 to 90 win team and not win a title. I want to go all in to win titles when I have the opportunity to. Sometimes it works, and that's great. Sometimes it doesn't work, and that sucks. I'm okay with my front office people going all in to try to win championships.
Sure, let's go. But you're missing a key point here, BK. You have Evan Carter, who was a part of the farm system that has multiple years of roster control.
Of course. It's one example. Like
yeah,
I'm just
you have White Langford, you have potentially Jack Leiter, you have Kumar Rocker, you have guys that are already signed to the long-term deal in Corey Seager and in Marcus Simeon, Josh Young. Like you have young players that are going to be basically free until 2028.
Yeah, so but the Rangers don't win unless they pay Corey Seager and Marcus Simeon the amount of money that they pay.
Did they not pay them?
They did. That's what I'm saying. Like I was okay with that. There are people who are like, the Rangers, they don't have enough to win. Why are you paying these guys and giving these guys these contracts? They're trying to win.
No, because they had the farm system finally taking that next step forward. So like that's the point. Okay, when the Astros decided to trade for Garrett Cole, you got to remember who was on their way up. You had Kyle Tucker. You still had George Springer. You still had Carlos Correa. You still had Alex Bregman. You still had Jose Altuve that was on a very cost-friendly deal. Your first baseman was Yuli, who was on a cost-friendly deal. The catcher position was really the only one that you were penny pinching, and they had a good system in Framber, Javier, Lance McCullers, who just signed his big deal. Like, they had the pieces, and Justin Verlander was still being paid by the Detroit Tigers. So it's like, why not swing at that point? Your farm system was really good on its way up with players like Jung, with players like eventually Langford that got drafted. Tavares was good defensively. Adolis Garcia was coming off a monster season, hitting dingers left and right. Why not spend the money? I understand that because it's like making sure that you upgrade those pieces. But like at the same time, for the Astros, when you have no farm system and your salary cap is significantly lower than a team like New York, a team like Boston, a team like even Washington, you're going to lose out. So why instead of just hitting the retooling button, which is my philosophy at this point, why would you want to suck for 5 years when you still have a guy in Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez and Christian Javier that are going to be well-known players for the next probably 6 or 7 seasons, and they're going to be on underwhelming teams. That's all I'm saying. I'd rather retool and finish with 85 wins, a shot for the division, and probably a dark horse to make it to the ALCS than be an underwhelming team with players that are eventually going to get frustrated and want to be traded.
Yeah, I think a lot of it hinges on Alex Bregman's decision, right? Whether or not the Astros are able to bring him back. Because I think that'll determine what the Astros do the rest of the way. But it is interesting to see a lot of baseball insiders saying that teams are calling about Kyle Tucker and teams are calling about Framber Valdez. And it makes sense. Those are two great players. You would want them on your team, and everyone knows those guys are free agents after next season. But it's a big decisions for Dana Brown and company to make because it's going to dictate whether or not the Astros are still competing year in and year out like they have been since 2017, or if they start to completely fall off the map. And I don't think they'll have 3 straight 100-loss seasons in a row like they did at the start of last decade, but be closer to that than obviously what this generation of Astros fans has become accustomed to.
I mean, why not? You got to make moves. And unfortunately for the Astros, they still believe that they are the pinnacles of baseball. And they're not. They're a solid team. They're a solid organization, and they have been one of the, as somebody that grew up watching this team, as somebody that grew up going to the ballpark at 17, using a fake ID to buy beer for $3 seats, like literally $3 seats, and would sneak all the way down to watch 121 losses in a season. I can appreciate the run from 2015 to 2024, but I'm also a realist. Things eventually have to come to an end. And I might as well keep the dream alive of watching consistently decent baseball with my kids down the stretch than have to see mediocre baseball and my kids be born to that world.
That's the worst part of your team getting good is how much stuff costs, right? Like I remember those days in Houston too. You could buy one Astros ticket and get like 4 for free. I mean, they were basically paying you to get into the ballpark. You know, growing up in Dallas, a lot of the Rangers is like that type of level too. And now teams gets good. People want to go to games. You got to pay a lot more. Everything's more expensive. You'll take it. Obviously, if you're a fan, you're willing to spend more, but that's how it goes. What do you have?
There is a preliminary deal in place for Kyle Tucker.
Whoa. Breaking news.
It's not official, but there are talks built around Isaac Paredes, the third baseman, Seiya Suzuki, the right fielder, for Kyle Tucker to the Chicago Cubs.
Wow. Where are you seeing this?
Ken Rosenthal.
Okay.
And Chandler Rome also retweeted it. So
okay. All right.
There is a preliminary talk.
Maybe we're wrong, assuming the Bregman domino would be the first one to fall. Maybe it's Kyle Tucker trade happens, and
I want Cody Bellinger in the deal too.
That is.
I'm sorry. If you're gonna trade Paredes, I love that deal because I think that he fits better for the ballpark in Houston than he does in Chicago. And there was a rumor that he was going to be going to Houston anyways last year with the Rays trade. So I love that fit. I love the fit of Seiya Suzuki. I want Cody Bellinger because if that's a guy that can play multiple positions, you have to upgrade first base. You have to be able to upgrade certain other spots. It's something that I think needs to get done if you are going to trade him to the Cubs. And again, that window stays open a little bit longer with those three because if one's not going to get a brand new deal in Paredes, Suzuki has 3 more years left on his contract. And the same thing goes for Bellinger with 2 years left on his deal. So the window stays open technically for 2 more years.
Man, the hot stove, it's been on for a while and it is staying on. Nothing official yet, but Ken Rosenthal and Chandler Rome 1 minute ago tweeting that preliminary Kyle Tucker trade talks between the Astros and Cubs have started. And on the fact that we have names being mentioned on the other side, that tells you that, no, these are legit discussions and not just one team is interested in this player. This is they might actually get something
It's going to happen. There's a shot. Okay. Before we get on out of here, because I know that we've been running over, we got to let the boys in. For starters, thank you again for filling in with me, buddy. I love filling in with you. Number 2, scale of 1 to 10, this trade happens.
You would have asked me 5 minutes ago, I would have said 2. Now I feel like I have to say 7. So
7. It's a 7. I'm glad that we both said
Ken
7.
Rosenthal. Yeah, it's Ken Rosenthal and Chandler Rome. It's not sliced bread. Was that the guy that Jimbo Fisher shat on a couple of years ago for saying he paid for his recruiting class? This ain't sliced bread on Reddit here. This is Ken Rosenthal and the bow tie.
This is one of the best in the business talking it up. And he's mentioning names. But the fact that you mentioned names, it's a 7. And it's pushing closer to a 7.58.
Golly. Yeah, that is something to watch for sure. This could be a wild couple of days for the future of the Houston Astros. And you got all sorts of moves being made across Major League Baseball right now.
Do this, go bring in Brandon Lau, go bring in Yandy Diaz from the Rays, go trade away Framber Valdez for somebody else that's going to be a frontline pitcher, stay in the 85 win column. I'm okay with that. Hey, the Rays system worked for Houston a little while back, and they were able to win championships that way, which is why you brought in James Click. Go back to being the Rays for a little bit. Spend money on the right players, bring in the right personnel, build a system around this team. I'm cool with it. I'm actually okay with this.
I see one half of It's Only an Hour in the waiting room. We'll bring on Jeff Howe right now. Jeff, any thoughts? I know you guys will be college football heavy over the next hour, but some thoughts on the Kyle Tucker trade rumors right now?
First off, Jordan will be here. He's running a couple minutes late. He's on the phone with an NIL source, so it's his hot stove season. Man, this sucks because as an Astros fan, I don't live in realistic in the real world when it comes to the hot stove season. I'm like, good, get rid of Alex Bregman, because Bregman and Altuve were the two guys during the sign stealing scandal as an Astros fan. And I'm like, if you're gonna be the villain, own it, wear it, like don't hide from it. And I felt like those two guys were. I lost a lot of respect for those two guys specifically during that whole incident. Whereas I'll always love Carlos Correa because he's like, you know what, you want me to be the heel? Yeah, great. I'll stand up. I'll take the bullets for everybody. Cool. I was down with the idea of saying bye to Alex Bregman and maybe rebuilding this thing around Kyle Tucker for the next few years. But now that it's going the other way around, it's just, I mean, I guess if you're going to get a nice little haul for Tucker, then cool. But I was really hoping he'd be the guy that this franchise built around for the next 5, 6, 7 years.
Well, now it's going to be around Jordan. Let me just present this idea to you, Jeff. Just humor me for a minute. Remember when this team was starting to find its foundation? Because I'm an Astros fan too, and I grew up and I love the Astros more than probably any. This is the one team that I'm actually like, when I say fandom. Give me Yandy Diaz at first base. Give me Jose Altuve at second base. Give me Jeremy Pena at third. Shortstop. Give me Isak Paredes at third. Give me Seiya Suzuki in right field. Give me Brandon Lau, the outfielder, in a trade with the Tampa Bay Rays in center. I moved Chas McCormick to left field. Yordan Alvarez at DH. Yainer Diaz behind the plate. I trade away Fromber for another pitcher. I signed Jack Flaherty to pair alongside with Christian Javier. That's an 85-win team, very similar to what we saw for years down when it was Tampa Bay, and they were getting to 85, 90 wins. They were being in the conversation for a wild card spot, and they were competitive. And they didn't have a team that was good enough to win the whole thing, but they had a team that was competitive enough to go toe-to-toe with teams like Boston, New York, Houston. You can throw in the Cleveland. They at least made moves.
BK back in the day. BK, you're younger than me, but back in the day when you have your teams, right? And if you're a team with a lot of superstars, you kind of have to pick one guy. I feel like, and gravitate to that guy. Growing up as a Cowboys fan, it was like, oh, are you an Aikman guy? No, I was an Emmitt Smith guy. Yeah. I had some friends that it's gross people. Some people were Aikman guys, whatever. So for the Astros, I've had my guy. Correa was my guy, and now I'm a Yordan Alvarez guy. So look, as long as Yordan Alvarez is still a part of this thing, I'll make do with whatever else happens. But if you're gonna trade Kyle Tucker, you better get now. BK, I've seen some of the tweets. What is the package that's being offered for Tucker? I know Seiya Suzuki is the big part of this.
Yeah, Suzuki and Paredes are the two names that we have. It'd be more than those two, but those are the biggest names that have been mentioned at this point.
And that probably, Cole, what you're talking about, that probably keeps you like, yeah, you're a wild card type team for the next 4 or 5 years.
And again, if you have Yandy Diaz that comes on in, that's your first baseman. You get an upgrade over John Singleton. You get Lowe out there. It gives you a center fielder that you compare with Jake Myers. I feel like that if you're going to get rid of Framber Valdez, you might as well continue to get with this rebuild, bring in a pitcher, spend a little bit more money on a veteran that you believe can be a difference maker opposite of Christian Javier and Luis Garcia when he comes back in. And I'm okay, because when people say that you want to have a team that goes from being elite to having to rebuild for the next 5 seasons, I would much rather be consistently good, preparing yourself to be in that conversation of wild card, maybe a dark horse for a division winner, win a playoff game, go to the DS, go to the CS, and know that my team is going to be competitive, than be a team that when I go to the ballpark, I can almost guarantee if we get a win, it's a lucky win.
Look, I as an Astros fan, I'd be much more down with this rebuild, and the fact that they've got a couple of rings now makes it more palatable. But I remember after the 2005 World Series when Tim Purpura hung on for way too long and, giving up multiple draft picks, giving up draft pick compensation for Jason Jennings and Woody Williams and Preston Wilson. And you're just, at that point, you're just patching holes on a leaky boat, just hoping it stays afloat, and it didn't work. This is much more palatable than that. I do think in the West, though, like, BK, with your Rangers, it's a combination of like, can one, they stay healthy, and two, like, get the guys that they're building their future around to just not suck. Like Evan Carter just had a terrible year last year.
Yeah, he was injured.
Wyatt Langford started hot. If they and obviously not having Young for most of the year, if they can just stay healthy, they're going to be all right.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch next year, and I think for the next few years, because I don't think the Astros are fully going to fall off a cliff, regardless of how this offseason shakes out. They just have too much talent. So,
And let's face it, the bottom of that division is too bad to where
it's
still
yeah. You don't worry about Oakland or Sacramento, whatever the shit they are now, and the Angels. Seattle.
Seattle's just mid. Like it's like having it's the kicks of baseball. Like it's a fine cereal if need be, but there's better ones out there.
I used to count on the swinging A's like, if I don't expect anything from them, they'll probably win 80 something games and make this interesting. Now I'm like, oh no, now they're just that point in the A's where they just suck. So
yeah. No, that's how I feel about the Rays every single year. If they get to 83, things are going to get weird when it gets to postseason.
Yeah. All right, guys.
We're boring Jordan to tears the baseball talk.
I was going to say, Jordan didn't come here to listen to an hour plus of baseball talk. So we know you guys have a lot planned with the portal and with NIL and college football and everything. So Cole, thanks for rocking with me, man. Always appreciate it. Guys, I'll be listening. Y'all have a great show.
Have a good day, guys.
Thank you, BK.
Appreciate it.
Oh, there goes the chaos theory portion of today's programming. He is Jordan Scruggs. I am Jeff Howe. It's only an hour. I'll be here for a while because Eric's got some stuff to tend to, so I'll be hanging out with False Start for about the first 20 some odd minutes of their show. Jordan, where you want to start? You want to start portal or you want to start all SEC is really the thing. I feel like it's maybe like tomorrow we can start getting into Clemson, but I feel like portal is dominating this week. So anything that we need to Tia Savea and Javion Cole are officially in the portal. I know both those guys. Cole said he was going in yesterday, and Matt Zenitz reported that Savea was headed in yesterday. Those guys are both in today. Other than that, Jordan, if I've missed anything in the last hour, I don't think there's been any other portal activity. But anything you need to touch on, want to touch on portal wise before we get really rolling here?
Not really. Do want to touch on one thing real quick. Did you see the letter that Aaron Bryant posted online?
I have not had a chance to see that yet. I know you posted it on our message board.
Yeah, I want to read that real quick as part of our show, just because pretty cool, heartfelt letter from Aaron Bryant about why he left. It's on his Twitter. If y'all want to go read it yourself, at Aaron_Bryant 55. For those who don't know, Aaron Bryant was a 3-star D lineman out of South Haven, Mississippi, in the 2022 class or 2023 class, forget. Hasn't played much at Texas, redshirted, was a Bo Davis kid, committed to Bo Davis, came to Texas to play for Bo Davis, and just a really good kid, and has left via the transfer portal. So this is what he wrote. It's titled, "Why I Bet on Myself" by Aaron Bryant. It says, "When I first committed to Texas, I heard all the doubters. Why Texas? They're 5-7. Why not stay in Mississippi? You're making a mistake. But for me, the decision was about more than records or rankings. It was about believing in the vision. Coach Sark laid it all out. The culture he was building, the future he saw for Texas, and how I could be a part of it. And then there was Coach Bo Davis. If you're a defensive lineman, you know the name. Bo Davis is a legend. He's coached some of the best to play the game. And when he told me he wanted me to come to Texas, I didn't hesitate. I knew he could help me become the player I dreamed of being. So I blocked out the noise, packed my bags, and left South Haven, Mississippi for Austin, Texas." And this part's titled "The Grind." I redshirted my freshman year, which wasn't easy. I wanted to be out there on Saturdays making plays in front of the crowd at DKR. Instead, I was grinding on the scout team, working in the shadows. Coach Bo didn't let me take a single rep off. He broke down every move I made, what I did right, what I did wrong, and how I could get better. "You've got the tools," he told me. "Now you just have to put in the work." That first year taught me a lot about patience and resilience. I wasn't where I wanted to be yet, but I could feel myself getting closer. And this part's titled "When Everything Changed." After my redshirt freshman,
Jordan, before.
Oh yeah. Sorry, my bad.
You're fine. You're fine.
Here we go. It says titled "And Everything Changed." After my redshirt freshman year, we got the news. Coach Bo was leaving for LSU. Hearing that hit me harder than I expected. Coach Bo wasn't just my position coach. He was the reason I came to Texas. I trusted him to develop me, to prepare me for the next level, and now he was gone. For the first time, I started questioning my decision. Did I make the wrong choice? Was Texas still the right place for me? Then Coach Kenny Baker came in. And this part's titled "The Coach Who Gave Me Confidence." Coach Baker was different from Coach Bo. Or Coach Bo focused on the technical side of things. Coach Baker zeroed in on my mindset. Coach Baker is a man who I will always respect and love. He'd stay late after practice, going over film with me, breaking down my technique, and showing me how to refine my game. He'd have Coach Mike send me clips of what I could do better, and he'd show me. But more than that, he reminded me of what I was capable of. He believed in me more than I believed in myself. AB, you got everything you need to be great, he told me one day after a long practice. You just have to trust yourself and go get it. He spoke life into me. Those words stuck with me and will stick with me forever. And this part's titled The Hardest Decision. Even with Coach Baker's support, I started to feel like something was missing. I wasn't getting the opportunity to show what I could do on the field. I love Texas, my teammates, the fans, the tradition, but I knew I needed more. That's when I made the hardest decision of my life. I entered the transfer portal. It wasn't easy. Texas was a program that gave me my first shot, that taught me how to grind and to believe in the process. Leaving felt like walking away from a part of myself, but deep down, I knew it was the right move. And this part's titled Betting on Myself. For a lot of people, entering the portal looks like quitting. For me, it was the opposite. It was about stepping up. I've always believed in the grind. I've always believed in putting in the work and earning my spot. But sometimes you have to take a leap of faith. You have to bet on yourself, even when it's scary. That's what this decision was about. It wasn't just about finding another program. It was about finding the right opportunity to prove to myself and the world what I'm capable of. And this part's titled Looking Forward. It's the last part. Right now, I don't know where I'll end up, but wherever I go, I'll carry the lessons I learned at Texas with me. Coach Bo taught me how to work. Coach Baker taught me how to believe in myself. And Texas taught me the value of resilience. My dream is to play on Sundays, to dominate on the field and make an impact off of it. But more than that, I want to inspire others to bet on themselves, to take the risks that lead to growth. Without Coach Baker, I honestly don't know if I would have had the confidence to make this decision. He taught me so much about football and life, but the most important lesson that he taught me was to believe in myself. To Longhorn Nation, thank you for everything. Thank you for the support, the memories, the lessons. This isn't goodbye. It's see you later. And most importantly, thank you, Coach Baker, for believing in me. The best is yet to come. Sincerely, Aaron Bryant. Pretty good.
Yeah, that
And that was Aaron Bryant.
That beats the hell out of not to disrespect anybody, but that beats the hell out of the usual, notes app, one or two sentences of entering the portal. A lot of maturity. And I think it goes back to something that, like I said yesterday, we can finally talk about this. Like, it just felt like Aaron Bryant was the guy that Bo Davis brought in and felt like, man, I can coach this guy really hard and he can take it. And because Jordan pointed it out, I mean, I'd be lying if I told you I noticed it first. Jordan noticed it. He's like, man, do you realize how hard Bo Davis rides Aaron Bryant? And then I started paying attention to it the times we go out to practice. And yeah, he would ride Aaron Bryant really hard, but it sends a message. And look, all coaches have different ways how they get through the players, but usually if you see that one guy, man, that coach is just riding this dude's ass and relentless, but the guy can take it and keeps working hard. That sets a tone in your room. And if that had, to me, Jordan, if that had an impact on T'Vondre Sweat or Alfred Collins or Vernon Broughton for them to take a path to being the players they ended up being, then Aaron Bryant's time at Texas was 100% worth it. It 100% benefited the program. And I really do believe that Bo Davis was able to get out of those guys what he got, and so was Kenny Baker because, Aaron Bryant brought something to that room.
Yeah, I think you make a great point. Like, when you have a guy who is going 110% every rep, not in games, not in practice, but in walkthroughs and in weight room sessions, all that other stuff like Aaron Bryant did, it makes everyone around him better. I know I'm kind of putting salt in the wound, but an example of this that I think is going to happen at Texas A&M, Landon Rink. Landon Rink is the classic, like, white, salty D lineman that plays with his head on fire every single snap. And he's kind of, that plucky, try-hard kid that goes 110% every single snap. You hate playing against those guys, but you love when they're on your team. And you love when they're on your team, because when you have a 3-star guy like that who feels like he has to go stupid every single snap, it makes the 5-star guys that are naturally more gifted, they don't have to work as hard. It makes them work harder because they see someone else, busting their ass too. So I think it's essentially exactly what happened with Aaron Bryant at Texas, like you described. But really wishing the best for him. Not sure where he'll end up. Didn't play a ton at Texas, and I'm not sure how many years of eligibility he has left. But he's going to find a home in the FBS, hopefully at the Power 4 level. If not, I'm sure Southern Miss or one of those schools down in the Delta would for sure take him and love him. So yeah. But that's kind of it in regards to portal guys from Texas. I still think there are more guys on the team that are going to announce just after the playoffs. And, I want to bring that up. Like, I see a lot of people on our board, a lot of people on Twitter are kind of like restless about Texas not really having names or targets quite yet in the portal. Like,
here's the deal. And I understand some of the schools that are in the playoff or having discussions with prospects, but dude, this staff has a really big freaking game coming up in less than 2 weeks. So they've known what their portal needs are. And even if it's not out in Gen Pop, they are communicating behind the scenes, trying to get visits lined up and figure out what the deal is. Because Jordan, none of these portal entries have surprised them. When you have attrition like this, nine times out of 10, it's coming. They've known they needed defensive linemen. That's not catching the staff by surprise. They went into the portal window knowing they needed defensive linemen. They know where they're going. They know there's more coming. So it's not like the staff is just sitting on their hands doing nothing. It's unprecedented what this staff is going through, and the staffs that are in the playoff are having it. It's one thing when you're trying to get ready for the Pop-Tarts Bowl and do this thing, whereas you're in this deal competing for a national championship and trying to manage the portal. So
yeah, no, it's I am so fascinated to see how some of these bowl games go. Like Arkansas legitimately might have like 4 DBs left on scholarship.
Dude,
I'm serious. Like everyone has left Arkansas, and I feel bad because one of the guys left Arkansas is my guy, Selman Bridges. Mm-hmm. Shout out Selman for letting me break that story, by the way. Shout out Selman. But like their fans are like, their board is a shit show. And it's because almost like half of the guys that have gone in the portal have already like had visits scheduled to Ole Miss. They already hate Lane Kiffin. They hated him before he hung like 70 in the rain in Vietnam. But they hate him even more after that. And they now hate him even more because what does it mean when a guy goes in the portal and within an hour a visit is scheduled? What does that mean?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it, but y'all know. So
it's kind of like last year, it's not with Matthew Golden. Matthew Golden at least like named a couple of schools, but we knew the deal. But like Isaiah,
with Matthew Golden, Louisville was sneakily in there. He had a visit scheduled to Louisville. And then Texas is like, wait, what? No. Well, we're going to come and visit you in Houston. They got him to cancel that visit, and instead he went to Texas and committed on the Texas visit.
But
Louisville was going to throw him some cash.
Isaiah, the Alabama guys, like when Nick Saban retired, like Isaiah Bond goes into the portal and he's at Texas like 2 days later on a visit. So it happens. You end up in these weird deals. Like CB mentions one, like, dude, I guess Oklahoma's just going to run the wishbone for their bowl game.
I saw that. So they have 4 scholarship receivers left and 1 walk-on that's been playing a lot this year. He's a true freshman named Jacob Jordan, who went to Southlake and is actually pretty damn cold.
Yeah.
But he is limited. He is a walk-on for a reason. With all due respect to him.
But when I saw J.J. Hester going to the portal, I'm like, okay, that's one of the few healthy receivers they actually have. We knew Nick Anderson was in there. Jalil Farouk is in there. Like, dude, I guess Oklahoma's going to be running. I guess we're running a lot of 12 personnel. Well, I don't know because Bauer Sharp's in the portal too. So I don't know what the hell they're going to do to field an offense. Here's the other thing with Oklahoma, Jordan. Who the hell's going to play quarterback in their bowl game?
They still have Michael Hawkins, I think. Is he not gone in the portal yet?
I
don't think he's gone in the portal yet. And notice I'm saying yet.
Yeah, right. I assumed he was already in there. Let me see. He's not in the portal yet. So I guess Hawkins is going to be the quarterback for the bowl game. I was thinking, man.
Well, hey. Michael Hawkins goes in the portal before the bowl game. You know who's next up?
Dude, Casey Thompson, because they ain't got nobody left.
Can you imagine Casey Thompson goes like 40 for 41 for like 400 something yards and 4 tuds in his very last college performance?
Dude, the gross thing about OU's bowl game, you probably remember this from, because I think this was at the very end of your run covering Baylor. When Baylor played Air Force in the Armed Forces Bowl at the end of the 2022 season, because you remember, like, between the opt-outs and everything else, they had lost, like 5 in a row, I think, to end the year. And then, because I remember they beat
Air Force beat them.
Yeah. And
the funniest part about that, too, the Armed Forces Bowl is played in TCU Stadium.
Right.
And it was like 3 weeks after TCU beat the shit out of Baylor, either at that same stadium or in McLean. And then they went and got their lunch handed to them by Air Force. They have like 5 different plays they run. Dave Aranda's supposed to be a defensive genius, and they couldn't stop a nosebleed.
It's your most hated rival, right? And you're having to play your bowl game at their stadium. And you remember that night we had one of those like ice storm fronts come in. Where it's like, hey, make sure your pipes are wrapped. And it's like in the teens at kickoff.
Yeah, there was like maybe 5,000 people there.
If that. And as I'm like, dude, they just kept panning the camera to the Baylor sideline. I'm like, there is nobody on that sideline that gives a rat's ass about being at this game. And honestly, I don't blame them. Like, you're just ready. It was a miserable end of that season, and everybody just wanted it to be over.
Yeah. Another
I don't
team
know if that happens to OU or not, but it's trending that way.
Yeah, another team that's getting like absolutely bent over sideways by the portal is North Texas. Their leading running back, receiver, their 2 best linemen, and their starting quarterback have all entered the portal. And that's just on offense. I haven't even talked about defense. They already have like 5 defensive starters in the portal.
As much as I like Eric Morris and some people on that staff, you know why. You know why that's happening, right?
Yeah, they could, you're going to build up your value and go on the portal and get impersed for it.
It ain't got nothing to do with that. They got that bowl draw, so they're playing Texas State down in the First Responders Bowl, and they didn't want that smoke. Like, hey, let's just stand this thing. Let's get ready for 2025.
Yeah, they didn't want that smoke, or they didn't want spots to fill up. Tell me that, but no, I mean with UNT, like it's genuinely like fascinating to look at UNT and to think about it. Like all of those players that they lost were not there last year. They all transferred them in, and they became their immediate starters. And I mean, I think they were like 6-1 or 7-1 before they dropped the last 3 out of 4 or something like that. All those guys are gone, and now they have to be tasked with replacing them. But hey, they have phenomenal pitches. They can say, hey, these dudes were D1 bounce or Power 4 bounce backs, came here, played really well, and now they're going back to the Power 4. We know that's what you want to do. We can't pay you a ton, but you can literally just follow this blueprint. It's worked for the last 2 years in a row. So that pitch will work. But I mean, like, you can't build a program for sustained like success that way. You just can't. And since you can't do that, like, at what point do you just get stuck at North Texas? You know what I mean? Because like you can't build a program doing that. You can't sustain success doing that every single year. So I don't know, how that's going to work for Eric Morris and his career and the other guys on that staff, just because it's such a unique situation. That's why. And I also kind of hate Chandler Morris in the portal. I kind of wish he would do it, but still play. Because like Chad Morris is on staff at Texas State. That's a great storyline. So
yeah. And you need something for these bowl games. Like the current, I think I heard Joel Klatt say this. And I would add to it. He said, with the current playoff structure, you're trying to maintain the play. You're trying to have a playoff and maintain the traditional bowl structure, and it just doesn't work. And I think with the portal and the way things move, because the coaches need spots to open up for their roster for next year, the players need to move on. The current bowl structure doesn't work at all. No. So I don't know what you do to fix it, but like the Alamo Bowl, as weird as it is, you've got to take, a Big 12 school and some of those legacy Pac-12 schools were in that pool. So the Alamo Bowl is a matchup of 2 Big 12 teams. Yeah, granted, Colorado and BYU I don't think they played each other during the year, but the Alamo Bowl people, they have got to be hoping, praying, fingers crossed that Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter don't go back on their word and decide to play in the bowl game, which why either one of those guys would play in the bowl game, I have no idea. There is nothing to gain.
I saw this funny ass tweet. I forgot what program this dude was a fan of, but he tweeted, you know how Colorado has a bunch of haters. Used to kind of be one of them. I've eased up on my hate, but for the tweet they said like, tell me one Heisman winner that's ever played in the Alamo Bowl. You can't. And the community note was like, yeah, the community note said RG3. So that was funny. So like, community notes have been on one lately. They've been on a roll. I've seen a lot lately, and they're pretty funny. By the way, while I have Twitter pulled up, want to share this just because this is
real quick though. But you know, the Alamo Bowl, Jordan, if you think about it, I'm not remembering every Alamo Bowl, but Troy Smith, I know, played in an Alamo Bowl and then won a Heisman 2 years later. I know Mariota the year before he won the Heisman played in the Alamo Bowl. So you've had future Heisman winners that have played in the Alamo Bowl.
Wait, I thought Mariota played the year after he won, or am I messing that up?
No, he was the year before. 13 was Mac's last game at Texas. They played Oregon, and then the next year Mariota won the Heisman. Because 13, Jameis Winston was your Heisman winner. Yeah.
By the way, shout out to Trey Elling for this. He tweeted this, but for those on audio only, this is from a PFF story, Pro Football Focused, and it's about Jahdae Barron. It says, Barron is the highest graded cornerback in college football this season with a grade of 90.9. He has surrendered just a 27.8 pass rating into his coverage. And for reference, spiking the ball on every play nets a 39.6 rating. I forget. There was one game this year where I think it was Peyton Thorne. He was so bad. Like, there was a stat where if he was to throw the ball into the ground and spike it every play, he would have had a higher QBR, I think. I think it was Peyton Thorne that had that game. I don't know. Is that
also, like the SAT where you get so many points for spelling your name right?
Yeah. And also, like, I didn't want to tweet it because everyone was pissed at Jalen Gilbo for not blocking. But was that pick to Jahdae Barron not like the most Peyton Thorne ball of all time?
It was, yeah.
Like, there wasn't a receiver within 10 yards of it. And I know he was trying to get it out of bounds, but he couldn't push it out of bounds. But, like, as soon as he threw it, I'm like, oh, shit, they got Peyton Thorne out here. But yeah, and also, speaking of Auburn, what are they doing? They have Malik Murphy on campus today and have Jackson Arnold visiting this weekend. And, like, both of those visits have been blown up and reported out the ass. So, like, dude, I have no idea how Hugh Freeze, good old Hugh Freeze, the good old Christian Hugh Freeze, is handling this situation. Also, a lot of people were giving Malik Murphy flack for leaving Duke. Talked to someone yesterday close to that situation. He should not be getting any flack. That is not his fault. And you mean they brought in Darian Mensah. He's now committed. And about an hour after Malik Murphy was announced he was going into the portal, it was announced Darian Mensah was visiting Duke. So if you can read between the lines there, you'll be able to figure out what happened. But that was not Malik Murphy's idea to do that. So curious what's going to happen there, especially after he broke, I believe it was several records for single season passing numbers. But I mean, you reap what you sow. I know a lot of people became fans of Manny Diaz as he kind of rebuilt himself in his career after shitting the bed at Texas for a year or two. But when you do things like that, it's very easy to go back to hating you. So, yeah. And I see CB's talking about Micah Hudson. He got some predictions in for A&M. Talked to him for about half an hour last night. Think it's going to be A&M. I'm not putting in a crystal ball prediction because that's kind of, I mean, my relationship with him. I've always told him I wouldn't. I told him that in high school and told him that as soon as he told me he was going in the portal about 2 months before he did it. So, you know, not going to put one in, but if I did, it would definitely be for A&M. I think that's where he ends up. Did a really good job kind of selling him on the fit there. He liked Holman Wiggins a lot. He never visited Bama when he was getting recruited in high school, but he had several calls with Wiggins, and Wiggins went out to Lake Belton 2 or 3 times. So they know him. He also likes Elko, and there's a few support staff members that Elko retained from the Jimbo staff that were kind of the main ones recruiting him a few years ago. So think that's where he's trending. LSU kind of seems like the other school there, but he doesn't have any visits locked in. And I mean, for Texas, talking with folks in Austin, I'm not expecting them to go after him. Texas wants a guy who is experience, production, and at the Power 4 level that is a plug-and-play starter and a guy who can come in, start 1 year, and leave for the NFL. They only want a one-and-done type of guy. Or in worst-case scenario, it's a guy who's supposed to be a one-and-done type of guy, but he needs another year. They want a veteran presence, an older guy. And also part of it, too, yes, you might be upset they're not going after, former 5-star. Micah Hudson's still really good, and I still think he will end up being a first-round pick. That's how much I believe in him. Mm-hmm. But they have 4 receivers on their roster that are in the same exact cycle as Hudson.
100%. Yeah. And, just as an example with Micah Hudson, if you bring in Micah Hudson from a talent perspective, you bring in somebody that's on par or in the ballpark with Ryan Wingo, but Wingo's already on a faster developmental track because he played more. He has more production. He's already been in your system for a year. Like it's not a knock on Micah Hudson, the player. It's just Texas is at a different point where they are looking for something. Talent and dynamic playmaking is not the problem in the Texas receiver room. They just want experience, which is why you pointed this out the day the portal opened, the day you went in there. For what Texas wants, Eric Singleton is a better fit for what Texas wants. I'm not saying they're going to get him, but that's basically what Jordan's talking about. That's the kind of guy they're looking for. They're looking for Eric Singleton. They're not really looking for a Micah Hudson type guy where they've got to develop. Now, there are some positions where, like, if you can find a Micah Hudson type guy, like an interior defensive lineman that's a former 5-star guy that has multiple years left that maybe you need to develop him, that's a different story. But that's not what they need at receiver right now.
Yeah, it's different position by position, but when you take 4 guys that are in the same exact recruiting cycle and are basically on the same, like, eligibility pathway almost, like, it makes it so much harder to take him. And it's really nothing against him or the fact that they have 4 receivers. It's just they want a more experienced guy who's only there for a year. Because, you have to think big picture here. If they take Micah Hudson out of the portal, like, do you know how easy it is for schools to negative recruit against Texas for receiver recruiting? Because they can just say, dude, like, yeah, they might love you and say they love you, all this, but they're taking, 2 starters out of the portal every year. They, at some point you have to think about that because it's going to kill you in high school recruiting. You can't just turn it to a portal-only program. So, personally, in talking to Hudson, I think Texas is very high on his list. I think if they showed him interest, that's probably where he would end up. So if he does end up at A&M, like I think, it's going to be fascinating to see what goes down in the Texas A&M versus Texas games, because I do think if Texas put in any effort, they would have been able to get him out of the portal. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, kind of unfortunate. 2 of my favorite kids I've ever covered, Torian York and Micah Hudson, might both end up being Aggies. So we'll see.
Too, with A&M, when we all saw A&M's receiver room right in the game this year, I'm not going to say they had bad receivers, but they didn't have any. They don't have anybody with Micah Hudson's talent level in that receiver room. They just don't.
They don't. And they don't have anyone they signed in 2024. Well, Jerome Miles is good, but Jerome Miles is kind of a – I don't want to say he's a what he could be 5-star because that's not really what he is, but, he has played about 10 varsity games. He missed, like, his entire sophomore year. Played as a junior, was really good, blew out his knee, had a season-ending injury, and then his senior year got hurt like week 3, broke his ankle, and came back and played in the state championship game. He suffered injuries, a little bit injury-prone, but he's also like 6'3", 200-something pounds, and owns the Utah State 100-meter dash record with, like, I think 10.64, 10.5 or something. Like, he's a freak, but they're going to have to keep him healthy. He's not as ready of a day one guy as Micah would have been if Micah went to A&M straight out of high school. And I see so many people saying, like, oh, if he can't play at Tech, why did he play at a school in the SEC? What happened at Tech was coaching malpractice, like, genuinely. There isn't anyone on that team better than him at receiver, and I'll stand on that. And, like, you can't tell me he couldn't do what Josh Kelly or Caleb Douglas could have been did last year too. Yeah. But with him, like, one day it'll come out, one day it'll be released. I'm probably not going to be the one that'll do it. But there was so much more that went on at Tech that the public knows about. Like, it was never anything that Hudson did himself to mess it up. So, Curious what'll happen, but as of right now, I think A&M is a spot. But I want to keep talking portal. Really hard to gather names right now from Texas. Part of it is because, like I talked about yesterday and the day before, last week they were focused on the SEC championship game. They were not focused on the portal. This week was truly the beginning of them starting the portal evaluations, creating a board, reaching out, making phone calls, and, doing mental evaluations on guys. At this point in time at 11:44 p.m. or a.m. on Wednesday, there isn't a guy who's scheduled to visit yet. I don't expect one to happen for kind of a while. I think the majority of portal additions for Texas' cycle will be after the window. I also think it's very important to remind y'all there's another window in April. Texas signed 12 portal transfers last year. 5 of those guys joined the program in April or past April and August, like Belton Gardner. So, you got to remember, they play the long game. They know what they're doing. They've been in these shoes before, and it's not their first rodeo. They need at least 3 D linemen. They want 1 tight end. Probably going to end up with the running back. Probably 1 or 2 receivers.
Wow. Yeah, we got to go ahead and break in here. This is not a surprise, Jordan, but our guy Hank South has just come down. Sadir Mitchell, heading to the portal.
Making sure I'm not sharing my screen real quick.
Yeah.
This was, if you're wondering what I'm doing right now, it's me getting the pre-write of this story that's been written for like 3 months.
I'm guessing Hank is probably gonna need to take this one, Jordan.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to Hank.
Okay, go ahead and do that. Yeah, it's this is one that we've internally we've talked about this one for a few weeks now, that the writing was kind of on the wall for this to happen. And at this point, you're looking at rebuilding your interior defensive line room. And say what you want. I know we just talked glowingly about Aaron Bryant in the way that we could, but if you look at Bo Davis's recruiting efforts in 2022 and 2023, not a lot of production from your defensive line recruits in those 2 classes, because Sadir Mitchell was your only take in 2023. And then in 2022, you've got the Aaron Bryant, Jeray Bledsoe, Zach Swanson, that group. So at this point, Jordan, if I can pull up my list here.
By the way, just going to read from the shell. Mitchell was the only defensive line prospect Texas signed in 2023.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And that class finished 3rd nationally, and they literally had 1 D lineman.
Yeah.
Like, it's nuts. I like Bo Davis a lot. I think he was given more flack than he was deserving of. And a big part of why he wasn't able to recruit the defensive line like a lot of people thought was because Texas wasn't giving him the funds to be able to recruit the big war daddies. You need money to recruit and land 5, if not 4-star D linemen. You just do. Their value is it's effectively equivalent with offensive tackle as the second highest paid position in college football behind quarterback. But with Sadir Mitchell, he'll have 3 years of eligibility left. Chose Texas over Georgia, Miami, and A&M among 16 other offers out of high school. Preserved a red shirt last year. Appeared in 4 games versus Rice, Wyoming, Kansas, and the Big 12 championship game versus Oklahoma State. And he finished his rookie campaign with 3 tackles. Heading into this year, there's hope he'd break out, but never really seemed to click. Played in 5 of Texas's games against Colorado State, UTSA, Florida, Kentucky, and then the SEC Conference Championship game versus Georgia. Finished his 2nd and final season in Austin with 4 total tackles and a half a tackle for loss.
Not great, Bob.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really know what else to say, dog. So basically, your defensive line room as of right now is your 2, because keep in mind, you lost after Bo Davis took the LSU job. You lost DeAndre Robinson. So your defensive line room as of right now is your 2 remaining 2024 signees, which is Melvin Hills, who didn't play this year, and Alex January, who played sparingly, and the 3 you just signed, Justice Terry, Myron Charles, and Josiah Sharma. So Dude, yeah. You're looking at Texas. There's a reason why we put that number high. I mean, Jordan, what did you say? It's probably at least 4. Probably they're going to take.
I said they need at least 3, but if it's 4 or 5, hell yeah. Now the number needs to be at least 4.
Yeah,
if not 5. And like, it's also like we're getting closer and closer to actually having to recruit Bear Alexander. Potentially.
This is like your nightmare scenario come true, isn't it? Where you gotta pay you gotta pay the 1-year toll for the mercenary that is Bear Alexander.
Watch him come in and just be like Ndamukong Suh that 1 year.
Dude, if you can get 1 year of Suh, then our Travis Johnson brings up a good point, Jordan. And I think this is valid when you talk about portal entry. So what should we read into these? Were they mutual? Texas doesn't think they can make the next step. The players are not happy at Texas. I think some of it is a case-by-case basis. I think there's a lot of truth for some of these guys. I think there's truth in Aaron Bryant's letter. Some of these guys came to Texas to play for Bo Davis. They fit into the plan Bo Davis had for them, and now they don't because Bo Davis isn't there anymore. I think some guys it's a lack of playing time. I'll tell you this right now. If Texas is losing guys right now in this window this early, none of these moves are catching the staff by surprise. So they've already known that these departures were coming, which is why now I hope, Jordan, it makes sense for people why you had to do whatever it took to get Justice Terry. You know, why you were still trying at the 11th hour to flip DJ Sanders. This is why you were doing what you were doing in the recruiting cycle there towards the end, because they knew these moves were coming. Jordan, you're muted, by the way.
My bad. I don't know why. For some reason, I just had a thought that there's a chance maybe Jermaine Lole could find another year of eligibility, but I don't know. Also, like, if I'm Vernon Broughton, he might make more at Texas next year than he would if he leaves for the NFL at this point. Like, they kind of have to figure that out now.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they do, but like, would you rather pay Vernon Broughton $900K, or would you rather have to go get Bear Alexander, someone from the portal who you don't know anything about?
Man,
me personally, I'm paying Vernon Broughton $900K 10 times out of 10, or whatever that number is he wants. So
I know I've looked this up before. How old is Vernon Broughton? Because
he has 1 year left.
No, I'm talking about like his actual age.
Oh, I don't
Vernon's 23.
So
if you want to bring him back, I think here's the deal. If you want to bring him back, you've got to at least pay him you got to pay him more than what his NFL rookie signing bonus would be. That's what the NIL deal has to be worth, I think. I also think about his NFL draft stock. I think you've got to look at it honestly with him. And, let's say he's a day 2 pick, right? Mm-hmm. You got to get honest feedback. And if there's no way for him to get into the first round, like if he's not going to be a first round pick, if he comes back, then I think you're going to have to pay even more. In other words, I think if the draft stock can go up, I think you can maybe convince him to come back for another year. But then again, he's 23. He's married. Like Vernon didn't have a whole lot of incentive to take advantage of that COVID year.
Yeah, I believe he also has a child on the way as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know how that can affect decision making as well. You got to do what's best for your family now, not just you and your girl, but whole family. Wow. Yeah, not going to be great for Texas, but
here's the deal though, and you mentioned this yesterday. Now you're gonna have to, if you take 4, you're gonna need to have a couple of war daddies. Like you're gonna need to have a couple of the guys at the top of the food chain in the portal. But you got really productive years out of Jermaine Lole and Bill Norton, who were not. They weren't like the top of the food chain portal guys, but they've come in and been really productive players for you. So you can make it work. It's just that's where a lot of your, hey, this is on Brandon Harris and those guys that are in charge of this stuff internally to figure it out. Basically, you're turning into a salary cap. Like, okay, what's your pool for portal defensive tackles? And maybe now this is one less linebacker you take, or one less safety, or one less receiver, or whatever it is. Maybe now you don't take a tight end. So it's kind of that gift and the curse with the portal. Like, we know these aren't unlimited funds you have. You've got certain amount of money that you got to budget. So JW Crunch, I think the Verdon deal is not going to happen. I don't,
we're wearing tinfoil hats right now.
Yeah. So I think you can look at the list of portal defensive tackles, and if there's a difference maker in the portal of defensive tackle, Texas should be it on them. It's interesting though that the Bear Alexander stuff, there hadn't been a whole lot of movement there yet as far as Texas goes.
By the way, I mean, now that I think about it, like Dre Bledsoe, I don't think will come back. I think he's at Washington today, or is supposed to visit Washington the next few days or something.
Yeah.
That one is probably fully sailed. Now, however, Hayes Fawcett's tweet only says Sadir Mitchell plans to enter the transfer portal. So, Sark has gone on record saying once you enter, there's no coming back. We did see last year Juan Davis was an exception to that rule. He came back after being in the portal for like 2 minutes, and we never got a story on what actually happened there.
I believe that was some kind of clerical error.
Yeah, I always assume that too, because like if Juan Davis is going to leave, he should have left way earlier than that.
Because he was in and then immediately out.
Yeah, but with Sadir, I mean, they might still have a chance to convince him. And, I know that's what Sark said. Once you go in the portal, there's no coming back. But, this is a bit of an exception. You can't go into next year with only 2 returning scholarship D linemen.
Yeah.
In the SEC. So maybe he comes back. Maybe they convince Aaron Bryant to come back, and he just showed everyone he's a good journalist, or, knows what he's doing in language arts. But I don't know where Texas goes from here. Going to be incredible. Like, defensive line last year, it never was more important than it was last year. Now it's never more important than it is this year. Because at least last year you had an Alfred Collins, you had a Vernon Braun, you had a Dre Bledsoe, you had these other guys coming back that you knew had some experience. Alex January has barely played. Melvin Hills hasn't played a snap. So it's not looking great. And I mean, Justice Terry is going to play in every single game, most likely, as a true freshman. But the best case scenario for his development and who he is as a player, I think, would be if he basically kind of had a Colin Simmons type of role as a freshman, where it is very clear to him you have one job, rush the passer on 3rd and long or whatnot, and they put him in as like the pass rushing D tackle. Because, you never want to stunt guys' growths or get them too many snaps too early on, because that can do that, or get them hurt or whatnot. And he's big. He's 6'5", 275, but, he will probably need to get north of 300 to really be able to make the impact like people are projecting him to. So, I don't know. I think Myron Charles can play early, but, I mean, Josiah Sharma is kind of a project. Like, has only played D lineman for a year or two and has a lot of tools, a lot of traits, but he needs a lot of coaching. Not necessarily a day one ready guy, and now he's probably going to have to play day one. So, of those 3 newcomers coming in from the 25 class, Justice Terry should have the highest snap count, followed by Myron Charles. And then for Sharma, I mean, at this point, I'm not really expecting him to redshirt just because they need more D linemen, and they don't have any as of right now. But going to be very interesting to see what happens. So,
just looking at, at 24/7 Sports, our top rated defensive lineman in the portal right now, Jaheim Otis from Alabama is, right now the top guy. He's got a couple crystal ball predictions in for Colorado, followed by Bear Alexander. Keyshawn Silver from Kentucky is one. Gabriel Brownlow-Dindy, who he didn't play a ton at A&M, did he, Jordan? No. I don't think so.
He was dealing with injuries.
Yeah. Travis Shaw from North Carolina. I think Jake Bayless mentioned him. Travis Shaw is a guy. Kelby Collins from Florida is another one I think could be a possibility. So, and then you're getting further down. So, yeah, I don't. There's just not a lot in the portal right now. So I don't know, man. They've got a plan. I know it's going to make everybody uneasy until you see that plan get put into action and some stuff start to happen.
Yeah. So you're going to answer some questions real quick before we get out of here. Artistically incredible. What a username. Says, any chance the Texas players in the portal stay with the team until the playoffs are over? I mean, Sark hasn't come out and said in a press conference that he's going to let those guys do that. But since he allowed that last year, my assumption is he'll allow it again this year. I don't know how that'll work for guys that are already taking visits, if they're even still allowed to play, or how that works. But I mean, I guess we'll find out. So that's kind of my answer. And also, I started the show talking about it. Texas fans are kind of restless because no names have really popped up for who could be a target for Texas in the portal. Part of that is because, like I said, they're kind of being slow with their evaluation process, taking their time. But also, they don't know how many positions they're going to really have to replace yet. Yes, they have an idea of guys that are thinking about the portal, but there's a very small number of guys that they know are for sure going in the portal. And those guys are waiting until after the playoffs. And it's the same thing with the 11 other playoff teams. They all have guys that are, almost every playoff team has a guy who could play at Texas that's at least thinking about going in the portal that hasn't put his name in there yet or announced his intentions. Mm-hmm. So just be patient. Half of the Texas level guys who are actually good enough to play at a school like Texas, or I don't know about the number half, but a large majority of them are still yet to actually go into the portal. So just be patient. Remember, there's also the April window. Another thing to remember, Texas is trying to retain their roster. They have a really good young roster with a lot of young talent, and a lot of people are trying to tamper and pluck guys from the roster.
Yeah.
That's what happens. It happens at Georgia. It happens at Alabama. It happens at Oregon. Every top program with young players that are on the bench having to wait their turn, they get tampered with. Literally every single program. It's a lot harder to retain that player and keep them happy when your media market is reporting there's 3 players that play that same position that are coming in for a visit in the next week. So, they're going to be very careful with what gets out and what doesn't get out. And, Georgia, Oregon, and these other top programs are dealing with the same thing. It's so hard to retain your roster now and keep the guys who actually want to keep. So that's also part of this equation for, I think, why things are kind of moving slower than most people thought they would. But, yeah, in Sticky, I've thought about kind of doing a segment on this. The way since the letter of intent has now been removed from the NCAA, it's now new paperwork. The way it's set up for high school prospects is like it used to be in the portal, where yes, you can commit, you can sign, but until your ass is actually sitting at a desk and the bell rings and you are taken marked down for attending the first class, you can transfer and get out of the paperwork relatively easily. And yes, it's a violation. Like last year, for example, let's say when Javion Cole committed to Texas, he signed shortly after. Oklahoma, after he signs, if they call him directly, it's a violation. But if they call his parent or his handler or his 7-on-7 coach or high school coach and talk to him, hey, we'll double whatever Texas is offering if he comes here. He just needs to get out of his paperwork. He can get out of that paperwork pretty easily up until he actually is in class and is marked down for attendance. The rules are effectively the exact same for high school recruiting now, where it used to be you had to get out of that letter of intent. Now there's no letter of intent. You just have to get out of a different set of paperwork. And it's incredibly easy to do until you're actually marked down for attending your first class and you moved in and everything. So I haven't really wanted to bring this up because I would affect if Texas ends up getting someone that way, y'all could put the tea leaves together what happened. But I've been very patiently curious on who the first kid that is going to be to get out of their paperwork and go to a bigger school, because I mean, that's most likely going to happen the first year the NLI is gone this year. So Sticky 12 is right. Technically, Texas could still flip some late enrollees or even early enrollees, but don't really think they're going to sign anyone in February, just because anyone who is like good enough to play at Texas signed last week, a week ago today. So, Yeah, and Paxton, Sadir might still be able to play in the playoffs or not, but don't know. Sark hasn't said what the exact plan is for this year, but yeah. So don't know. Gonna be fascinating portal cycle.
JW Crunch says, why don't they open? I'm assuming the portal. Why don't they open the portal till after the playoff? Because you can't, because of the way semesters start. I mean, I looked at, and I actually published it in an article on the site. I can't remember. I think it's January. I want to say it's January 13th. I think that the spring semester at Texas starts. Okay, well, if you're playing in the national championship game, you're still playing when the new semester starts. So you can't wait until the playoff ends for the portal to open, because guys need to find homes. That's just part of the deal. There's no good time to have the portal open. You just it's got to be now. I mean, I wish there was a better way to stagger the early signing window and the portal, but it is what it is right now.
So you talked about January 13th. There's also another late date that's like the true deadline for actually getting in, right? To Texas, into the school.
Yeah, I don't know what that drop date, the drop dead date is for that. Let me look at the registrar real quick and I can tell you.
Okay,
but,
cool.
Yeah.
Because that will tell you when Texas needs to get guys in by. But also, they could still add guys after that, technically. I just don't think they could join the program until like spring break or April, when the last 9 weeks or last half of the semester opens or whatever it is. Okay. Or they might have to wait until the summer. I'm not sure.
Your very last day to add a class with approval was required, is January 29th.
Okay. Good thing to know. Gonna write that down. January 29th.
Yeah.
Also, CB said it earlier.
13th is the first day of classes.
The 29th is last day to be able to get approval.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out CB for saying it earlier in the comments. But if you didn't know, today, Wednesday, December 11th, of the beautiful year 2024, the 3-year anniversary of Kelvin Banks committing to Texas, who has arguably been Texas's best player the last 3 years, if not, I mean, not much of an argument. At least the most consistent, I'd say. But I don't know. I still remember where I was, and I wasn't even with 24/7 yet. I was still building up Texas football life back then, and I remembered I was on Friday. I went to go see College Station play Mansfield Summit at Waco Midway Stadium in Hewitt. It was a 4th-round playoff game. The winner went to the semifinals, or it might have been – no, actually, that was the semifinals. That was a 5th round. Mansfield Summit actually had a really good team. They had like 3 kids on that team that went JUCO that are now playing Power 4. And they had a pretty decent QB that I think ended up somewhere and then went in the portal and never found a home, and he's back in Mansfield or something like that. They had some dudes. College Station won. They had a great running back who's now at Duke. And Nick Harris was at that game. He was still with Horns 24/7, calling it for Texan Live. And me and a few other buddies in the media world were there, and we were supposed to get dinner after with him. And Nick was like, man, I got to run. Like, this stuff with Texas is happening quick. Like, they're in this home visit, and they're probably going to get them tonight. I was like, oh, snap. And he's like, yeah, I got to drive back to Dallas. That night, he texted me because I followed up. I'm like, yo, are they getting Banks? And he was like, yeah, but it probably won't happen until signing day now. And I was like, okay. The next morning, I'm on the feeder road sitting in traffic because I was on I-35 in Waco was still a shit show. I'm on the feeder road sitting in traffic, getting into McLean Stadium to see Westlake kill Katie. And he commits while we're on the feeder road. And I remember walking into McLean, walking down through the tunnel. We were late because we stayed up late the night before in Waco. But walking onto the field from the tunnel, they were kicking it off. And Westlake scored like their 3rd play from scrimmage and just pistol whipped Katie pretty much the entire night. One of the better games of Klubnik's high school career too. But yeah, and yes, CB, Cristobal leaving definitely helped Texas get Banks. If Cristobal doesn't leave, Texas might not have Kelvin Banks or Cam Williams. So, and I like Fran Brown because he's like continued this running bit of making fun of Ryan Day in press conferences for the whole Cal McCord situation. But like, if Sark ever started a bit of thanking Cristobal for going to Miami and getting them Banks and Cam Williams, I think it'd be pretty hilarious. And if you don't know what I'm talking about with Fran Brown, like every time Kyle McCord has a big game, which is pretty much every game this year, because I mean, I think he broke all of Syracuse's like single season records.
Yeah, McCord's been really good. Yeah.
Yeah. He's in the press conferences like, yeah, I still need to send Ryan Day that box of champagne. Because in like August and fall camp, they asked him, how did McCord do? And he's like, man, he's great. Like, he might be one of the best QBs in college football this year. I'm probably going to have to send Ryan Day a box of champagne for letting us get him. Because it was never really reported. I said it on the show when it happened, but it was never really reported. But Ohio State pushed Cal McCord out.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't ask him to leave. They told him, you're leaving. So
yeah, by the way, Jake Bayless asked, he goes, Hefe, you okay? Yeah, I don't know how to silence notifications on my computer, so I apologize if that's coming through. But yeah, I've got, between portal and other news and family stuff, I've got it's like Grand Central Station over here on my laptop.
No, I feel you. That's how the portal is. Speaking of which, we got some breaking news, fellows. Breaking news. Bill Belichick is the next head coach of the North Carolina Tar Heels, confirmed by Inside Carolina, the #1 Carolina site, also part of the 24/7 Sports Network.
Look at you with that shameless plug, dude. I'm excited about this because CB says what a disaster. I'm excited about this because this isn't Herm Edwards. This is maybe the greatest football mind of our lifetime coming to coach college football. I want to know what the staff is going to look like. Now, the word on the street, Jordan, is that Bill Belichick's going to take this North Carolina job for a couple of years, right off into the sunset, and then his son, Steve, is going to take over. Basically, Steve Belichick is going to come to North Carolina as the head coach in waiting. Yeah. So we'll see what the staff looks like. I am fascinated to see. Dude, fascinated is not even the right word. Bill Belichick dealing with the portal and NIL and dealing with 17 to 23-year-old kids. I want to see how it plays out. I have no expectations for Belichick in North Carolina. I just want to see what this thing looks like.
At Colorado, I think there's certain times where they're filming way too much stuff and are putting out way too much content just because, like, you don't need to film every single practice and everything that goes on and all that. But, like, man, if they can get that Colorado video crew to North Carolina, I'll donate them some money. Like, I would watch episodes weekly of what's going on in that building with Belichick.
Like, is Bill Belichick going to have like a coach's show? Like, how's he going to do with,
Can you imagine his press conferences?
Dude, I was going to say, man, the weekly press conferences that if I'm ESPN, dude, the ACC network, F airing it. I mean, you can have it on demand, but I'm using the ACC network to air his press conferences.
Yeah, dude, there's a tweet I saw yesterday. It says, Bill Belichick walks into a recruit's house. Look, asshole, are you going to commit or not?
Jake Bayless. Dude, everybody is
Jake had, I didn't even see that.
Everybody's running with the Julian Edelman Belichick impression, which is awesome, by the way. Look, assholes.
Yeah. So I see everyone making a big deal about this, how he gave them a 400-page Bible. I need y'all to understand that every time a coach interviews, whether it's head coach or even a support staffer, they own a binder of at least 20 pages or at least a 20-page document that has all their plans of what they want to accomplish, how they're going to accomplish it, and the names of guys they want. Every single coach does that in the interview. It's usually just 20 to 100 pages and not 400, but it's Bill Belichick. Like, are you really that surprised? It's 400. So, and I mean, he had one for NFL teams too. Every coach has a different one for NFL and for college. Like, it's kind of the behind the scenes of coaching searches and interviews. They need the binders and the documents so that, when things aren't going well and they're trying to fire him for cause, I can say, hey, look, you said you're going to do this, this, and this, and do it this way, this plan, and hire these guys, and this didn't happen. So something needs to change. But, man, for Belichick, having his son as a head coach in waiting, I'm so curious how long that's going to take to happen.
Head coach in waiting never works. It never works.
Yeah, but also, like, they replaced Mac Brown, who's like 72, with Belichick, who's like 73, or vice versa. Like, when you look at it on paper, obviously Belichick's in better shape than Mac, but, like, man, what? How many years can he realistically coach at North Carolina?
Dude, this tells you, like, how easy would it have been? Bill Belichick could have rode off into the sunset and gone fit, do whatever he wants to do. Bill Belichick is going to coach football until he physically cannot do it anymore.
Yeah.
Like, that's,
and
I told you, man, parade or pine box. Bill Belichick's going out in the pine box, man. Bill Belichick, I'm sure Bill Belichick, in his twisted football mind, he's one of those guys that's like, man, if I died coaching on the sideline during a game, I'd die doing exactly what I love.
Yeah. Also, yes, y'all are correct in the comments. So part of why it was 400 pages, he made it very clear to them, these are the guys I want to hire for my on-field staff. My son is going to be the head coach in waiting.
Mm-hmm.
He also had a whole separate section of that 400-page Bible or whatever it's getting called. It was, hey, this is how I'm kind of going to run the front office side with player personnel, scouting, director of scouting, general manager, all those things. And it includes a totally different group of people. Everyone's making a big deal about that. I mean, it's the same thing at every college pretty much. Like, J.M. Jones, who is now the director of player personnel, like, he's not dealing with walk-ons anymore. Like, Brandon Harris, the general manager, he's not in practice holding practice dummies to get someone better at blocking. Like, they have very specific jobs that they do. And yes, I want to just clarify, Brandon Harris, I've never not seen him at practice and we've been there, but, like, he's not coaching on the field. He has a specific job, and the people in his office have specific roles, and they stick to those roles. So, yeah, but man, they got to get a reality show or get Netflix in there or something. Like, we need this documented.
I want when he puts that off-field staff together for player personnel to handle NIL, hires his general manager, I want to see names. And if they're names that are pretty well known and well respected in college football in terms of being kind of player personnel / front office guys, then this thing it'll have a chance to work. It'll have a chance to work. I forgot who said it, but I mean, if Bill Belichick's got the attitude of, look, general manager, North Carolina collective, I need a badass middle linebacker. Go find me one. Okay, then you go do it.
Yeah.
Because especially if Steve Belichick's the one forging these relationships, and Bill's basically just, hey, I'm figurehead. I'm going to get this thing rolling for a couple of years and then turn it over to my son or whatever. Then I can't wait to see how this works.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the first like how they're going to deal with media, because like every school handles media differently. Like when Nick's,
we're moving on to we're on to Wake Forest.
Yeah, so like Nick Saban at Alabama had it set up where if you covered Alabama recruiting and you tried to come on campus to talk to kids, whether it was a camp, a junior day, or a game, and you were on campus trying to talk to them, he literally had his Alabama PR people reach out to the media and say, hey, we're calling the cops on your ass if you try to do this. Like Hank will tell you, they don't like they're very cutthroat, straightforward. I don't know how DeBoer's changed that. I think he's doing the same policies just because it makes their jobs easier too.
Yeah.
But like, for example, that's night and day from what happens at Auburn. Auburn's media setup, like during junior days, and this is from our Auburn 24/7 guys. During junior days at Auburn, they have foldable tables set up inside their facility right when you walk in, and they get like power strips, like extension cords, and they set them all up on these tables, and they give them chairs, and they say, hey, sit here. The junior day is going on. There's kids everywhere. After each kid's done with his visit, I don't know, let's say position coach, the cornerback coach, he has his 5-star corner that just visited, had a great time.
Yeah.
He walks him over. Hey, Jordan, come talk to a 5-star. He had a great time. He loves it here. I think we might get him. And they interview him, and they brought the kid from the coach. They go and take a photo with him, and then he leaves. Like night and day between Auburn and Alabama. And, hey, that might also be why those programs have been night and day as of late. But or another example. But
I dig, honestly, I kind of dig the way Sark does it, where, hey, we're not going to help you do your job, but we're not going to, within certain parameters, we're not going to really prevent you from doing your job either.
Yeah. And like I think we have enough access for recruiting. Like on junior days and the big visit events, we can be there ahead of time when they're walking in. We're not supposed to talk to them. It's not like, oh, if they see us talking to them, they kick us off campus. But we're not supposed to talk to them. If we do, just, hey, man, what's up? Oh, get on in there. You know, I'm always like, hey, I like you, want to say what's up, but I don't want to get in trouble. So they'll come in there, and then afterwards we have one of the kids send us, you know, their graphic where they're supposed to park, or maybe someone on staff, and we meet them there after where the shuttle drops them off and we talk to them. And I mean, it works. It gets the job done. I think it's fine, but I'm very curious the policies Belichick will come up with for media. And also, like, I can't wait for the first kid that visits and, like, what he says. Because, like, what is Belichick's recruiting pitch going to be? Like, hey, I'm Bill Belichick, asshole. Like, when you coming over, you know? Like,
look, asshole. Yeah. This is what we're offering. Your NIL is going to be this. You want it or not.
Yeah. And it also, like, I read reports. Apparently, the GM he wants and that they're going to hire, it's not like, oh, they might hire him. Apparently, this hire is pretty much done behind the scenes, is a GM at one of college's top programs, potentially. I've tried making calls around. I can't figure out who it is. I by no means am I coming on here and saying it's Brandon Harris, but it is worth remembering Brandon Harris was at UNC after he transferred from LSU.
Yeah.
He also has experience managing one of the top programs in all college football, Texas. He only has 1 year being a GM, and I don't think he has any ties to Belichick. And I don't think Brandon Harris is going to get the UNC job, but that was something I thought about. Imagine if Saban joins his staff in some degree, because they're great friends.
Yeah, they're tight.
Imagine the Alabama outcry.
They're tight, dude. But see, that's one of those deals. Like if Nick Saban, and granted, we're tinfoil hat brigade here. Nick Saban going to North Carolina doesn't have near the same disdain I think Alabama fans would give it as like if Nick Saban was at LSU or Florida. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that is North Carolina. Like who cares?
But it would very much have to be like some BS title, like Minister of Culture or something, where it's like very clear he supports staff, or I don't know, just like something where they can pay him and do all that. But yeah,
CB, why are we talking about Bill Belichick destroying bathrooms? Like we ain't talking about nobody mentioned Mike McCarthy. I've listened to the fake Mike McCarthy on the ticket, and that's usually where that shtick ends up, is McCarthy tearing up a bathroom at the Star. So,
hey, I'm gonna add Eric into this. Before I get out of here, I want to show y'all a meme. I saw y'all were talking about Michael Jordan and how UNC is going to try to get some of their NIL money up.
Jake, that's not funny. That's inappropriate, and we will not have that on this show, sir.
This is a little inappropriate. But it's hilarious. Look at this meme I saw yesterday. It says, I have a genius idea.
I mean,
it's a stick man Michael Jordan. For those on audio only, it's a stick man Michael Jordan. It just says Michael Jordan.
It's good to know
that building that says we claim it's a casino, but it's really a UNC NIL fund building.
It's good to know that MS Paint is still being used by somebody here in this world. So
yeah.
I dig it. Eric, you got any thoughts on this Belichick thing, man? I just can't wait to see what it looks like.
Yeah, man. I mean, first off, let me say this. To anyone out there, make sure you're keeping yourself safe, because the flu/whatever season it is real out here. And it definitely got your boy. You can hear it in my voice. So there is that. Nevertheless, Jeff, listen, if I were Mac Brown, I'd be a little miffed because I'm like, yo, y'all got rid of a 72-year-old to get rid of bring a 73-year-old. And I understand that 73-year-old has 19 billion Super Bowls, but he ain't ever coached in college, step one. Step two, I didn't think there was any way he was bringing that girlfriend of his around a bunch of college kids. So, I mean, Bill Belichick, God bless you there. Let's see how I do sign off. Appreciate that, CB. God bless you there. So we'll see how that goes. I guess in all seriousness, Jeff, Jordan, like, I'm intrigued because I'm curious your guys' thoughts on this. And Jeff, I want your thoughts on something completely opposite, but I'll finish up this first.
Okay.
I mentioned to you guys before, right? It was like when Butch Davis took the FIU job, everyone was like, oh man, none of these kids know Butch Davis is the guy who signed the greatest college football team of all time and assembled that talent, right? And what I learned covering that team was none of those kids did, but their parents did, right? And granted, that was a completely different college football landscape in 2017 than we're in now. But that was enough to at least get enough of those kids in South Florida to say, hey, that's the dude you want to play for because he puts dudes in the pros at this position, that position, and he's got Ken Dorsey on staff and so on and so forth. I'm wondering if that's the same thing here with Belichick, guys. Yeah,
I think just the cachet of, if you're a 17, 18-year-old kid, you know Bill Belichick, the resume. You don't have to go down a YouTube or a Google rabbit hole and learn about who Bill Belichick is.
Yeah, and one thing I'm curious, like, a lot of people think North Carolina is like a basketball state and they don't really have like that caliber of athletes. Like if UNC really sits down and focuses on the two Carolina states, Georgia and that surrounding area, like they don't have to leave any of the states they border with to sign a good enough class to win games in the ACC. Now, the thing is, it's Belichick. He always wants the best players. And he's going to bring in, we don't know who it is yet, but it's allegedly going to be a damn good support staff and front office staff that is going to have a lot of experience and know what they're doing. So I'm curious if they ever try to go into Texas to get some guys. Mac Brown signed one kid out of Texas this year in 2025. He's an offensive lineman from Katy, an interior lineman, which is kind of random. But, I mean, what are they going to do in recruiting? That's what I can't wait to see.
I feel like they'd be smart enough to stick primarily to the Carolinas, Georgia, Tennessee, kind of that. I don't know what part of the country you want to call that. Kind of the
Appalachia.
Stick to there, and maybe hey, go into Texas and get a couple of kids. The big thing you got to do is that's why your GM hire is going to be important, and your DPP hire is going to be important too, because going to get players. It might sound fun to go to Florida, Louisiana, Texas to get players. You got to be, I say this all the time about Louisiana specifically, you got to know where you're going. Otherwise, you're just going to waste your time.
Yeah. Jeff, Jordan, kind of piggyback over that point. Good friend of mine, former UNC quarterback, Bryn Renner. Brett and I were having a conversation about just what you talked about, like as far as getting talent in the area. And he's, from that area, he's native of that area, but he's always been adamant that like that area is slept on as far as having enough talent to truly field a contender, that you don't have to necessarily, start reaching for guys in Florida, or reaching for guys in Texas, and so on and so forth. Jeff, the random side thing that I wanted your thought on. Have you seen the Brett Favre Mark Gastineau video?
I was kind of hoping this wouldn't come up because I saw it, and it's I got secondhand embarrassment watching it. It was cringe. It was ultimate level cringe, and I felt like less of a man after watching it. Honestly, I felt a little less confident in society as a whole after I saw it.
All right.
Sorry. Hey, I'm about to hop out of here real quick. Just don't want to hold you any longer. Thought it was hilarious how Terrell Owens quote tweeted Brett Favre apologizing on Twitter. Like, are you going to comment about that shit in Mississippi, bro? Like, what the hell?
Well, Jordan, that's the funny part. I'll let you jump out of here. That is the funny part.
Also, CB, got to remind you, Mac did end up beating Florida State. He beat them this year in Doak Campbell, too.
He got his one. His one.
Yeah, I'm going to see y'all tomorrow. Happy hump day. I'll be tuned in for the next hour. Y'all have a good one.
All right, Jordan.
Appreciate it, Jeff. I do have a co-host jumping on. For those who do not know, Keenan Womack is experiencing one of the great joys. At least I've been told. Jeff can probably speak.
Oh, is that today?
Yeah, he is going to hear his daughter's heartbeat for the first time.
Yeah.
He will not be on the show. Got a good friend of mine, Emily Van Buskirk. She's covered college football for over a decade. She should be on. I'm going to shoot her a text her in a minute to tell her to hop in. Nevertheless, all right, this is the thing, Jeff, that I kind of almost get Mark Gastineau's point. So Brett posted that long thread, right? Apologizing, which of course he should be apologizing to the residents of Mississippi, but nevertheless, explaining the interaction. He said that Mark Gastineau's point that he was trying to emphasize was that, there's a lot of money to be made in being the sack king and, the marketing, going to the card shows, Jeff, that you're really familiar with and whatnot. And that was the source of Mark Gastineau's beef. I do want your thoughts on that. I would also just posit, Mark, a good way to maintain your money is not getting locked up, but I digress. You also understand that point too. Jeff, I want your thoughts on that because I can kind of understand his beef in that regard.
So I will go to my all-time favorite player. Nobody has monetized their accomplishments, their brand quite like Emmitt Smith. If you go to an autograph show, and as a matter of fact, Eric, if you give me just a second.
Yeah, take a second.
I didn't know we were going to be discussing this, but
hey, listen,
I need to get this in a frame. So this is one of my prize collectibles. That's an Emmitt Smith autograph jersey, and this just has the it's just Emmitt's signature on it, right?
Yeah. So
Emmitt Smith charges now. Emmitt's at the top of the food chain. Emmitt's going to charge about, I'd say let's say right around $250 for him to sign anything, right? And if it's equipment, it goes up. But let's just say $200. Now, most athletes will charge you, I'd say anywhere from like $25 to $50 per inscription, and it can go higher depending on the athlete.
Right.
Emmitt's got tiered inscriptions. In other words, if you want him to inscribe his career rushing yardage total, in NFL top 100 selection, or I think there's something else. I think it's maybe Hall of Fame. It's going to be like $100, and then there's a $75 tier of inscriptions, and then there's a $50 tier. So, the ability you have, and it might not sound like much, but going to card shows, and if Mark Gastineau can charge Jets fans, football fans, $25 to inscribe Sack King on cards, jerseys, helmets, whatever.
Yeah.
You add that up over a couple hundred times on top of the autograph fee, you're talking about a nice little payday weekend just for not doing a whole lot of anything.
Yeah.
So that is a really big deal. You really see it with baseball players too. Like, hey, charge so much to inscribe my MVPs or my home run total or number of hits, whatever. I was trying to think if I got any. Actually, it's too far in the areas. I've got a Jose Canseco baseball in my cabinet over here, but it's like it's going to charge like it's got the 40-40 numbers and career home runs, career steals, in AL MVP, all that stuff. So you can. It does cost you money. You are more marketable if they can say Mark Gastineau, single season sack king, other than just Mark Gastineau, Jets legend.
So there you go. That's why, again, I like you, when I initially watched the video, I was like, all right, this is kind of embarrassing. But to that point, I do understand Mark Gastineau's beef. Like, you costed me some bread. Strahan is a guy who obviously had, the post-career lined up with the media and whatnot. Mark Gastineau, a different era. Salaries were different. So I do understand his beef there, Jeff. So I just wanted your thoughts there. All right, I'm gonna let you get out of here. I'm sure there's plenty of work for us on the backside.
Yeah.
I saw
Eric.
Have
a great show. Feel
Thanks,
better, and I will be back to do it tomorrow. Tomorrow, Jordan and I will start getting into Clemson because it's getting to be about that time. So we'll start doing that tomorrow. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Wednesday, and like I said, we'll be back to do it tomorrow.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jordan. It's just an hour. Excuse me. It's only an hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs, taking up to around midday. We are false start. I am Eric Henry. I feel about as good as I sound. Thank you, Chris Bennett, for acknowledging that in the chat, that I sound like complete crap. I do. I guess that is what I got back from the ATL. But as I mentioned in the crosstalk with Jeff and Jordan, Keenan Womack, my normal co-host, is out today, but for a good reason. He is going to hear the heartbeat of his soon-to-be-born daughter for the first time. So he is with Mrs. Womack. And I'm bringing on a great friend of mine. She has covered college football, for at least a decade. She does a phenomenal job. She's also someone who is a huge fan of fullbacks. And I'm wondering what hat she has on right here. Wondering if she's boosting the brand of fullbacks. You can find her on Twitter. Of course, I just had her Twitter pulled up. Let's pull up one more time. You can find her on Twitter at, come on. You know, as long as Emily's going to be disappointed in me, as long as I've known Emily, the fact that I don't know her Twitter offhand, it's at MLNem in significance of her favorite rapper. She is Miss Emily Van Buskirk. Emily, I tried my best to give you the intro, the illustrious intro that you deserved. But as you can probably hear, my voice is not cooperating. So how you doing today out there on the left coast?
I'm doing very well. It's so good to see you. I feel like it's been forever. And I've enjoyed watching you make these crazy moves. I don't know if anyone out there, I'm sure people know your story, but like for those of us that have known you for a while, it has been so fun watching you just shine out there in the Lone Star State. So props to you. Shout out, Eric. I'm so proud of you.
Listen, Emily Van Buskirk is one of my fairy godmothers in this industry of sports media. She was one of the first people, if not either the first or second person to ever have me on a podcast. So as always, I appreciate you and you doing great work. Again, what's this year? What for you? You don't have to date yourself as you got to run the damn ball hat. Is that the hat you're rocking today?
Yes, that's the one we got today. It's from a really great company called Onward Reserve. They do a lot of SEC based clothing, but they started this hat and normally I'd have my Make Fullbacks Great Again hat on, but it's been worn so much I had to retire it a little bit. So I'm going to bring it back with Keith Smith, I think at the Natty in ATL. But this is the current hat of choice because run the damn ball. I mean, look at the college football this year. Running the ball has been such a huge part of that conversation. And it's finally getting the due that it deserves. Yeah, quarterbacks are great. Air raid is great. We love to see touchdowns, end zone fades, all that, but running the ball is so integral to football in general. So I'm just always going to rep it.
No, listen, you talk about running the damn ball. Running the damn ball has been the theme on the minds of Texas fans all season with their run game. Before I dive into things, Emily, we're going to talk general CFB talk, of course, talk Texas as well. Emily is based out in California, Northern California, the Bay Area to be exact. Let me run through a couple of comments here. Of course, as always, I guess I'll start with this. I haven't talked about it. UT parking. Mentioned, just saw the Sadir news. Damn, Texas really needs 4 defensive tackles out of the portal. That's a tall order. Yes, Sadir Mitchell entering the transfer portal. So Texas really thin at the defensive tackle spot. Going to get some guys there. CB asks, where Isaiah Thompson, of course, making reference to Isaiah Thomas and Butch Davis together at FIU. Now, they just missed each other by a year and a half. CB. James Cox, as always, appreciate you rocking with us. You say, E. Henry, what up? My guy, get better. Yeah, man, a hot toddy or a shot of JMO is probably in my...
Do not order a hot toddy ever. That is a bartender's nightmare, okay? No, take the shot of Jameson like a man.
Listen. I'm sure at some point in the next 23 minutes, I will get to Emily Van Buskirk's cocktail of choice. That I've had the pleasure of ordering. Hey, Em, before we get to Texas, I guess I got to get your thoughts on kind of the news of the day. Bill Belichick landing in Chapel Hill. Your thoughts?
It's super interesting. And I think the best reaction I saw was Tom Brady and Gronkowski on, I think it was one of the post-game shows or pre-game shows for NFL or whatever, but they were talking about, can you imagine Bill Belichick in a college program? And they were both like, absolutely not. Like, we cannot picture this. We don't know what it's going to look like. I think Bill Belichick is one of the greatest coaches, if not the greatest of all time. I think his football mind is incredible. I think he sees the game in a way that allows his teams to be great because he gets the big picture. I mean, when you look at the teams that he's coached, they've always been complete. He doesn't just see the quarterback and the wide receivers and those positions, but he always had a great fullback, always. He always invested in kicking. He always invested in special teams. I think he's that kind of guy with vision. So I think it'd be fantastic for college football to have him in the game. Do I think it's going to be an easy transition for him? No, I don't. I don't know that these college football kids are ready for the Bill Belichick way. But you know what? If Harbaugh could do it and make it work without, killing anybody, then I think Belichick can do it.
Listen, I will say this, and I made this joke with Jeff before you hopped on. I didn't think there was any way he was going to bring that 24-year-old girlfriend of his around the college campus. I did not think that was going to be the move, but
that's the confidence you need. He's confident.
That's the type of irrational confidence where it's like, yeah, I'm 73. I mean, first off, to be 73 and dating a 24-year-old, like that takes an irrational measure of confidence there. So, yeah, Bill Belichick certainly, I guess, can do that. One other question on that before we transition to a little bit of Texas talk and some general CFP and recruiting. You know, that's one of the things. Listen, right? Like there are older coaches in college football. It's not as if Bill Belichick has to come in there and, know all the dap ups and whatnot. You know, there was even a funny moment that I wanted to give Steve Sarkisian a little bit of crap for because he talked about as his team took the field at Arkansas and I was there on the field, Emily, this was kind of organic shooting pregame. The guys came out for their entrance and at the stadium there, Reynolds Razorback Stadium, they were playing Boss Man D-Lo, Get In With Me.
That's an Ashton Genty favorite, by the way. That's his favorite rapper.
And organically, all the players knew the song, right? So they all started rapping. Okay. And then I saw Steve there kind of like bopping his head. And I didn't know. I was like, hold on, Steve, does Steve know the Boss Man D-Lo? But he came out and said, hey, I didn't know the song, but I just liked the energy I was getting from my guys because they all came out. So like, listen, you can be 73 or be 50 like Steve and still there's a little bit of generational gap. But what do you think about his ability to relate to 17, 18, 19-year-olds who just grew up in a different era than even you and I did, let alone?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because you do need to have some relatability, but at the same time, his name stands kind of on its own. Guys are going to come play for Bill Belichick because he's Bill Belichick, because of the success he's had, because of the people he knows at the next level. Oh, you want to play in the NFL? Great. Here's a great path to do so. So I don't know that he's going to have to go the Brian Kelly route and start dancing in recruiting videos. Like, I really hope he doesn't do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't think it's going to go that way. I think it's going to be more of a Herm Edwards. Now, of course, Herm Edwards, it didn't really work out at ASU, but in the first season he was there, we did see some success, and how he related to the players was different than what we have with Kenny Dillingham, which obviously is a better fit for the Sun Devil Nation. But I think he can do it. I have no concerns whatsoever. I think it'll be really fun to watch. It'll be fun for the game. And maybe he'll change it a little bit back because we've gotten a little Wild West in here in the college football world. And I don't know that I love that. So Bill Belichick might bring some fatherly order back to the game that we can all appreciate.
Listen, definitely don't want Bill Belichick dancing like Brian Kelly. See, the thing is, like, it just comes off so inauthentic, right? Yeah. And none of us want that, right? We want Bill Belichick. It's funny, Jordan Scruggs, who hosts the show that came on just prior to us, he's one of our recruiting guys, Emily, and he was making a point, and I think it's one that I think it sounds trivial, but it's genuinely interesting. He was wondering what Bill Belichick's media policies are going to be. And the example he uses, someone who covers recruiting, is the way Texas does things, right? Is like, you can't really talk to recruits on like campus, right? And they're heading to the Moncrief facility, but you can, if you catch them over by the shuttle, when they shuttle, recruits over or whatnot, you can, or you catch them where they park, so on and so forth, right? That's why you will see here at Texas, Emily, you will see a gaggle of, I will break my boss's rule here for a second. On three or rivals or whoever else it may be, ourselves.
They just wait by these car parks to talk to these guys?
Not just by the car parks. This time of year, post up at Austin Bergstrom International Airport. Rivals. I mean, that's where they get it in. Wow. So I'll be super curious to see what Belichick's kind of policies are on these things, because it's a double-edged sword, Emily. In college, yes, the head coach is king. And you can shut out anybody you want to.
Yeah, you don't want to burn a college coach that way.
You don't want to, right? But at the same point in time, it's a different world in that you have recruiting reporters and you have other people who are going to talk to 18, 19-year-old kids, 17-year-old kids. You can't shut them out in that regard. So I'll be super interested, to see how Bill Belichick kind of navigates that aspect. As I go to the comments here, our guy Naman Roberts. Naman, appreciate you rocking with us as always. Says, Emily, great topic, and we're going to come to that next. Texas, run the damn ball straight at them and stop with the zone blocking scheme. SEC linemen shoot the gaps on our huge O-line. Banks and Williams can block head up all day.
Make them pay.
there you go. Emily, just your general thoughts. First off, again, you're someone who's very familiar with Steve Sarkisian from his time on the left coast in California. Your just general thoughts on Texas this season.
Well, it's funny you say that. I've known Steve Sarkisian a long time. I've seen all phases of Steve Sarkisian, and I'm really happy, first and foremost, that he's found success where he's at. It's great to see him happy and healthy and thriving. And I got to tell you, I got married 2 months ago, and I married into a Texas family. So my husband, Chase, is from Texas. He is a huge UT fan.
Where's he from?
He's from Grapevine area, but he kind of lived all over. And he's so a little bit SMU, like on good days, but mostly when you grow up in Texas, you're generally, most people are UT.
You're appealing to our audience here.
I know. It's just I'm now part of it. So, and I spend a lot of time in Texas for football and bowl games and whatnot. Very excited for the Cotton Bowl this year. It's going to be great. Shout out Scotty Rogers, who does a great job there. So, I've been around Texas. I've been watching the games, and because of you, because of Chase, I've kind of been invested. And I do know a couple people on the coaching staff. Jeff Banks, I've known for a while, and he's my guy. Special teams, we will talk special teams all day. And of course, tight ends. And then Torrey Becton, the strength guy. I mean, he came from Cal. So I think it's been fun to watch what Sark has built there and the people he's surrounded. And it's been fun to watch the program. Now, I miss Jonathan Brooks. That was my peak Texas time, was watching him the last couple years. I think he's such an incredible runner. And now we get to see him at the next level, which is great. But I do think sometimes you guys should run the ball more. I understand when you've got quarterbacks like you do, great. And Texas will always be a throw state. I get it. But I think the guy who just had that comment is right. Shoot more gaps, wear them down. And when you face these teams in the playoffs, especially, teams like Georgia, teams like Boise State, if you make it that far, and you run into them, there's going to be teams with lines that you can break through. I mean, that's just going to be, at the end of the day, secondaries are always going to be there trying to stop the pass, but you can really make a difference running the ball.
Emily, I'm going to take a 30-second break here to let the folks know if you are in the market for a new vehicle, look no further than our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Don't go anywhere else. Go to Covert. We're going to let our friends at Covert tell you all about it, and Emily and I will be back on the other side in 30 seconds. Get this queued up here. There we go.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
In addition to Covert, of course, in the market new vehicle, look no further than our friends at Covert. Texas Sports Unfiltered has started a CFP College Football Playoff Bracket Madness contest on ESPN. You can check that out. Go to TSU to check that out. And they'll have some prizes for the winners. So, folks, if y'all get signed up for that CFP College Football Playoff Bracket Madness through TSU, BK, Brad Kellner, the main account, they have tweeted links to join, and it should be pinned at the top of the profile. So join there to win some tremendous prizes. Emily, to kind of piggyback off of what you said in terms of the run game, I think Naman raised this point. Our guy, Travis Johnson, will come to your comment in a second. Appreciate you rocking with us as always, too. This is what I've learned, especially coming from a state like Florida, where we have so many running backs. Texas did have the number one running back recruit in the nation, CJ Baxter, last year, of course, signed with Texas. CJ was a kid, Emily, who they run, and I don't know how it is on the West Coast. It's wild that I've never actually been to California for all the travel I've done. I've never been to California, so I'm not super familiar with Cali high school football. But in Florida and in the South, it's gap scheme. We got a guy who's 6 foot, 215 pounds, runs a 4.4, benches, 20 reps at 225. Go be bigger, stronger, faster, more athletic than everybody else, right? Like, that's what it is. What I've noticed being in Texas, Emily, and I'm not necessarily asking, for a nuanced thought of you in terms of like high school in California, but just general observation is a lot of backs. CJ was very candid with us last year by saying, one of the biggest struggles for him was learning how to run, zone scheme, right? Because everything is gap scheme, right? And you've kind of seen Steve Sarkisian and company, when the run game struggled earlier this year, try to adopt a little more gap scheme into kind of some of the things that we're doing, not just go wide outside zone to kind of help out their runners. Let me ask you this, because I know, again, you are a run the damn ball, downhill, smash mouth right in your face. What are kind of your thoughts just kind of in terms of the approach of the run game? Are you more finesse and like, hey, if you have, I'm trying to think of people in of course, your area, Marshawn Lynch, right? Let's get that guy the ball and just let him, hit the hole and go, right? Versus, I guess maybe like a Reggie Bush or someone like that, who maybe you want to give him a little room to kind of create. What's kind of your take there?
We've been really fortunate, especially where I live in Northern California. Like you said, you mentioned Marshawn Lynch, but Stanford has had a stable of running backs, especially in recent years. Christian McCaffrey was a very utilitarian back. He not only would run the ball, he would cut out wide for screen passes. He would break. Everybody saw the run at Iowa in the Rose Bowl. If you know Christian McCaffrey at all, you're thinking of that run. So there's been guys like that. Bryce Love, who he didn't quite make it into the next level, but he was great at Stanford. Toby Gerhart, another guy. And by the way, these are all guys that should have won the Heisman and didn't. I think Stanford has the record for most guys to go to the Heisman and finish second place in the last 10 years. Andrew Luck, Toby Gerhart, Christian McCaffrey, Bryce Love. The list goes on. But we've been very fortunate to have guys like that and watch them be able to break off long runs. But that doesn't happen without the mechanics at the line, right? You can give a guy a ball like Marshawn Lynch, or Ashton Genty's a great example of that. He's kind of a Marshawn-esque guy when he runs bulldozing ahead. But he's also a finesse guy where if he hits that block and he gets loose, he's gone. So it's kind of a mixture. And I think the West Coast is known for it, but not known for it, right? There's guys that do it, but the run game just doesn't get love the way. And the same way offensive linemen don't get love, right? So those are little things and nuanced things about the game that true football players will get and love. But if you're going to be a back like that in certain places, you got to understand that you may not be getting the recognition that you deserve until you hit numbers like Ashton's, So you got to be okay with that. And that takes a certain kind of guy like Christian, who basically got no recognition until the end of his career. And then he takes off and whatnot. But you have to be okay. And that takes a very certain kind of young man to be able to do that work, to work hard for little to no recognition, but know that that's what you're meant to do. So
Emily, my next question to you is just going to be general thoughts on the 12-team playoff. And before I come to that, I'm going to go to the comments here. R. Travis Johnson said he thinks that Rod, referring to Rod, if I can get this up on the screen, there we go, referring to Rod Babers, said that Texas has had most success on zone running schemes. I think the run game has been tough to figure out between the fumbles and it not working like they think it should. Quite frankly, I think, we kind of take running backs for granted and think it's just plug and play. And you referenced Jonathan Brooks. I think that was, Emily, kind of give you the feeling on the ground here was, all right, you had Roschon Johnson, you had Bijan Robinson, you had Jonathan Brooks, you'll just slide another running back in. And it's not that simple, especially when CJ Baxter goes down with an injury. I think that's played a factor. Naman, I do want to correct you, my guy, really quick. Say that Steve Sarkisian was the offensive coordinator in the Super Bowl against Brady, and if he would have run the damn ball in the Super Bowl. I agree that they would have run the ball, they would have won the Super Bowl. However, Naman, just a quick correction. Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator in Atlanta for that game. That legendary Super Bowl, Kyle Shanahan was actually calling plays there. Emily, general thoughts on the 12-team playoff and just kind of, whatever direction you want to take it, how you see things shaking out, which matchups intrigue you, where you're going to be at, take us through.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what, as you know, I was not a fan of the expanded format forever because I was worried that there was no one that really deserved it, that it wasn't going to be good for the game. I've completely 180'd on that because I love this bracket that we have. And I know it's probably a little controversial because people feel that their teams didn't go where they should have gone or gotten the seed that they should have gone. But this is going to be one of the most interesting playoff. Well, I mean, it's the first, but I think it's going to go down in history as one of the most interesting because, yes, you have these great classic matchups, Tennessee, Ohio State, classic, right? I love the Clemson, Texas. I think it's going to be such an interesting game. And then the next round, they meet ASU. Who in the world would have seen this ASU team? But they're such a great team. I saw an article today where they got ranked like worst of all the teams in the playoffs. I think that's complete ridiculous bullshit. I think they have an incredible team across the board. Their coach is a guy you can 100% get behind. If you've met Kenny Dillingham, then you've looked straight into the face of someone who absolutely would take a bullet. I know a lot of coaches are like, I would die for my kids. I would do this. No, there's a handful of guys that would step in front of a stray bullet for their team. Spencer Danielson's one at Boise State. Kenny Dillingham's one. I'm sure, Dan Lanning at Oregon is probably one. So I think that ASU, whoever makes it to that ASU game, that's going to be a really tough matchup. They're fired up. Cam Scatterbo feels he should have been in the Heisman conversation. I think he's great. I think that's a little bit of a stretch, but he is a tough competitor. And then on the other side, we have a Indiana team, which came out of nowhere with Kurt Cignetti. That's been super fun to watch. You love to see them be good. Notre Dame, I'm a little less sold on. I never fully buy in on Notre Dame because I don't feel like they have that finish line mentality. But whoever they faces Georgia, that's going to be a heck of a game. And then this SMU Penn State. Yeah. Where in the world would we ever see that, but how fun for these two teams. And then to meet Boise State in that next game. How can you not be romantic about football? How can you not be excited about this format? You're going to get games across the board all through December that are just peak elite games. I wish I could go to some of these playoff games. I'm going to be in the Bahamas Bowl working for ESPN. So I'm very excited for that opportunity. So I'll miss a lot of that stuff, but I will be at the Cotton Bowl. So whoever makes it there, I'll be there. And then I'll be in Atlanta for the Natty. So I'm excited.
All right. And well, I won't lie. It is my anticipation that I will see you at one of those games because I do believe that Texas will take care of business against Clemson. Rob says if Texas players, what's going on with our comments here today? I can't get it up on the screen. There we go.
That's a good one. If Texas players are already looking at Arizona State, they won't make it to that game. Clemson's going to be tough. 100% Clemson's going to be tough. And this is the thing about Dabo. He's been there. He has been there before so many times that he could do playoff games in his sleep. Do not sleep on that kind of experience. Yes, I don't think it's as talented a Clemson's team as we've seen in the past, but it is a hungry one, and it's guys and coaches that have been there. They know how to approach these games. So it is a first tough battle for Texas. But if they do get past that, it's another hard-fought battle against Arizona State. So they're going to earn their spot.
Yeah, most definitely. Again, like I said, I believe that Texas will be able to take care of business just because I believe Texas is a better team than Clemson this year and face Arizona State. That would be in Atlanta. Mm-hmm. And then I do think that Texas can get by Arizona State and face Oregon in the Cotton Bowl. That is where I see this.
What a classic matchup. What just like classic. We'll love it.
It's funny, Em. I have been cautiously optimistic kind of about this Texas team. Again, no rooting interest because I am just a lowly beat writer who covers things day in and day out. But I look at this team, and the last question I kind of want to sneak in here with you as we're coming up on the 1 o'clock hour is your thoughts on Quinn Ewers, because I've been a Quinn Ewers guy really since day one. And I think we're kind of at a point where Quinn probably needs a time to rest to get healthy. But if you can get 80% of peak Quinn Ewers, I think the path for Texas to Arlington, and I do think that will be the matchup, right? I do think I can't see the CFP or Oregon choosing to go to Fort Lauderdale, for the Orange Bowl. So I see that being the game in the Cotton Bowl. But I think Quinn Ewers is kind of the deciding factor there for Texas. Kind of your general thoughts on Quinn.
I have mixed emotion about Quinn Ewers because obviously I hear my husband, yelling at the TV or whatever. I personally think he's a very talented quarterback. I do think the health of so many of these guys, because you look at, Georgia too, at their position at quarterback, the health, it's such a big factor because all these teams battled so hard to get here and everybody's dealing with a little bit of injury. The Boise State quarterback, I think, is not 100%. I don't know. I'd have to look into injuries for the rest of them, but I know everyone's battling with something. So I do think you're right. His health is going to be very key, but he strikes me. I know everyone's like Texas is back and then they're never quite back, but this feels like a very much Texas is back year. I don't think I would put faith in him. But I got to tell you that Arizona State game, I do think they get by Clemson.
Yeah.
I feel that all the way. But that Arizona State game is going to be tough. I know that Texas is on paper probably a better team, but Arizona State has this like crazy scrap yard dog, like junkyard dog mentality that's scary and it's going to be super, super tough. So if you're going into that already not 100%, you'd hate to see some injuries because it's going to be such a hard fought game. But I do like yours. I think his feel for the ball is great. I think his vision's great. He just needs time sometimes to do the things he needs to do. So maybe the line works really hard and gives him some of that space. He'll make the plays they need him to make.
Naman asks, Eric, are you going back to Atlanta for the Wings if Texas gets back? I will definitely be in Atlanta. I will be at every game, so I will be in Atlanta if Texas gets back, and I will go back. Emily, the story there is, I'm assuming that you are familiar with the legendary Magic City and the Wings, the Lou Will Lemon Pepper.
Of course.
Okay, so yours truly, I decided to make the trip to Magic City. So let me just kind of give you a breakdown, right? It was not a late night out for me Friday because I knew I had to cover the SEC title game Saturday, 4 p.m. and then be on the first thing out to cover UConn Texas men's basketball the next day. So I was like, listen, the only rest I'm going to get is this night, but I want to at least try the Lou Will Lemon Pepper. My guy, Corey Mose, shout out to Corey, sports anchor here in KVU, let me down. He did not make the pilgrimage to Magic City. So I was like, all right, I got to go solo. I went solo. Emily, Magic City is not a large establishment. It is just it's a little spot, and there's like a kitchen outside of it, and it's like, okay, this is not what you'd expect from I guess adult entertainment spot. Would be the thing to call it. But went and got the wings. The wings and fries were fire. My mistake, Emily, was I was stupid hungry, and I'm very particular. Like, you know me, I'm a workout fiend. Like I try not to like get myself that hungry where I just order everything on the menu, but I was that hungry. So I ordered a seafood quesadilla from Magic City.
Oh boy.
The next morning, I thought I was going to die because I couldn't breathe. Like I was warm all over. I was a ton of things. So that's where that one comes from. So two-part question for you. One, have you ever been to a Mercedes-Benz Stadium by any chance?
That's the one. I have not been there. Peach Bowl has been not on our list, and Kim and I have been wanting to do it. So no, not yet.
I will say it's great location. There is a Signia Hotel, that's basically attached to the stadium. It's just a little walkway there that takes you there. So it's great for media, great spot. They got like little restaurants inside of there. So that's great. If you do go to Magic City, I just would say stick to the wings.
I don't know that I would order seafood in Atlanta, being that I live on the water here in California.
You would think a Floridian would know better than to order seafood in Atlanta, but that was not the case. And the last thing before I get you out of here, as I'll bring in our guy Zay Collier, he's one half of Chip and Zay, the dynamic duo. They're going to take you up at 3 p.m. And I need to apologize publicly to my co-host. All right, as I said, he is listening to the heartbeat of his soon-to-be-born daughter today. But I asked him a question. And, I like to kind of go off the beaten path with the show. And like, if you heard the show daily, it would be a lot like our car rides to games, just like going in 10 different directions. And Zay needs to hear this too. So I asked him, when was the last time that the female form, the physical shape of a woman, caught him by surprise in a good way? It was like, man, like I was not expecting all of that. And then, he ended up seeing that. Why would I ask a man who is not only married, but his wife is 5 months pregnant to answer that question? I clearly am speaking as someone who is not married and has no kids, because Keenan pulled the smart move, which is decline to answer that question. But I thought about it afterwards. I was like, my guy, his wife is pregnant. And I asked him that on air. Like, just how much of a facepalm do I deserve for that?
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit shocked because your random questions are usually a little more
good.
I mean, I don't want to say bad, but that's a little surprising. Have you been drinking NyQuil like for your cold? what's going on? Some cough syrup? Like,
I'm not sure, M. What
bottle down, Eric.
I'm not sure what came over me, M, but that was a choice. Zay, let me have it. Your thoughts?
I mean, Keenan should understand what he's getting from you every day. It shouldn't have been hard for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, and Keenan took the good high road. You know, he didn't want to throw anybody under the bus or get himself in trouble. So I appreciate that. I get it, but come on, Keenan, man up. Answer the question.
I think Eric has been away from Florida too long, and you're going a little stir crazy there in Austin. You need to get back to the beaches in Florida for a little bit and reset, is what I think.
Well, listen, I've always been away from Florida too long, always been away from the beach too long. So there is that. But yeah, I need to publicly apologize to my coach. I realized the position I put. It would be like if, I asked Chase, like, Chase, when's the last time a woman caught you off guard? And like,
he would, I would love for you to ask that, because he literally would be like, huh? He is around cars all day. He's a mechanic. And he
got you.
I don't think he would even know how to, he'd be like, what are you talking about? The body of a car, yes. The body of a woman, not so much.
Not so much. Again, you can find her on Twitter at MLNM. I didn't even get a chance to dive into her love for the great Marshall Mathers. It's a conversation I'll have another time, because Zay, my hot take on Eminem, his flow, amazing. Probably top 5 flow. Lyrics, vastly overrated. Vastly overrated as a lyricist.
They're not for you, is what it is. If you're an Eminem fan, you get it. If you don't think, if you don't like it, it's not for you, and that's okay.
Zay, I will come to it another time. I'm gonna let Emily go. Of course, you can find her on Twitter at MLM. She's doing great work. Emily, shout out where the folks can find you instead of me trying to shout out.
Sports Illustrated, G5 Football Daily. I've been doing features all year. Got a few more in me, doing Army Navy this weekend, which is the best game of the whole year, hands down. Will fight you on that to the death. It's an incredible game. This year's uniform game is going to be the best in 10 years. So everybody should tune in. But my futures will be there.
Emily, like I said, she's like a fairy godmother to me in my sports journalism career. As always, Em, much love. Appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's get to one half of the dynamic duo themselves. Chip Brown, Zay Collier. Fellas, how are y'all doing today?
What's going on?
Good, man.
You can probably hear it in my voice. I've been better. I probably gonna need a day on the IR here after I crank out one last story and dial it down pretty quickly here. But Chip, on a sentimental note, do you mind, Chip, if I'm a little sentimental about Chip Brown today? Do you mind?
Oh man, can't wait to hear this.
All right. As I mentioned, Keenan not on the show today because he is listening to the heartbeat of his soon-to-be daughter. They got the appointment today, so it's
awesome.
And I will say, Zay, Chip's probably going to kill me for this, but I'm going to do it here in a public forum. The first moment that I was like, you know what, like this Chip Brown's a decent guy. Like he's a really good guy. When we were rooming together in Birmingham, and he was talking to his son, who, if memory serves me correct, was heading overseas for that point in time, and just hearing like Chip beam with pride of his son. With pride for his son for what he was embarking. That to me was just like, I think you see the true moment of a person, the way they are around their kids. I was like, this Chip Brown is a good dude. So the question I have for you, Chip, is what is your favorite early memory of your kids?
Oh man. This is gonna sound crazy, but my ex-wife worked overnight. So I changed, probably most all of his diapers his first 6 months. And I just remember getting him on a schedule, and like I would feed him, and then I would put him in a swing, and then he'd fall asleep. And it allowed me to do work. And then every 3 hours I'd get him up and kind of start the process over again. So he and I had a lot of one-on-one those first 6 months. And then, it just gets better, obviously, because they go from being potted plants to human beings. And I can't believe he's a senior now. But yeah, man, it's a glorious thing watching your kids grow up.
So there you go. That is what Keenan Womack has to look forward to. Fellas, with that, I'm going to get out of y'all's way, pass the rock to Chip and Zay. Y'all have a great Wednesday.
Hey, E. Henry, you're the man. Let's record the pod tomorrow. Oh,
appreciate you, E. Henry.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay. Holding it down in the midday right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, please take note of all these incredible sponsors around our heads, because and give them your love, your business, because they make it possible for us to broadcast every weekday. And if you're listening to us on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, which even if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, you should have downloaded. Play along with us on the CODA Circuit of the Americas text line at 512-222-9328. Throw that in your phone. TSU hotline, 512-222-9328. Sorry, text line. All right. And please like and subscribe to the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel. That's how we grow. So we appreciate your help in that direction. Zay loaded show today. We'll have John Brown, two-time Mr. Universe, father of 3 5-star wide receiver sons, Equanimous Osiris and Amon-Ra St. Brown. He'll join us in about 20 minutes. And then Brian Robison, former still Longhorn national champion, member of that 2005 team on the defensive line, was part of that legendary 4th down stop on Lendell White to get the ball back to Vince Young to go win the national championship. And very interested to hear Brian Robison's take on the fact that all of the developmental defensive linemen, interior defensive linemen, seem to be heading out the door. Jere Bledsoe today, Sadir Mitchell indicating he's going to enter the portal. And you've already got guys, Aaron Bryant in the portal and Tia Savea. So literally all of your developmental guys are at least expressing an intention to hit the bricks, Zay. And that I don't like that, but I'm trying to dig around, get some more information on just exactly what's going on. Because, you're going to lose Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, Bill Norton, and Jermaine Lolay, because they're going to move on up and out. Your thoughts?
Interesting. Really interesting. I mean, I feel like Kenny Baker in 1 year has proven that that's somebody that you should believe in. And if you're one of these guys that hasn't necessarily had the opportunities to perform in the 2024 season because there's guys that are just simply better than you, you would want to trust the process, especially since you're still a young guy. If you're one of these guys that have only been in school for 1 year or so, why give up on the process? You're playing in the SEC. I get it. We're in the microwave society with all the transfer portal stuff. And, you don't have to sit out 1 year like you used to. So these guys, they're hopping in even if it doesn't suit them or benefit them. The grass isn't always greener on the other side. So you never know what their agent's telling them. You never know what Uncle Elroy and the family members are telling them. And it could simply just not be the right fit. So, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, again, Kenny Baker, I feel like here in year one, guys like Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins, they've gotten better to where they're going to get drafted this upcoming 2025 draft. You're playing for Pete Kwiatkowski, who's been dialing it up all year long. You got one of the best defenses in the nation. So for guys to not want to see that through and not want to be part of that, it's a little odd. So again, I'm sure we're going to hear more information later on. I know a lot of these guys committed to Bo Davis originally, and they were going to go see how the whole Kenny Baker thing worked in year one, and maybe it just didn't work. So, yeah, I don't understand it, but hey, those guys that entered the portal, I wish them the best of luck, and hopefully they find a destination that will bring them in and get them or get the best of their ability of what they want.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna, I mean, I don't know what Texas spent for Jermaine Lole, Bill Norton, Tia Savea, but it probably wasn't cheap. Now, it could be really expensive if they're going to have to go find 3 or 4 defensive tackles. You've got Alex January coming back. Vernon Broughton redshirted in 2020, so he has a year left. He could come back like David Benda and be a 6th-year guy. He's married. Now, look, he's making good money, NIL money, so maybe it makes sense for him to come back, but you almost need that because you got to have some experience in the pipeline.
For sure. And I mean, it does feel like a slap in the face, I bet, for some guys who thought it was going to be their turn. And then Steve Sarkisian, they go out and get Jermaine Lole, Bill Norton, and Tia Savea. So those guys come in, take all your reps, the reps that you thought you were going to get, and you realize that, man, maybe I'm not ready for this moment, or maybe I'm not being developed enough. Again, you just never know with these kids. It's such a weird time in college sports. It's so easy to hop in the portal. Like the fact that Malik Murphy is putting himself in the portal after it looked like he found himself a spot in Durham. But he's unsatisfied. And now he's trying to see if the grass is greener. So, yeah, I just – in some ways I get it. Some ways I don't understand it. I mean, coaches could up and leave anytime they want, it seems like. But, yeah, when it comes to the interior defensive line, which those guys are hard to come by, and like you said, the pipeline is getting thinner and thinner each day, it's weird. And it'd be different if the guys were struggling and this defense was mediocre, but this is one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in all of college football. So why wouldn't you believe in the coaching staff to put you in those situations like Alfred Collins has been put in and Vernon Broughton to make big plays? You know, do they look at the amount of reps and the fact that there's a rotation and they don't like that for the foreseeable future? They want all these reps and stuff. I don't know. It's little, flabbergasting in a way. But I wish they would have stuck it through. If you don't want to be here, I don't know if Steve Sarkisian is going to allow the guys that are entering the transfer portal, a la Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State. He came out and said, yo, you could go in the transfer portal right now, but you're a big part of this team. I'll allow you to be in the transfer portal and we'll help you get to whatever destination you need to get to, but you were a part of this team and that means something, so we're going to let you enjoy the ride. I don't know if Steve Sarkisian is going to do that. I mean, we kind of saw it last year. He did it with guys like Casey Kane, who stuck around during the college football playoff and stuff, but I don't know if those other guys are, who knows? You could change it depending on the player. I don't know. But I do wish that some of these guys would have stuck it out and believed in the process, and it's just not going to happen overnight. So here we are.
Yeah. Yeah. You look at it. I mean, those are critical positions in terms of development. You want the big guys in your program. Now, Sadir has had, he's from New Jersey. It seems like there have been times where he felt like he was, super far away from his family.
He homesick, get him a pizza. What are we talking about? Let him eat an Italian sub, a little gabagoo. What are we talking about?
That's all it takes.
Come on. That's all it takes. Make him feel right at home.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll have a New York pizza day, Sadir.
Sadir, he has great size, but you got to get play in, play out. We know that, and it's hard to find. That is the hardest position to get right. It really is. Like I always say, quarterback and interior defensive line are the two most important recruits every year in your recruiting class. And not every one of them is going to work out. But Sadir at 6'6", 350, he's been in the program 2 years. This is the time where you want, and same with Jure Bledsoe. So, he's kind of a riddle because he's so physically gifted. And, you want that light bulb to turn on, but it's been a struggle for him kind of every step of the way in terms of just, maturing and developing. But, it sounded like he was turning into a guy who looked at it as something that if he wants to be at an elite level and be a pro, you got to treat it like that. And that's how the top programs expect it. Nick Saban expected it. Kirby expects it. Steve Sarkisian expects it. And if it's not, if it's not that important to you, then it's not going to work. So it's going to be very interesting to see, where some of these guys end up. I could easily see, now Sadir Mitchell's not in there yet. He's, telling people he plans to be in the portal. So, there's still time for Texas coaches to get, to get through if it's a guy they feel like is in it to win it. So it's all year I've been saying on the radio here, that the two most important guys developmental wise during the 2024 season, even if they're not on the field, are Jure Bledsoe and Sadir Mitchell, because they've been in the program. They've been in the weight program. They've been in the culture building. They've been in every practice, and you want those guys to come around. And, Bledsoe's a really super twitchy guy. Those guys are, he's not as big as Byron Murphy, but he's got that quick twitch ability, but it just doesn't seem, that motor stays on all the time. And Sadir just has amazing size. And when he's locked in, he can split double teams and get after it. So, but it's been an up and down road for him as well. I've had, people say they wouldn't be surprised if he, left and went somewhere closer to home, like Rutgers or something. But it's, Sadir's a guy that they beat Georgia for. So
Rutgers? Are we serious, man?
Hey,
come on.
Like,
homesick ain't what homesick used to be. Homesick back in the day, there weren't no social media where, you couldn't keep up with the homies and keep up with the boo thing back home and stuff. Now you have all these resources. Homesick ain't what it used to be. And I get it. You could still be homesick. Who knows what situation he has with his family or the close relationships, the tight-knit groups that he has. But Richard's out here saying, Zay, I heard a report where Sadir Mitchell gained 37 pounds in the offseason between the end of the season to this year and weighs 377. Oh, we don't need no more.
He did. He blew up. And then he was in the doghouse when, spring football started. And I said part of that was because of the month that Texas lost from the time they lost Bo Davis. It was like January 5th. And then they didn't hire Kenny Baker. Let me make sure I'm telling you this right. But it was close to a month.
So he didn't have nobody like supervising him.
Right.
He was kind of on his own.
Right.
In a way.
And yeah, so end of January. So it was 25 days. And in those 25 days, Sadir didn't have someone kind of staying on him, and he took his winter break and, added weight. We know the big fellas can put it on quick, and he did. And then he started off spring football at like 370 something.
Didn't he have an issue this year where I want to say he quit on the team, but he had to get a little talking to, got himself in the doghouse?
Yeah, and then he worked his way back, Sarkisian, they were playing him. He was getting reps in those last 4 regular season games, and it seemed like they were making a effort to let him know, hey man, we see you in the mix. Stay with it. So we'll see how that one turns out, because again, 2 years of investment in the program, and Sark is I think one of the reasons he's really good is he tells his coaches, his assistants, coach every guy in your room. Coach every guy in your room. Do not just coach the starters. And I don't know if you saw, Aaron Bryant wrote something. Let's see here. He wrote kind of a journal, and it was very flattering of Kenny Baker. And I think Aaron Bryant is a guy who, here it is, the tunnel. He said, this is what he wrote. He said, the coach who gave me confidence. Coach Baker was different from Coach Bo. Where Coach Bo focused on the technical side of things, Coach Baker zeroed in on my mindset. Coach Baker is a man who I will always respect and love. He'd stay late after practice, going over film with me, breaking down my technique, showing me how to refine my game. He'd have Coach Mike send me clips of what I could do better, and he'd show me. But more than that, he'd remind me of what I was capable of. He believed in me more than I believed in myself. AB, you've got everything you need to be great, he told me one day after a long practice. You just have to trust yourself and go get it. He spoke life into me. Those words stuck with me and will stick with me forever. And he
So you leave?
Right.
You're the greatest coach ever. I'm out.
Right.
Love everything you did for me. You changed my life. I don't want to be around you anymore.
Well, here's the thing. Aaron Bryant is a good player. I don't know that he's an SEC player. And when you see what they're playing with in the SEC, the fact that none of Texas's defensive linemen were all SEC on 3 teams, that standard is high. There's no question. And a guy like, Justice Terry was a huge get. You need him to be as good as advertised, but you can't rely on him as a freshman to go play 40, 50 reps unless he's a freak like Kelvin Banks. So, I mean, there are those guys, but that's a lot to ask and expect. You got to have some vets who can show the way. They better hope that Vernon Broughton is wanting to come back for a 6th year, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like he's made a lot of money this year, so I don't know about all that, but
well, he can make a lot of money at Texas. I mean, he probably is making a lot of money at Texas. Like, here's the thing. I don't know where Vernon Broughton's going to be. You know, I got to call my guys. I'll do that closer to the
man. Call them sources that you always hear about. Your scouts.
But if he's a mid-round guy, he'll make more at Texas. I told you about the drop-off of the salary depending on where you're drafted. In the first round, $38 million for a 4-year deal to $15 million for a 4-year deal. Once you get into the low second round, man, it's $7 million for 4 years. And once you get into the middle rounds, it's all right at $4 million for 4 years. And if you're a 6th or 7th round guy, you're making more. In some cases, you're making more in NIL than you are. I mean, if you're making 600, 700,000 in NIL, you're making more than you're going to make your rookie year in the NFL. So in some cases, it
and who knows who's a hater on the team? Like, who knows? There's just guys that are sitting riding pine right now that are listening to Uncle Elroy talk about, yo, nephew, this guy, how much is he making? Because they all know how much they're making to a certain extent. So if I see Joe Schmo out here making around 6 figures, but he ain't producing, and I feel like I'm better than him, and there might be a little bit of, oh, we got to play him because we paying him, and I'm not getting any tick or Skrilla that these guys are getting, yeah, I'm going to hate on that. That bothers me. As a competitor, there's those guys that think like that. I should be making that. Why is he rolling around in a nice 4-runner truck? Like, why is he going crazy, Lamborghini and stuff, when I'm out here riding around in the Saturn? That ain't a good look.
That's not a good look.
Not a good look. So these guys talk. We know money talks, money walks. But yeah, I have my faith in Steve Sarkisian, this coaching staff, to go find interior linemen. But this one is definitely a setback.
Well, let's see how it all turns out. Because it's defensive line, interior defensive line, and linebacker are the positions I'm watching like a hawk. All right, let's I see him in the green room. He is two-time Mr. Universe, father of 3 5-star wide receiver sons, Equinemius, Osiris, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, founder of Cane Protein, caneprotein.com, to get your muscles nice and right. You're working out. And if any of you are raising kids and you want them to be athletes, then get some questions in here in the comments or on the Coda text line for John Brown. John,
what's going on, folks?
Merry Christmas. How you doing?
Yeah, it is Christmas on. My goodness.
Man, 2 weeks.
Wow, 2 weeks? Holy
2 weeks.
I haven't even went shopping yet.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
I like Chip.
I know. I'm a mess.
You started already shopping?
No. Oh yeah. Zay doesn't do any shopping. His wife buys her gifts and his gifts.
Oh. Hey, don't make it seem like that, John. She buys the gifts for everybody that we give gifts to, all the family and stuff.
You do go buy her some gifts?
Yeah, we got her covered. Like, that's all I got to worry about.
Okay.
Everybody else, she takes care of that.
Okay.
That's good. That's a good system.
What about you, John Brown?
Man, look, I'll purchase something from my wife, but what can I get the boys? They got everything.
Yeah.
Osiris, I just give him money. That's all he needs. And the other guys, what am I going to get on money? I give him some love or something. There's nothing really. I'm afraid to even give him a housewarming gift because he's so particular on how his house must look. So you just can't. He don't want anything on the counter, so you can't buy something that's going to sit on the counter. I'm like, wow, what do we do?
So did he just buy a house?
Yes.
Okay. They're in
Detroit.
Detroit, is it where? Grosse Pointe? Or
no, I can't say that. I can't divulge that information.
Okay, let's not divulge.
Yeah, you trying to make him like Joe Burrow, man. Joe Burrow just got robbed when he was playing at Monday Night Football.
Oh, yeah. You
gotta relax, Chip.
Yeah, Chip's trying to get him robbed.
Yeah.
I know Detroit, so I'm just trying to make sure, that Almond's in the right spot, But it's all good. All right, so John Brown, the Detroit Lions, they keep grinding, but Jesus, the Vikings are right behind them. The Eagles.
Oh man,
what the hell's going on around here?
I just hold my breath. I don't say anything because I'm just hoping they continue to win. But all these teams, even when I saw them play the Titans, even teams they blew out, the Titans could have beat them. I saw it. All these teams are really formidable, good opponents. Trust me. So, like, we played the Cardinals. I'm like, Jesus, the Cardinals could have beat us.
Yeah.
They're a good team. So, I just hold my breath because it's just keep. All the injuries just killing them. But for some reason, they're getting these guys off the street, and these guys are producing.
Man.
Off the streets, right?
It's been a lot.
I mean,
from Hutchinson, Anzalone, and
I know
it's been a
lot. It's just I don't know when they're gonna start getting guys back. Taylor Decker may come back, but I would ease him in, because we're gonna really need him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taylor Decker on the offensive line. All right, this question comes in from Phil. I've read a lot of Egyptological books in my time. One might assume that John Brown has done the same. Where did you come up with Equanimous, Osiris, and Amun-Ra?
Well, Amun-Ra is the sun god, so he's correct. I was, reading some books on Egyptian mythology and history and all that stuff there, and I was involved in a underground Black conscious movement in LA. And what it was professors from all over would get together in a coffee shop or at some guy's house or his garage, and they would just talk about history. And I was involved in that. So I would always go to those meetings and stuff. And there I learned that you got to be careful naming your kid because there's power in names and numbers. So Osiris is an Egyptian god. Amun-Ra is an Egyptian god. Equanimous is not. He is a character in a book that a friend of mine was writing. And one of the characters' name was Equanimous. And I go, wow, I like that name. So he told me it took it from the word equanimity, which means always, at the same level, never confused, always in battle. He was always thinking correctly under stress and duress. So I like that name. I said, I'm going to give that to my first son would be Equanimous. So yeah, that's how it came about.
And it was me seeing Equanimous's name and I'm going, whoa, this is the coolest name I've ever heard. And then our friend Josh, who listened to my show, was like, I can put you in touch with his dad. I'm like, and then he tells me about you, and I'm like, oh, yes. So we get John on in 2016 because Texas was playing Notre Dame that year.
Mm-hmm.
And we started talking then, and here we are 8 years later.
Still doing it.
Look at them. Everything. Look at how
Still doing
everybody's.
it. Hey,
Yeah.
how's Texas doing?
Well, we'll find out. They
Who
just
they
lost.
got?
They got Clemson.
They could beat Clemson.
They got Clemson in a home game.
Who
December
they lose
20.
to?
They lost to Georgia.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, overtime. That's
a tough one.
That was a tough one.
I think they'll beat Clemson. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
They should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Clemson's strength is offense, although their defense played well against South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
But their strength is their offense, and they're a little banged up at running back.
Mm.
And Texas's strength is their defense. So
I heard something interesting on the talk radio that receivers are overrated now, and they need to start paying running backs again because they're the ones who are making everything happen. Remember, the running backs died for a long time. They didn't want to pay them. You can get them anywhere. Now they're like, well, look at Saquon, look at the Detroit Lions running backs. Maybe the receiver market is dying. What do you think about that?
Well, Saquon's having an unbelievable year.
Yeah.
And so are Jameer and David Montgomery, that's for sure. And Derrick Henry.
Do you think they'll start paying them the big bucks like they used to?
I don't.
No, I mean, look at CJ McCaffrey's situation. He just got paid, and that dude, he's been out all year long. So those running backs, they say after the age of 27, that's when the value really increases. Yeah, that age 27 for a running back, that's the killer age. And clearly Derrick Henry and Saquon are doing well, but Christian McCaffrey's not helping anyone.
So Saquon has to be, what, 26?
He's older than that. I think he's right at 27.
And Derrick Henry?
I think he's 30. Almost.
Really?
Yeah.
Saquon is 27.
Mm-hmm.
He turns 28 in February.
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Henry is 30. He turns 31 on January 4th.
They're still running real well.
Yeah.
Both of those guys, right?
Everybody keeps thinking Derrick Henry's going to run out of gas, and Jerry Jones certainly thought that.
Mm-hmm.
And Derrick Henry's running people
what's
down.
What's up with your Cowboys? Come on, man. Talk to me, Texas. Talk to me, Texas. What's going on with them Cowboys?
Man. And DeMarvion Overshown, that poor guy. So he's their stud linebacker from Texas, and he just tore his ACL, MCL, and PCL.
No.
The trifecta.
That's awful. That's awful. Oh, I hate to hear that.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Mm-mm-mm. You think they're going to try to give Deion Sanders a job?
You know what? At this point, I wouldn't put anything past Jerry Jones because he's got to do things to, spice it up and look over here, not over here. Don't pay attention to how bad we are. Pay attention to me hiring Deion Sanders or something,
Mm-hmm.
So I could see it.
I
could see it.
Yeah, he's running out of runway.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
he
is P.T. Barnum. And he doesn't have a bearded lady right now. You know what I mean?
Man.
He doesn't have a main attraction because he paid the quarterback. And the quarterback wasn't having a great year, then got busted up. Okay,
go ahead.
This is a question from Richard. He says, John, what's the difference between your black label and your blue label protein? My 16-year-old son's had some health issues with low white blood cell count. Do protein shakes help boost white blood cells?
That's a question for your doctor, if they boost cells or not. It's not a question for me. But the difference between the blue and black is the blue is whey protein. They're both a whey protein, but the black has more nutrients in it, like antibiotics. I'm not antibiotics, but it has way more nutrients. It has lactose. If you're lactose intolerant, that one would be good for you. It's just way more nutrients, and it costs me two almost 3 times to produce it. So for guys who have problem with their stomach, and digestive systems, it's good for them.
Okay. All right. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. John, it seems like
I had a question about quarterback. You think they should pay Brock Purdy all that money?
Me personally, no.
That's a tough one. Really? What about you, Zay?
No, I wouldn't pay him. I'd tell him to take a cut.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd tell him to take a cut.
You boys are rough over there in Texas.
I mean,
he did a good job last year. He did. Unfortunately, he used his legs against the Lions, and it made a difference in that second half. It still pains me to say it. So I don't want to take anything away from what he did last year, but he's got a lot of weapons, and that's great. But you got a lot of weapons.
That's what hurt him. That's what hurt him because, again, McCaffrey's been hurt. George Kittle's been hurt at times. Deebo Samuel's having his worst season when it comes to dropping stuff. Yeah, Brandon Ayuk's out. So for him to get that money that he was probably thinking he was going to get before all those injuries, you got to uplift your team when guys start to go out. You got to play at a higher level, and he hasn't done that. So, Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh, my God. He said Mr. Irrelevant.
That's his name. He was the last pick of the draft.
You can't call it that. You boys in Texas ain't no joke. Mr. Irrelevant. He done went to the Super Bowl. Oh, man. Poor guy.
Well, no, he was the last player picked in his draft, so that's why they call him.
Yeah, I know that, but he can't continue.
Yeah, right.
Release the guy.
Release that nickname. What do you think of him?
I think he's pretty good. I wouldn't pay him all the money like they did Dak and all these guys. You got to be careful. I think the quarterbacks are overpaid.
Totally.
In general. I never believed that the quarterback is the most important player on the team. I never believed that ever once. It's an ultimate team sport. How good is Tom Brady without an offensive line? How good is Patrick Mahomes? You saw in that Super Bowl. He couldn't do anything. He didn't have the right offensive line. So how good is Patrick Mahomes if he throws the ball to a receiver who keeps dropping it? His ratings would go down. So I don't know where. I know they're saying because he's touching the ball, but they need to really evaluate that. I think there's something else behind that, fueling that argument. You know, I think it's the last white covenant position, and they're trying to protect it. That's what I think. How is it the most important? It's not possible. Every position is important. If your field goal kicker can't make the field goals, and you're in a tie game, you're done. Every person on that team is important. I don't see one guy more important than the other.
Ignorant Texas fans, John's talking about y'all because there are a lot of Texas fans, especially after this Georgia game, that are blaming the quarterback, Quinn Ewers, for the loss when a plethora of things went wrong in that game.
I mean, is there quarterbacks that are better than others? Yes. Is there receivers that are better than others? Yes. Linemen, so it goes on and on. But you got to have the right team, the right pieces. It's an ultimate team sport.
Yeah. John, Bill Belichick might be going to the University of North Carolina to coach college football. What do you think about that? Bill Belichick.
I'm shocked. Like, what's the point? I mean, he's 70. Is he 70?
73? 72.
He's in his 70s. Why is he trying to go to college? I mean,
no, 73.
That's weird to me, you know? I tell you, as I got older, when I was younger, I heard, you know, older guys, older women, you know, it's not good to have them in positions, you know, in jobs, good positions as managers, as you know, overseers. And I couldn't understand why. I said, well, they have more experience. I would think you would need an older person. But as I got older, I realized, guess what? Shit. Sometimes I go out to my car from the grocery store and I can't find that sucker. You know? So I'm like, where the hell did I park? You know? And then I oh yeah, I parked over here. But my point is, your memory slows down. You're not as quick. Just like physically, you can't run as fast. You can't think as fast. And if you're in a game and you got to think on your feet, and you're the head coach, oh, you're done. You're too old. That's why you need a young person, because they'll think quicker and make quicker decisions in certain situations. When they get older, everything slows down. So he's too slow. He should give a class or something on how to coach, but not coaching. No.
What do you think about the Lions? They got the Bills this week.
I don't even want to listen. I don't even want to think about it. It's the Bills are, man, they're a tough stretch, right? Maybe the toughest stretch in all of football. Even the beginning,
nobody, John.
Even the beginning, the first 4 games were tough. I mean, they got the toughest schedule. So, hey, I'm just hoping for the best, because the Bills are no joke.
No joke.
I mean, the Lions ain't no joke either. So it's going to be a interesting game. It should be good, I think. And I would love to play them with, even if we don't have all our players, but give us 3 healthy defensive players. So it's going to be another shootout. What do you think about Dan Campbell's deciding to go for it on 4th down?
I
thought it was good because of the situation he was in. He don't have his real defense, right? Why would you give the ball back? It was a tied game, right?
Yeah, but he could have attempted a long field goal.
No.
Then
they get the ball back. They would have gotten in position to kick a field goal to win the game, or to tie the game.
Yeah, it was. That's our man, Dan Gamble.
Man,
it worked.
I don't know if it was. Yes, it was a gamble, but mathematically, I think he was right to do that. Because it was tied up, right? And let's say they kick the long field goal and they make it, and I think Green Bay gets the ball back with 40 seconds left. They would have pushed that ball down the field to get in field goal range. And now you're in overtime. Now it's up to a coin toss. You don't want to do that. It's like, look, let's take these guys out right now.
I mean, I loved it. I mean, the team believes in him, and they go fight for him, and they go fight for that yardage. And
he's like Hulk Hogan in the locker room, right?
Yeah.
Listen, you guys, I'm telling you, I knew we were going to do this. You'll never forget that. I'm telling you, he's like Hulk Hogan. I love him in the locker room.
I mean,
he'd be going off. I love that dude.
What does Amon think of him?
I love him. Aaron Glenn too, man. He's amazing, right?
Yeah.
To do what he's doing with guys off the street like that, come on, man. That's not easy, bro.
Hey, how good is Brian Branch?
Oh my God.
That dude, he's a game wrecker.
I heard he was pissed he didn't go first round. And no question, he was a first round talent.
Ooh, no question.
I tell you, I love Kirby Joseph.
Yeah. Yeah, those two.
He has a special skill set, which is he's really a receiver playing DB.
Yeah.
And so when the ball's in the air, he's always playing the ball. 99 of DBs play the man. But this guy's playing the ball. That's why he gets all those picks. That's why I'm excited to see Travis Hunter play DB, because he's going to get a lot of picks because he plays the ball. He's a receiver.
Well, I'm still waiting on my man Terry and Arnold to, find his groove. But I was hoping he'd come. He's
getting better, but he's needs some more work,
Yeah.
Like everybody. A lot of kids need a lot of work, You just don't overnight become this monster,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm just gonna. Oh man, this game is gonna be against the Bills. Come on, man. Wow.
Hey, it's at Ford Field though. That's a good.
But man,
you going?
No. I just came back. I was there for 2 weeks. I'm done.
Okay.
But it's so funny in Ford Field. Everyone goes. My friends who come to see the game, It's so loud, but it's not really loud. Loud is Kansas City.
Really?
Oh, my Kansas City is way louder. I don't think the people in Detroit understand. Look, if you want to get loud, you got to get loud because that's not loud. I mean, Kansas City, have you been to the game there?
I covered a preseason game there against the Cowboys back in 2001.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't the same. It was so loud it hurt my ears.
Wow.
Hurting, and they're outside. People go there just to scream. They don't care about the game because I'm watching them. They're sitting there like this. As soon as the defense gets the ball, they just start screaming. That's all they do. And then they stop. I go, what the hell is that? This guy just came to the game to scream. He's not even watching the game. I'm telling you, it's crazy as hell.
Man. What how's sunny Southern California?
Man, I came home, it was 26 degrees in Detroit. I got off the airplane, man, it was 80 degrees.
Okay.
80. I'm like, oh, look at this. What
I'm
look, I have a podcast, as you know, and for those of you who don't know, it's called John Brown Black Coffee. And what I do is I talk to parents about what I would do in certain situations in relationship to their kids trying to get to the next level in sports. Because I think a lot of parents don't understand what it takes to get their kid there. And I'm amazed how these parents don't understand how they think if they go to school, play football for their coach, do everything the coach says, they'll be successful. That's weird to me. It's very, very peculiar. I don't know where that comes from. But yeah.
Yeah, check out John Brown Black Coffee on YouTube and go to caneprotein.com. Great Christmas gift. Some cane protein for your young athletes, because you gotta load up on protein if you're working out.
And Detroit Lions, man, just keep, God bless them, and just keep going, man. Just keep your head down and keep grinding. Just keep grinding, man, because it's they got to play the Bills. They got to go to San Francisco. San Francisco is still dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Still dangerous. And they got to play the Vikings. Come on, man. Come on.
Well,
that's a lot.
The good news is they get Minnesota in Detroit.
And they got to play the Bears at home.
Yeah. They got to play Chicago in Chicago.
Come on, man.
Come on. Well,
NFC North is rough right now, right?
Rough. It's rough.
They beat up on each other.
They got to grind it out. Well, John, you're the best. I'm telling you what. Everybody get over to caneprotein.com. Order up some of that cane protein. Go to YouTube. John Brown, Black Coffee. Any recent episodes?
No, I'm going to let people know, about the cane protein. What they don't understand is if you have a child who's like, 14 years old, and he's 13, very athletic, just real skinny, and you're looking at your child and you're thinking, man, if that boy had 15 pounds on it, he would really get some big scholarships. That's why I developed the protein. So go there, order the protein for your kid. And I have kids in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, gaining 15 pounds in 2 to 3 weeks. So, you have to take advantage of that. It makes sense. It's not just snake oil. It's real deal. It's a real deal.
There we go.
Yeah.
John, have a great Christmas.
Yes, man. I can't believe it's 2 weeks. Thanks for telling me. Jeez, I gotta go shopping or something. Man.
What do you want for Christmas?
I told my boys they don't need to buy me. Just send me a card and just say I love you. I'm good with that. I got everything I need. I told you what I need. I always wanted in my life. I always wanted a Rolex watch, a flat screen TV, and an electric garage door. Because when I was little, those old school garage doors, I don't know if you remember, you had to push them up.
Mm-hmm.
Those things were horrible. Flat screen TV, I always wanted that. and a watch. And I got all three of those. That's all I need. I don't need anything else. I'm good.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, the biceps look good. You been working out?
I'm working out, baby.
Look, you got a little peak on those suckers.
I got some.
You got a peak on them biceps. Whoa.
He flexes every day, John. He tries to show off every day.
Yeah, he's been working out.
I'm working out a little bit.
I can tell.
I'm trying to bring sexy back, John.
Yeah, you got them biceps going. I'm like, oh, okay.
You know, I got cane protein.
I love that. Fantastic.
I got cane protein. It's part of
All
my.
right, well, let's keep our fingers crossed that the Lions, are victorious.
Oh yeah, and we'll be in touch, my friend.
All right, brother. All right, Joe.
All right. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for telling me.
Merry Christmas. All right, let's get a couple of mentions in here before Brian Robinson joins the show. I'm just saying, speaking of flat screens, the man who can get you the flat screen, the big screen, any screen you want, the surround sound, electronic shades, new lighting, surveillance. You know where to go.
Hey, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Hey, and if you got Texas Longhorns that you're shopping for this Christmas, the Longhorn Fan Box, longhornfanbox.com.
I'm happy to announce that I'm partnering with you.
Partnering with you.
I'm partnering with you, our most valuable fans.
With the Longhorn Fan Box, powered by Texas One.
For the first time ever, you can capture the magic of the season with the personalized box. With autographed prints, posters, training cards, and more from your favorite Texas athletes like me, Anthony Hill,
Madison Booker,
DeAndre Moore.
Delivered direct from my hands to your doorstep.
It's time to show the fans some love because we are united in this, and we can't do it without you, our most valuable fans.
Click the link below to get your box today, and a free gift valued at $99.
But don't wait, because it's only 1,500 boxes available for this season.
United
we fans.
Oh yeah, that longhornfanbox.com. Get in while the getting's good. They only have 1,500 of them, and they're going fast. So make sure that you don't miss out on that awesome Christmas gift opportunity for the Longhorn in your household. And, I also don't want you to miss out on, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, because it's the best seafood in Austin, Texas. And guess what? They got happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30, 3:30 to close on Mondays. Make a note of that, because during happy hour, you're getting $5 off the shareables menu, which has the crab cake, the mussels, the grilled oysters, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp, the chowder fries. Oh my gosh, that menu alone. Eat it, get it family style, and then get some raw oysters. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, the best selection of raw oysters anywhere in Austin. Don't take my word for it. Go see for yourself. Right there at Zilker off Rolling Wood and Mopac, and up north in Round Rock off Old Settlers. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And let's see here. Yeah, I think that's good. I think we're good. Brian Robinson, member of the 2005 Texas National Championship team, will join us here momentarily. Zay, I look at this. I want to get Brian's perspective on, what's going on with the defensive line. And, his take on that Georgia defense. They're so disruptive. They're so about getting upfield and penetrating. I want to get his take on how you combat that. Because, the guys in the trenches, they watch the game different. They see it for what it is, because they've lived it. So I'm very intrigued by what Brian has to say.
By the way, as a Lions fan, knowing Brian was a lifelong Vikings, Minnesota Viking, was that painful to see y'all struggling and him having success, the Brett Favre years and things of that nature?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was horribly painful. I mean, the only thing that was good was Nick Foles. Look, I'm gonna not say anything about the Vikings because that was actually a team coached by Mike Zimmer, who I got to know when he was with the Cowboys and I covered the Cowboys. And Zimmer's an awesome guy. His daughter Corey was an intern of mine at the Horn, actually, back in the day. And so, those Vikings teams always had a soft spot in my heart, and B-Rob played for Mike Zimmer. So I want to get his take on it. B-Rob's also the guy who did that interview with all the guys on the Vikings team about which player would you not want dating your sister. All of them.
Yo.
Said.
Now, that video is kind of starting to resurface because there's been some things going on with Stephon Diggs that we could talk about during the right call at, hour time of the show. But
bring him on. The member of the 2005 Texas National Championship team. He was in on that tackle of Lendell White on 4th down. Getting that ball back to Vince Young to go win a national championship. And unbelievable NFL career, the Minnesota Vikings, the one and only Brian Robison. Brian, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Man,
Great,
we're fired up. We're fired up to talk to you because you played the game, you lived it. We want to get your take on that Georgia defensive front and just how dominant they are. They get upfield, they penetrate, they kind of smash the run on the way to the quarterback. What's your take on what it's going to take if Texas meets up with them again to solve that defensive front?
Well, I think the problem is the scheme versus scheme, right? I think the issue you got is Texas has had a lot of success, especially the 2 games prior to that, of kind of that side-to-side motion zone scheme type running plays, right? So you get the D lineman running sideways, and then you can kind of break a hole. You saw it against A&M. It worked over and over again because those guys were running sideways. Georgia's not going to do that. Georgia's going to get north and south. They're going to penetrate. They may even let the first guy go, and they may backdoor the next guy. So they're going to be one of those that you're going to have to just line up. If you're going to try to run against them, you're going to have to line up, and you're just going to say, hey, it's man versus man. Like, we're going to run north and south. We know you guys are going north and south, and we're just going to find out who's the more physical bunch. Because if you try to go with that zone scheme against those guys, they're going to penetrate. They're going to get in the backfield. They're going to make the running backs cut to the back door or something like that, and it's never going to hit the hole the way you want it. So when you run against Georgia, man, you look at Alabama when they've had success in the past, and it's just one of those deals where they say, hey, we're going to line up, and we're just going to be more physical than you. And so it's one of those deals they're just going to have to learn to do that, or, they're going to have to abandon the running game.
Yeah. Yeah, Brian. I mean, seemed like Georgia, Kirby Smart, they just have Steve Sarkisian's number both times. The defensive line just manhandled Texas. I mean, 13 tackles total in between both of those games. Do you see anything different that maybe Quinn Ewers could do next time around if they face Georgia, or just in general moving forward in the college football playoff? What are you noticing with QB1 for Texas?
Yeah, I mean, I thought Quinn had a pretty good game the other night, man. I really did. I thought for the most part, I thought he played extremely well. I thought he played well enough to win the ball game. You know, the one thing I would say is I'm a cause and effect kind of guy, right? Everybody looks at the effect. You know, let's take, for example, the field goals. You know, you got 2 missed field goals, and that's the effect. That's what everybody looks at, and that's what they're going to say, well, we missed 2 field goals, that's why we lost that game. Well, that's not true. What was the cause of that? Well, you made a field goal, but you had an offsides penalty, which dropped you back, and then you missed the field goal. You had opportunities to put the ball in the end zone offense first 3 drives of the game, and you didn't do it. Why? Well, you got in the high red zone, and you got penalties that backs you up, you know, 1st and 20 now, and now you're having to make play calls in order to get 20 yards back versus just, you know, having a 10-yard where you can kind of chip away at it, put yourself in 3rd and short situation, or even be able to get it in the end zone. You get behind the sticks, it's hard to do that. So going back to the original question, I thought Quinn did a good job for the most part. I mean, obviously there was the interception that you never want to have, but, you know, it's just one of those deals, man. I think the offense and Quinn just have to be more consistent. That's what I'm looking for. Can they be consistent? And that's the biggest thing I've seen is they've just had a lot of inconsistency. You know, A&M game, same thing. I mean, that game should have been a 31-0 game, if I'm being honest with you. And it just wasn't. They couldn't seem to put them away. They couldn't seem to finish drives. And if you're going to go through this playoff and you're going to win a national championship, you've got to be able to finish drives with touchdowns, not field goals.
So, B-Rob, would counter and power be more effective running the football against that defense? ISO?
I don't know about counters. I mean, because then you're pulling a guy and everything else like that. But man, if it was me, I'd say, hey, we're gonna line up. We're gonna motion our tight ends like we do, but we're gonna utilize them as lead blockers. You know, if we're gonna run downhill at you. We're gonna run off tackle. We're gonna run right in the B gap. You know, just straight up and see how that works. And if that doesn't work, then you got to start, you know, maybe adding some tosses in there. Maybe usually the other thing I thought Texas always has done a really, really good job with is utilizing their back in the passing game, which opens up the run game. And I feel like lately that's kind of got lost. I feel like they didn't really do it in Georgia, and it's hard to do it against Georgia because those guys can run, right? So you're in a situation where, like, if you can't get that going, you are one-dimensional now. And that's what they want. They want Texas to be one-dimensional. They want any team they play to be one-dimensional. They want you to have to throw the ball because now those guys up front can pin their ear back and just take off, get in their jet stance and take off after the quarterback. So I think in order to be successful against Georgia, you're going to have the guys, and I think Texas has the guys up front that can be physical, that can get after somebody. And it may not work 5, 6, 7 times, but eventually if you can wear those guys down and you can keep being physical with those guys and wear them down, something's got to give. Something's going to pop. And if you can't, well, then you need to use the extension of the pass game. And what I mean by that is a lot of player screens. You know, get the wide receiver screens really implemented, going with that. The slants, the mid-range crossing routes, things that Texas has been extremely good with for the most part. You just didn't see a lot of that the other night, in my opinion. And I think a lot of it was because of penalties, getting behind the sticks, and just trying to get too much back.
Yeah. Brian,
what do you like most about this Texas defense?
Man, there's a lot of things I like about this Texas defense. I mean, I think I'll start up front. I think they've got some guys up front that are, I mean, they're men. There's no other way to explain it. You got Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton that everybody thought losing Tavondre Sweat and Malik Murphy was going to be the end of the world for Texas defense. And those two guys have stepped up in a really, really big time way because that was the focal point of the defense this year. Could they stand up in the middle on the front line? And I think those guys have answered that question over and over and over again. The edge rushers, I mean, really talented bunch of edge rushers that can get after guys, that can get after quarterback. You're looking at Colin Simmons, Trey Moore, which a lot of people griped about early in the year, has really come on strong as of late. Ethan Burke showing up in a multitude of different ways, whether it's run game or pass game. You've got a group of guys that can get it done. Linebackers, listen, linebackers are side to side line, up and down, they can play all over the field. The thing about Georgia, which I think hurt the defense a little bit in the second half, was sideline to sideline linebackers are a good thing unless you've got running backs that are running north and south while they're running sideline to sideline. And they isolated those guys on the running backs to where it was one-on-one situations with them. And quite frankly, they made them miss tackles. And that was a big key in the second half for them. The DB group, that's the group I've probably been most impressed with this year, especially after last year. The way those guys are playing together on the back end, the way they've been aggressive, not only in the pass game, but the run game. I think they have kind of found their niche. I think they have found their camaraderie, the way they play together, the way they communicate. I think that has been a huge undertaking in the offseason. I think it's proven itself this season.
Brian, how difficult is it to game plan all week for a quarterback like Carson Beck? We saw what happened at the end of the first half where he gets knocked out of the game. Here comes Gunnar Stockton, who you have no idea what kind of film he has because he hasn't played all year long. And he comes with a little bit more of a dual threat dynamic. That first drive in the second half was really telling for how the rest of the game went. How difficult is it as a defender to completely change your mindset and get set in on a new guy that you've never seen before come into the game?
Zay, it's funny you asked me that question because when Carson Beck got hurt and on the TV when they said, like, he's coming in, I texted a buddy of mine. I said, this scares me. And from a simple fact of what you just said, there's not a lot of study that goes into a backup quarterback. And I'll tell you, it's twofold, right? It's not just about the quarterback. It's not just Stockton and him coming in, what he can do with his legs, what he can do with his arm, how he's comfortable in the pocket. You don't know a lot of that stuff, right? But the other part of it is it can completely change the game scheme that Georgia has. They know what Stockton has, so they're going to scheme around him on what gives them the best success with Stockton at quarterback. So it can totally change the dynamic of a football game. And as you saw the other night, it did. Like, you just don't have a lot of film on those guys. And then when you change the scheme up a little bit and you've prepared for a week, I mean, you might as well throw everything out the window and just go play ball. And I think that was an issue you saw the other night is when you don't have that and somebody else comes in, like it's one of those deals where it's a gamble and you just got to go play football and hopefully things come out on your side.
Okay, so have you ever given Sark a hard time about that Lendell White fourth down play?
I have not. I figure it might still be too soon. I don't know.
Okay, so take us through it, B-Rob, because you're right in the middle of it. I mean, take us through them deciding to go for it on fourth down. I'm sure you remember every bit of that pre-snap, during the snap.
Yeah. I mean, I remember it like it was yesterday, man. I mean, honestly, it was it was a run play that they had called throughout the game, and they really kind of hit us in that B gap. And it was actually a great scheme play that they had on us. And I know there's a lot of flack, with the USC coaches on why they didn't have Reggie Bush in there. But if you really remember, Reggie Bush, outside of one or two plays, really didn't do much to us in that game. And because a lot of it was we were very keyed in on what they did with him, how they utilized him and stuff like that. So from my memory, I think there was two plays that he really hurt us. But outside of that, in the run game, it really wasn't anything that he was doing. Lindell was really the guy that was hurting us because he was able to get north and south. They were running that little counter play, that little power play where they were getting into the B gap. You know, they were basically creating a gap where they blocked the ends with a double, pulled around, was able to get the defensive tackle down, and opened the gap and basically isolated the linebackers. And so 4th and 2, you knew what play they were going to run. And I actually had my mind made up. Like, I was like, dude, like, I know it's not what I'm supposed to do, but I'm jetting into the B gap. Like, I don't even care. Like, and, you know, I mean, it's 4th and 2. Like, what's the worst that can happen, right? So, you know, basically knew they were going to run that play. I just tried to jet in there, get as low as I could, and just kind of create penetration, kind of like what we were talking about with Georgia's defensive line. Was able to get through there, get down low, and was on the ground. I'll never forget it. Like, I didn't know whose leg I grabbed, but I grabbed somebody's leg, and I wasn't sure if it was the puller. I wasn't sure if it was the offensive tackle. I had no idea, and I just remember grabbing a leg and everybody just falling down on top of me. And I remember when we started umpiring, like, I looked and it was Lindell White's leg, and I was like, okay, I grabbed the right leg at least. You know, and luckily we had some backup where some guys could get in there and take him down. But man, it was an awesome feeling, because the first thing you do, obviously, is when they start umpiring, you see where he's at, and you look to the sideline to see where the marker's at, and knew pretty much immediately that we had stopped him. So it was pretty awesome.
That's huge.
Yeah. Brian, Mac Brown let go of North Carolina. I don't know if Mac's going to ever coach again. It's hard to see that, but your thoughts on your former coach and just how that situation with North Carolina went down?
You know, I mean, I think obviously it's very sad to hear that Mac getting fired, you know, over there in North Carolina, but I think a lot of people really respect him in the college football world. I think a lot of people respect him here at Texas, and you know, a lot of people respect him at UNC for what he has done at North Carolina. And he'll be one of those coaches, especially over there, that kind of goes down in lore over there. I mean, he's one of the, if not the best coach in North Carolina history when it comes to their football program. So obviously you hate to see that. You'd love to see Matt keep coaching and keep going on, but I think it was very respectable on both sides from what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing, that it was kind of a decision made amongst both sides. Obviously, I don't know, maybe there's some news that came out today that I don't know about, but just everything that I've been seeing, it just seems to be, you know, just kind of a mutual respect between the two of them, and understanding that, you know, it was a business decision that North Carolina felt like they needed to make.
B-Rob, if Texas is going to win a national championship, what needs to happen?
Man, honestly, I think the offense needs to be more consistent. We've seen flashes all year long of what they can do when they're hitting on all cylinders. And at this point in the season, you've got to be hitting on all cylinders. And especially with a string of playoff games you got coming on, you got to be consistent. You got to be who you are, and you got to go out there and just put it on tape. Defense, just keep doing what they're doing. But the other thing that I would say is penalties. Got to clean up the penalties, man. I mean, that has been a honestly, like, especially the other night, that was a big breaker for the Texas offense. It stalled out a lot of drives. It took points off of the board. It caused a lot of issues. And if you take away those penalties, man, I think you got a totally different ball game after the first half, because instead of that ball game being a 6-3 ball game at halftime, it may be a 21-0 and 21-3 ball game. So it changes the whole dynamic of the football game. So I think offense needs to be more consistent, and I think defense keep doing what they're doing, and then clean up the penalties, and they'll be where they need to be.
Yeah. Your thoughts on the Clemson Tigers? It's interesting because Dabo said in one of his last pressers that when he first got the Clemson job, he actually came to the ATX and spent a little time with Mac Brown for a few days. And now he's a two-time champ and got his team to win the ACC. What do you like about this matchup for Texas, and what scares you about this matchup for Texas?
Well, I think the first thing you think about is just from the seedings. Texas can't overlook this Clemson football team. Listen, they've been there. They know how to win. They know how to get championships, whether that's conference, whether that's national championships. Dabo knows how to get his team ready for any type of football game. So that's number one. They cannot overlook them and look towards the next round. The second thing is their offense. Their offense can put up points. They can put yards onto the field. So the defense is really going to have a good challenge ahead of them this week or next week as well. So they've got to be ready for that. Offensively, I think this is an opportunity for you to go out there and really, really put on film just what we were saying about being consistent, extending drives, scoring touchdowns at the end of drives. I think the offense has to really be able to shine in this game. And then the last thing, man, is just don't let them hang around. Texas should be able to handle Clemson, okay? But we all know on any given Saturday that any team can beat you. And Texas has to go out there with a killer mentality that, hey, we are not here to win, we are here to dominate. And if Texas does that, they should handle their business. But the thing that scares me about Clemson, once again, I'll go back to it. Their offense and Dabo Swinney will have this team ready to play, and they cannot overlook them.
When you look at, the interior defensive linemen have been so good this year, and you got 4 of them who are moving on, and then you got the guys behind them who it sounds like there's some guys who are thinking about going into the portal. Tia Savea, Jere Bledsoe, Sadir Mitchell. Like those are your not Savea, but Jere Bledsoe and Sadir Mitchell were your developmental guys. B-Rob, if those guys move on and Broughton has another year he can use because he was a redshirt in the COVID year, but Collins, Jermaine Lole, Bill Norton are moving on. How big of a concern is that for you? Because it's hard to play on in the interior defensive line as a freshman, right? Yeah, absolutely. It's a different ball game, but you got to look at the recruiting. Number one, I think Sarkis does a great job of having a great balance of developmental players, and that meaning guys that have come out of high school, and then also going after guys in the transfer portal. And there, you look at it. There's a lot of teams in this country that don't have a balance of that. They are either putting all their eggs in one basket, which is the transfer portal, or they're putting all their eggs in one basket, which is high school. And Sark has done an extremely well job, and a lot of the winning programs right now have done an extremely well job of making sure they have a happy balance of both of those. And if there's one thing that we've seen, the transfer portal changes everything in college football. So with that being said, with so many guys moving on, I think what you're going to see is probably Sark is going to spend more time in the transfer portal trying to get guys to replace them going into next year, just like he has done with the wide receiver group after last year. You look at that and all the time he spent getting those guys to come over from other schools, whether it was Golden or Bolden or Isaiah Bond, completing that wide receiver group after how much he lost, but also guys like Wingo and DeAndre Moore that have been kind of developmental guys. So I think that's a prime example of what Sark is going to look for going into the offseason. If he knows those guys are going to be gone, he's going to spend time in the transfer portal trying to get guys to replace them and really create that depth that we always talk about with this Texas football team.
Which player on this Texas defense has impressed you the most, or players?
Man, I think on the defense, man, like Anthony Hill. Anthony Hill is a man amongst boys, right? I think he's the guy that really makes this defense tick. But I tell you, there's 2 other names out there that I got to throw out there, and I know I'm going to throw 3 guys out there, but Colin Simmons, coming in as a freshman, being able to do the things that he's done, did not think that was going to happen. But I knew from day one when we saw him and his ability to get off the ball, really kind of anticipate the snap, which most freshmen do not have that knack this early. He's been a guy that's been very impressive to watch. And Makuba. Makuba has been a guy that, honestly, I think really was a solidifying factor this year. You had John Barron, you had Taft, you had a lot of those guys that were kind of solidified guys. And having him in there, I think, was a big addition. And the way he's played well together with those guys. But he's been very good in supporting the run game, very good in the pass game, which not a lot of times you get DBs that have both those talents, but he's another guy that I've been very impressed with this year.
All right, so your Minnesota Vikings, man, they have been so impressive. Did you see this coming, especially with the turnover at quarterback, and what's impressed you most about the Vikings?
Well, listen, I played there for 11 years. Of course I saw it coming. No, I did not see it coming. No, I've been very impressed with them guys. I think everybody in the world thought the same thing that I probably did, and I can eat crow. I can admit it. You know, having Sam Darnold, having a rookie quarterback, I said, ooh, there's going to be some growing pains here. But hats off to Kevin O'Connell and the coaching staff, man. Bringing Darnold around, he's the best that he's ever looked. Heck, he's doing stuff that quarterbacks haven't done in 20 years there. You know, I just think that the coaching staff really has this offense clicking. And you look at the defense and a lot of the stuff they've done with Brian Flores now at the helm and everything like that. They're very aggressive. They get after people. They cause turnovers, which is huge. So they're really playing a great game of complementary football when you watch their games. They win the field position battles. They're winning turnovers and things like that. And that's why they're sitting at 11-2 right now with an opportunity to not only win the division, but possibly, you know, be one of the top seeds in the playoffs.
Is there a hole that you see that they're overcoming? What's the flaw?
Well, I mean, the flaw is they lost 2 games. No, the flaw, man. I mean, I think the thing that's going to be an issue is how healthy they can stay. Right? They've got some positions where they've had injuries, and it's caused a lack of depth. You know, you look at the offensive tackle position. You know, they have Brian O'Neill there, but they lost Christian Darrisaw. So you're talking about one injury away that could change the whole dynamic of that offense. You'd like to see, honestly. I mean, I say you'd like to see the running game get a little better, but I mean, heck, it's been really good. It works for what they try to do, and I think the biggest test for them is going to be Detroit. I don't know if you watched the first game, but it was a heck of a ball game, man. I really thought Minnesota was going to run away with it there for a little while, which was really impressive, and then Detroit fought their way back. So. I think the biggest thing is when you look at that game is can you continue to be physical with the physical football teams like Detroit and stuff like that? And if they can, and they can stay healthy, they can battle anybody in the league.
Yeah. Last one for me, B-Rob. You played for Mike Zimmer. Now he's over at Dallas calling that defense who's really struggled this year. What do you see with the Cowboys defense? Obviously, DeMarvion Overshown, devastating to see him go out this past week. But, you know, Micah Parsons, he just seems sometimes like a head case. There's more going on than Mike Zimmer. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think here's the deal with Mike Zimmer's defense. And I've had these conversations with many people. You have to be extremely, extremely disciplined and unselfish when you play within his defense, because if there's one guy that does his own thing, it really can create chaos and it really can create big time plays. And that was why I think we were so successful there with him for so long in Minnesota, is because everybody was unselfish, and kind of the motto there was like, hey, you know, do your job so somebody else can have success doing theirs, right? And the point of that was just do your job, and eventually you'll be the guy that makes plays because everybody else is doing their job. And so that was kind of the motto for us, and understanding that, like, hey, it's not about you. It's not about your tackles, your sacks, your TFLs, your interceptions, any of that stuff. It's about winning football games. And it's about making sure you shut down an offense by everybody being gap sound, being where they're supposed to be. And I think that's what you're seeing. I'm not saying that they're unselfish. I'm not saying, anything like that. But, I think there's guys that are probably thinking they can make a play doing one thing, and you get one guy out of the gap here. You get a guy that's, maybe reading the quarterback's eyes versus his man and thinks he's going to make a jump on a ball, and now it turns into a 50-yard pass. Things like that are really backbreakers within that defense. And I think that's what a lot of the stuff you're seeing right now.
Well, B-Rob, so let's go back to that fourth down real quick against USC. So you were lined up right there over the B gap?
Well, no, I was lined up in my position, but I definitely slanted down inside when the ball was snapped. So it was one of those deals where it was just we knew they were going to run downhill. I'm out over the tight end. So I just basically slanted inside because we knew it was going to be an inside run. So just dive in there and try to basically create a pile.
You did it. Little known fact from the 2005 season. You were the only starter who missed one game of all the starters that season. Do you remember what game it was?
If I remember correctly, I think I got hurt against Oklahoma State, and it stemmed from that. And I don't remember who we played the next week. Was it Kansas maybe?
It was.
Can't remember.
But that was amazing to me. You guys you stayed healthy that year as a team. And that's huge. All right. Baylor.
Well,
yeah, they didn't need
came back against
game.
Kansas.
It was 62-0. that was a good game for you to rest up and be ready to take on Lendell White, when it mattered.
Exactly.
B-Rob, one of my favorite stories, I know we got to let you go, was when I'll never forget asking you about Mac that year and you told me he came out to practice one day and he had his shorts low on his hips and his hat slung ace deuce. And he was, rapping 50 Cent. And you said you were just laughing. I mean, he said that was the funnest year he ever had in coaching and the easiest year he ever had because the players were so locked in.
Yeah, and you could tell it, man. I mean, you could tell Mac Brown was having as much fun as we were. It was definitely more relaxed than any other year that I had with him. And I think, honestly, I think that's obviously I think that is a very good insight on how our team ticked. We were locked in, but we were also very relaxed. We had the idea that we were not going to just win ball games. We were going to dominate ball games. And we were going to do that through grinding throughout the week. That way, when we showed up on game day, it was easier than practice. And that was always our deal. We knew that if we got after each other in practice, that game day was going to be easier. We just felt like we had that much talent. We just felt like we were that good of a football team. And it's not cocky. It's not arrogant. It's just, that's what we truly believe. And I think we were able to cause Mac Brown to believe that. And I think he was able to sit back and relax a little bit because he realized that the players were going to be locked in and that we were going to do whatever it took throughout the week to make sure we were, focused and ready to go on game day.
Yeah, because Vince told me that when y'all started there, it was quiet on the bus, like quiet.
Oh, yeah.
And if someone said something, Mac would turn around, and so you guys were able to get him to say, hey, can we have some music on the bus? And then Tony Hills is leading flow sessions and it just take us through the change in dynamic.
Yeah, I think Mac realized pretty quick he had a different group, because most of the time when you get on a bus, and at every other level it's been this way, you get on a bus, it gets quiet. Guys are locking in. That's their time to focus in and get after it. And you still had some guys that could do that. And we all respected each other's privacy. We all were respected of how each person gets ready for a football game. But honestly, for a lot of us, that bus ride was different, because for us, that was our time to kind of relax, remove ourselves from the situation, and just have fun with each other. And then when we got to the game, that's when things got locked in. That's when things kind of really kind of honed in on what we needed to do. And so I can remember pre-games, guys standing up and dancing and things like that, right before we go out. And then it was like somebody hit a switch and everything got quiet. And that team just knew how to lock in and when it was time to lock in. And I think, like I go back to say it over and over again, I think Mac realized that very soon, that we as players could get locked in. We knew when it was time. And now there were some times where, hey, some football games that we didn't play up to par. And at that point in time, Mac knew how to get us motivated at halftime if that's what we needed. And so I think it was a win-win on both sides. I think definitely, both sides of that, with the coaches and the players, it worked out very, very well for us.
Well, we kept you way too long, but I could talk to you for another hour. But listen, man, always appreciate the conversation. Great stuff. And Merry Christmas.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I hope y'all have a good one.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate you, man.
Brian
No problem.
Robinson, the man. There he is. National champion, 2005. And, yeah, man, there's a lot of good memories from that year for sure.
Did Steve Sarkisian look relaxed at that SEC championship game?
No, not at that SEC title game.
He didn't seem relaxed at all. I didn't even see after. I saw it today when I watched the after the game presser. He snapped on one of the columnists, one of the journalists that went and asked Quinn a question before Sark got to do his, right after the game monologue, before the questions are asked. He was like,
"Oh, he snapped on the moderator." The moderator was like, and Sark's like, "Can I get a opening comment in before you dive in on that?"
I see my players.
Yeah.
Like, dang, Sark.
I know.
Relax.
All right. Let's get a couple more mentions in here before we get to the chip shot. Great stuff from B-Rob for sure. Hey, cover three. It's my go-to spot. I mean, if you love great food and you love a great vibe in a restaurant, great place to hang out, this is your spot. The food's going to bring you back every time, whether it's the Chop House Burger, which Texas Monthly says one of the best burgers in the state of Texas, the Sean Adams Prime Rib Sandwich, which is my personal favorite. I get it with both the au jus and the horseradish and the Parmesan fries. But they have the $7 social hour menu where you get the firecracker shrimp, the bacon deviled eggs, the big chicken slider, $7. So just go and experience it. If you've never been to Cover 3, you have to. It's that good. And on top of that great food and the great vibe, it's also the best place to watch your favorite team. Got TVs all over the restaurant, right there on Anderson Lane, up north in Round Rock, up Old Settlers, and of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And don't forget about brunch, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar, the great brunch at Cover 3. Great spot this holiday season. I'm headed there tonight, actually. And if you're looking to change things up inside your house, upgrade your kitchen, remodel a bathroom, add some new life to your outdoor space, we got the guys for you. McCall Custom Homes. They've been serving Austin for 40 years, family owned and operated, great word of mouth, references, father-son team. They care about Austin. They want Austin to look great. They want your house to look great, and they have a great vision. So, check out their work at Facebook and Instagram at McCall Custom Homes, and then give Mike a call, 512-633-9580. 512-633-9580. It's probably cheaper than you think to remodel what you want to remodel, but give them a call, 512-633-9580, or email Mike at McCallCustomHomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes, building value into your home. And of course, passes.com, baby. Passes.com. If you call yourself a Texas Longhorn fan, you need to bookmark passes.com/Texas One Fund and take advantage of the cool opportunities, experiences that they have available to you. You're spending a little bit of money, but you're helping NIL at the University of Texas. But cool things, like student athletes selling gear or doing Q&As or signed memorabilia, VIP access to tailgates. They did a Q&A with, running backs coach Deshard Choice, where you got to, be in on the Q&A. So just go to passes.com/Texas One Fund and check it every day, because there's new stuff going on there every day. Anthony Hill, Ryan Wingo, Roy Harmon, Maddie Skinner, 40 UT student athletes. Super cool opportunities. Check it out. All right, Zay, for the chip shot today, I want to go back to that 2005 national championship season and look at this team this year. Look at that team. And this is where, look, B-Rob said it. There were games that they didn't play great. They didn't play great against A&M. They probably cost Vince the Heisman. They ended up winning it 40-29, but it was kind of a choppy situation. But when they needed to kick it into gear, that team kicked it into gear. And that's where this Texas football team, after a little rest, after a little mental and physical rest, and I like that Steve Sarkisian is aware of that and is always, this team needs a break. And so, he gave them, 2 days off. All they needed to do was, check in, do a lift, whatever. But this team has a chance. This team has a chance to win it all. This defense is a national championship defense. And you heard Brian Robinson. If you missed any part of that interview, make sure that you go to the podcast and check it out, because I think B-Rob is one of the most thoughtful analysts of Texas football out there. Love Rod B as well. But B-Rob he gives you that defensive perspective. I loved what he said about, Anthony Hill, Colin Simmons, and Andrew Makuba. I think Makuba's playing at a ridiculous level right now, and they're going to need him. He reminds me of Michael Griffin, a guy who can play the run, play the pass, make those dynamic plays.
So he'll stiff you out of $1,000.
Well,
is that what you're saying?
That's
Makuba will stiff someone out of $1,000.
That's between you and Griff. But they got it. They've got the goods. They're healthy, on defense, and they need to bring it. And it's one of these things that you need to zero in on your job. And from a Steve Sarkisian standpoint, he's solving the puzzle right now. He is having to solve the riddle, because he spent the last 4 weeks of the season getting that running game going. And now he knows if he has to play Georgia again, that there's got to be something else that's different. And so whether it's, incorporating Arch in the red zone or on first and second down here and there, whatever, you wonder if you're going to see it in the first playoff game to get it, to get it going, to get some reps, to get some comfortability with that offense. So very interested to see it, but this is the mindset. This is the opportunity. I mean, I'm hearing about all these defensive tackles who are either getting in the portal or thinking about getting in the portal. All your developmental guys, Jere Bledsoe, Sadir Mitchell. And the window is now, because you got a championship defense. And this is unbelievable opportunity. And I know that's why Sark was so pissed in that SEC championship game, because he knew that they had big time opportunity in that first half. They didn't make it happen. Some of it was their own fault. Some of it was penalties that, he felt like some of it was misguided, and certainly the roughing call on Anthony Hill was. But this is an unbelievable opportunity. So that mindset, you heard it from Brian Robinson. They knew that they were going to deliver the goods. They knew how to prepare. They knew when to be locked in, when to be loose. And it's time for this year's team to lock in and get it done. And it's possible. I mean, I think this defense gets Texas all the way to the championship game. So let's see how they handle this. It's going to be a journey to win it. You're going to have to play 4 games. And here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. By the way, I'm not too fond for Mac Brown letting Dabo come to the 40 acres and, be that OG that Mac is known to be. I know Mac, he's going to help his coaches and just help coaches around college football because he loves the game that much, and he's a very sincere person. But if Dabo and Clemson beat Texas, knowing that Dabo said that kind of pisses me off a little bit. I'm not going to lie, because come on, you don't have to bring him up. He's the enemy. We don't know what this is going to turn into. So that hearing Dabo say that, and just how, easy it was for him to say, like, I owe Mac Brown so much of my career for letting me come down and chop it up and answer all these questions and help me, a young upcoming coach, try to have success later on in my life. Well, I felt like it helped. He did something in that conversation that helped Dabo, 2-time national champion. So, yeah, don't like that, but you know me, I'm just getting petty here. But yeah, let's get to the right call. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership. They've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Christmas time, everyone. People are going to be on the road, traveling. You don't want to not go to a family function because you got a beat-up vehicle that won't make it. That's no good. Go to Covert BK and get hooked up by the team that's been doing it for over 100 years. New, pre-owned, doesn't matter. You will get taken care of. Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. All 7 terrific brands to choose from. You'll find what you want. And if you want to look early, go to covertbcave.com so you can see all the latest specials and inventory. Be like my wife and I, where we got taken care of with our Buick Encore. It was an easy process. We went around, she looked, see what she liked. We tried a couple of different cars, and it seemed like the Buick Encore that just fit her and us. And we couldn't be more happy with our decision. And you could be that way too. So whether it's my man Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, or the rest of the team at Covert B Cave, they will find what you want and you will come out a happy camper. So nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And Leaf Landscape Supply. If you need decoration, indoors, outdoors, it doesn't matter. They're your wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX that will hook you up. 290 in Monterey Oaks or Palm Springs. Both of those locations are terrific. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill a landscaping job, trendy house plants, specialty plants, rare plants, they're your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, mention my name or text Sports Unfiltered. When you're checking out, you get 10% off. Can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Chip, I got a couple of videos that I'm sure you're going to enjoy. One's super petty and one's pretty funny and cool and definitely something relatable to you as a Lions fan. First, I got to play the petty, though. So there's a video that I saw floating around social media of a Texas couple to University of Texas fans that were at the Benz in Atlanta, just like you and I were, for the SEC championship game. I'm speculating here, but I don't know if it was because of the loss and then just you can't handle that Texas looked this bad against Georgia for a second time and didn't come out with the SEC championship, or this couple has some other things going on, because once I show you this video, you will see a disgruntled woman go beside the head of looks like her partner, boyfriend, husband, whatever. And with whoever this couple is, I hope y'all are doing better. Get some counseling. Check it out. Let's rewind it. You gotta look quick because it happens fast. All right, it's in that top right corner. Watch the couple. Watch how she handles the situation. Bam.
That was a rough day.
That's a rough day.
Kind of like today. They just announced all the individual SEC honors. Offensive Player of the Year, Dylan Sampson, Tennessee. Defensive Player of the Year, Kyle Kennard, South Carolina. Special Teams Player of the Year, Alex Rayner, Kentucky. Freshman of the Year, Lenoris Sellers, the redshirt freshman. Newcomer of the Year, Diego Pavia. Coach of the Year, Clark Lee, Vanderbilt.
Jeez, man. I mean, I saw CB say Colin Simmons got hosed and Lenoris Sellers was balling.
Oh, Lenoris Sellers.
I can't knock it. He was balling. So it's hard to hate on that, but yeah.
All right. What's in
there?
You got another video for me?
Yeah, another video for you. So this has become popular, around the country. There have been lookalike contests for very popular shows, sporting events, athletes, where they'll gather 30-something, 20-something, a group of doppelgangers. One that I saw recently was Jeremy Allen White. He's the lead character in the hit show The Bear, where they're cooking in the Chicago, Italian sausage restaurant. And yeah, the ladies like them some Jeremy Allen White. So that was one. And he had a lookalike contest where people who look like him came dressed as him and did bear things. Well, there's a Dan Campbell one in Detroit. There's a Dan Campbell lookalike contest that happened this past weekend. Check it out.
Love you guys. Great win today. Great win. Skip, keep throwing up. Hey, keep throwing up. What a great win. You always find a way to win every time.
The Lions are the new America's team.
Yeah.
To hell with the Cowboys. It's the Detroit Lions. We're locked into the playoffs. We're going to keep going all the way till it's over.
Look, man, I freaking love this team. You showed a lot of grit today. You went out there and played all three phases of football. All three phases.
I got a game ball right here. Roll down some stats. 14 carries, 51 yards rushing, 1 rushing touchdown, 5 receptions, 33 yards, 6.6 average. Give it up for David Montgomery. Come up here and get your game ball, David Montgomery.
Or Jeff. Sounds like Jeff's the winner, guys. Give it up for Jeff.
Jared Goff! Jared Goff! Jared Goff! Jared Goff! Jared Goff! Jared.
Oh, that's funny.
You like?
Yeah, the guy who won was actually pretty good.
Yo, the dude looked exactly like Dan Campbell. Like it'd take a lot for that guy to lose because you got to be swole. Like Dan Campbell, that's not an easy guy to try to copy. Like that dude is ripped. He's huge. Like that's tough. So the fact that they actually found someone in Detroit, it kind of just shows what your Lions are doing and how proud people are of the coach and the franchise and this team.
Oh, man. It's so funny. We talked to John Brown today, of course, father of Amon-Ra St. Brown. If you missed that, make sure you check out the podcast because he's like I am. It's hard after last year getting so close and then having your nuts ripped off, you know, after leading 24-7 in the NFC Championship game. You're just holding your breath. You're enjoying it, you're watching it, you're hoping, but it's this team is that city has fallen in love with this team, and it's been cool to watch. That was fun. That was funny.
Yeah, you know, I don't think y'all are gonna have any room to rest players. Usually once the end of December and January come around and you know you're in the playoffs, certain guys get certain rest just to prepare for the postseason. And when your last game is the Vikings, which that game could possibly be for the NFC North, I ain't benching no one. Like, you know, and the first, the number 1 seed overall that game could be for. So yeah, like you would like to bench guys, but it's risky. It's risky business there. And yeah, and all the seasons for your Lions to be dominating like this, of course, Vikings and the Packers, they can't wait for y'all to slip up.
Right there. They're right there. Yeah, and they got, Taylor Decker, Joshua Pascal, Levi Onzarike, DJ Reader, Carlton Davis. These are all guys who are on the injury report for the Packers game. You've already, lost Anzalone and Hutchison, who are on IR. So it's a battle of attrition, man. You gotta, like we were just talking to B-Rob, that 2005 national championship team, the starters played every game except for B-Rob. He missed one game. That's it. One starter missed one game the entire 2005 season. So that's part of the equation. In the NFL, you can look and see the least injured teams tend to be the ones in the playoffs. So we'll see how it goes.
Hey, man. They pissed off my man Mookie Taft. They pissed him off. I don't know if you saw his tweet yesterday when he didn't make any of the SEC teams, not the first, not the second, or the third. And Mookie Taft said, just more motivation on Twitter. Hell yeah. I like that. I need that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. A lot of guys got slighted. A lot of guys got hosed. We'll take it. Just motivation. I saw Jade Barron vouching for Mookie Taft and stuff, and he was like, nah, brother. Nah, Jade, I appreciate it, but we got more goals than these individual ones. They try to play 4 more games and win 4 more games so they can be played all the time, like this 05 team was on Longhorn Network. Even though Longhorn Network is only on the phones now, but you catch my drift. You feel me?
Oh, yeah.
You know, I appreciate that. A lot of guys that's why I'm okay. Like Colin Simmons got hosed. We'll take it.
That's right.
We'll take it all.
Put that fire in the fire pit.
Yeah.
Oh?
Yeah. By the way, I didn't ask you about Bill Belichick, North Carolina. How you feeling about that?
I think
guys for SEC Unfiltered.
It feels like a disaster. It feels like a disaster, but I wonder if these coaches have the patience. But maybe he's got to, Bill Belichick was the guy who always brought in veterans and valued veterans. That first Super Bowl team they had, he brought in a bunch of guys, Willie McGinnis and Roman Pfeiffer and, Corey Dillon. And it was a bunch of veterans. He didn't have patience for the rookies, but this feels completely like a record scratch. But let's see who he hires to recruit, because Bill's not going to pander to some 18-year-old kid and tell him how. I don't know, man.
Hey, homegirl could have changed them.
Maybe.
She's young.
Maybe.
She gets it. She gets how these kids are. Maybe she's influenced Bill to think a little different. Again, it's undefeated.
It's undefeated.
Undefeated. Bill's perspective could be completely different than it was back in New England. So if he's changed, I want to see what that 400-page Bible that he sent to North Carolina, which have to do with all the things that he's going to need in order for this to work. I'd love to see how that looks because, he talks about recruiting and NIL and the coaching staff that he wants to hire and stuff. But North Carolina, that's a crazy job to me. I don't know, but let's bring on the SEC Unfiltered guys, Harrison and Lucas. What's up, fellas?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
How you doing?
Dude, Zay, completely agree. Crazy situation, but it feels like if it's going to be a program, UNC is one of those programs that it could work at,
Yeah.
Pedigree of the program and the university as a whole.
Yeah, that's gonna be wild, man. I keep looking for the Patriots' reactions, the players. Like, where's Julian Edelman when we need him? He'll say
him, Gronk, and Brady are on Fox just roasting Belichick is what they normally are doing.
Yeah,
just chopping it up. You thought you couldn't get rid of that trio? Fox just said, "Let's run it back." No, we had a guy text a few of us about I think it was now 2 days ago. It was that Bill Belichick it's confirmed he's gonna be the next head coach. It's just if it's gonna be announced at earliest tomorrow. And so we kind of put that out there and people are like, "Oh, what's the source?" And then like a day later it's like, "Oh, this happened." I was like, "Well, yeah." So trust the source.
Real quick, because Junior Gong has wants a thought on Lianga Lafau and his future. I think Lianga Lafau is going to be a big time player. He's got instincts. He can drop into coverage. He'll get downhill. I think he's only going to get better. And, he has a safety this year. He's got an interception. He's got a forced fumble. And I think it ended up being a good move to move him into the starting lineup in the OU game so that he gets all these reps, because he and Anthony Hill are going to be a nightmare tandem together next year. So, I think Lianga Lafau is rising star. With that, we will get out of y'all's way. Have a great show, fellas.
See you guys. Appreciate you.
Hey, fellas. Harrison, what's up, dude? Oh, crap. I think I lost your audio. I don't know what happened just now. Hey, I'm going to hop off and let me see if I can get back in, okay?
Better. That should be better. Well, as we wait for Lucas to join us. No audio. What is it? Cherdoll, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Let's see.
Not gonna lie, Harrison, you kind of sound like a robot.
Yeah, you got me now? Is that better?
Yeah, I got you now. There we go.
There we go. Am I crazy voice still? A little robot, or is it clear?
Nah, you're good now. You are good. My bad, chat.
Roy's saying it's all robotic in the chat. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that's what I heard too whenever I was backstage. Harrison, your mic's muted.
There we go. You got me now?
Yeah, I got you.
What happened to the hoodie? You're taking off the brand. I like the hoodie, dude. I need to get me one.
Buddy, it's hot.
Where are you at right now? You're on the move.
I'm in the freaking car outside my work. Like as soon as I hop off of this, I'm going straight to Canes.
Canes. Oh.
Yeah, man. I think just about everybody knows now that I'm a Caniac now. Yay. One love, baby.
I've never heard of that. I mean, I've been to Canes, but I wouldn't consider myself a Caniac by any means. Not a fast food guy. But no, I mean, it's good. It's good. But Rodney Smith, Joe K, thank you on the chat for that. Appreciate the help, the technical difficulties. But dude, I need to get me one of those hoodies. I haven't gotten any of the brand yet. Got to rep the set. So I'm curious about that. You know, I see the shirt he's rocking, the hoodie you've got. I think Cole has recently got some stuff. So we'll definitely have the brand out there for 2025 for sure. We'll be doing a lot of traveling, a lot of content coming out. So we're definitely gonna have the brand displayed all over the content. So I'm looking forward to that. I know you are as well.
Guys, thank you for joining us. This is the SEC Unfiltered Hour. I'm Lucas Hill. You can follow me on X at Lucas_Hill23. You can follow Harrison Fant. You follow him at Fantavious9. Harrison, we left off on Monday still discussing our picks for the college football playoff, but obviously we've got a lot of transfer portal news to discuss. Got a bunch of stuff going on in the state of Texas. Some big moves coming out of Duke. Couple of quarterbacks moves, new quarterback heading into the ACC, and a lot more that is going on around the SEC. But Harrison, how was the gym trip earlier this morning? How was that juicy pump you got?
It wasn't earlier this morning. I got it back about 15 minutes ago, just in time to hop on here and chat with you and hang out with everyone in the chat. So got a good little pump going. Not on display for the folks. That's the premium content. Can't be doing that, but. I got to get looked in, talk some ball, talk some sports. You know, a lot going on, like you said, in the portal. It seems like just shopping spree in the portal amongst players and where they're going to end up next year. So it's the holidays. I mean, it's just the season of giving, the season of receiving, as some schools are receiving some top talent out of the portal. So it's kind of ridiculous when you think about it, Lucas, that there's like the season's still going on and you have players in the portal like committed or uncommitted to a new team or the team that they're potentially leaving. It just feels weird for me right now. It's like the portal shouldn't be open until after the season.
Yeah. And I think it's weird with that spring window too, knowing that underclassmen can't transfer from one SEC school to another. Only I think graduate transfers and people like 1 year of eligibility remaining can only transfer there. But I don't know if you heard, Harrison, but a big transfer out of UAB, Jacob Zeno, has been recently predicted by On3. I don't know if anything's been confirmed or not. I'm sure everybody in the chat can confirm if he is a commit to Texas A&M, which obviously raises a lot of questions. What's next for Connor Wigman? What's next for Marcel Reed? Are they on the move in the portal? When you first saw that, Harrison, or if this is the first time you've heard it from me, what's your initial reaction to these news?
So the news of just players going to the portal, or this specifically?
This one specifically with Jacob Zeno going in.
Dang, you're in a hotbed of a little race town, aren't you?
Everybody thinks in the state of Louisiana, because you got a loud muffler, you can just boom, 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 and you got a nice little truck and stuff, brother. Come on.
Yeah. Who did you mention again?
Jacob Zeno. I don't know if you've heard of him or not.
Zeno, not much. I mean, I've just been focused on a lot of other, I think higher kind of quality players. I mean, he's going to Texas A&M, so I mean, it's a big get for the Aggies. But I mean, it's interesting. It feels like a lot of quarterbacks are just testing the water. Like they want guaranteed starting roles. Some of them don't want to fight for a starting role. It's like I want this kind of guaranteed, or I want this kind of money. But I mean, it's interesting. It's going to be curious to see. I think for a lot of us, how his skill set transfers from a school like UAB to the SEC, let alone, Texas A&M, where the expectations are college football playoff every single year, as a lot of schools are. But I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. Like I said, I think he has 1 more year eligibility left.
Yeah.
So we'll see. And he announced that last week, I believe, that he was entering the portal. And it seems like a lot of the guys are entering the portal. At least maybe it's just me. They're entering the portal and then 2 days later committing somewhere.
Yeah.
It's like it seems a little fishy.
Yeah. But I think it's also because they don't like the offer that they're being given to them, so they're going to the next highest bidder. Because that's what the transfer portal has become. It's become an auction for your rights as a player, whether you start or not. Yep. Because and that's what makes it so
literally
weird.
NFL free agency.
I agree. I mean, it doesn't really matter where you go to at the end of the day, knowing that you're going to get a bag no matter what. And it's that's what college football has become. I mean, look at one great example is Matt Flynn. I mean, this is a guy that started 3 games for the Packers, had 1 great game, got a $20+ million deal, and never saw the field in Seattle. That's what you call riding the bench, but you get a bag doing that. And that's what dudes are doing nowadays. They don't care if they start or not. They're just worried about getting a bag.
Yeah. Well, a little bit of both. I think they definitely want to start, but because then there's going to be that stigma around why are we paying this guy $600,000? We're paying him upwards of $800 million if he's not even playing, or we're wasting this on something that's not a starter. I mean, then you have a big name, which I think probably the biggest name in the portal that's committed so far, in former Tulane quarterback. I mean, he's committed to Duke now. Darian Minshaw, big talent, 4-star quarterback, committed to Duke. He was one of those guys that was in the portal really quick. He visited Duke, spoke with them, and committed pretty quickly, I'd say, from what it seemed like to me, just the timeline of things. But I mean, you got a lot of top talent in there, a lot of 4 stars, a lot of talent. I mean, I'd say the number 1 guy in the portal for me right now is sophomore Eric Singleton Jr. out of Georgia Tech, which I think a lot of people would think is pretty ironic that Georgia Tech would have a guy in the portal that's the number 1 kind of ranked player in the portal. I mean, he's visited Georgia, he's visited Auburn. I'd say he's almost a 5-star. He was I think a freshman, All-American last year.
Yeah.
Sophomore, I mean, he's a little undersized, I guess you can say, compared to some other players. He's 5'11", 165, but the dude's shifty, really talented. He's got some wheels on him. He's got some bunnies in him too, but he's going to be a big get. I definitely see him going to SEC. I just don't see him going Georgia Tech to another ACC school, but it's going to be interesting to see where he lands. I think it's going to be more so maybe Auburn than Georgia, but Georgia would not surprise me in the least bit.
Let me tell you some other things, Harrison, that you might not have heard. Barry Brown, All-American DB from Kentucky, just hit the portal a couple days ago. He's predicted to potentially go to LSU. He's got a couple visits already lined up.
Yeah.
This guy is probably one of the best DBs in the portal right now. I think that
he's a DB receiver too, isn't he?
Is he? No. He's a kick returner.
Okay.
I think he's a kick returner. And I think he's a DB as well.
Okay. I was thinking receiver, but I mean, then you got another one, like you said, going to A&M. You got Micah Hudson, who's projected to be going to A&M if he hasn't already committed to it. Another 4-star receiver. So he's a Texas kid, though. He went from Texas Tech to what's expected to be A&M. Big get for them, and a big pass catcher on the outside for a new quarterback coming in, and that's what you want. And then you got another big guy. You got Kevin Concepcion, who's maybe going to A&M as well. I mean, he's in the portal from NC State. Another 4-star, very highly talented kid, but it's looking like the top 2 schools landing spots for him right now are A&M and Alabama. But I think he's gonna be a big get and impact player immediately.
His athletic skill set is probably one of the best from a receiver I've seen in the ACC since the decade began. I mean, he's got so much upside to him. Because I will say he's got the most potential that I've seen from anybody in the ACC since the 2020s. Because
he's one of the best receivers in the portal, if not the nation right now.
Oh, yeah, dude. No question about it. Like, just his overall skill set with what he brings to the table as a shifty pass catcher. Dude, you can get him on a tunnel screen, and he can be 88 and out the gate as soon as his blocks are set. Yeah. Like, he just has that sort of track speed to him.
Yeah. I mean, just – like you said, a lot of intangibles he has, a lot of skill sets that I think outdo other players just off the ball, getting open and coming down with the ball too. I mean, he's a big talent. He's going to be a big impact player, like I said, wherever he lands in the SEC. So quarterback's going to love throwing the ball to him. I mean, sophomore, 6 foot, 170-pound receiver, big name right there. So, I mean, it's interesting to see where a lot of these guys fall. Like I said, it feels like free agency, and it's just so many new teams every year, let alone, the college game being a continuously graduating kind of game, I guess you could say, like pun intended with guys graduating college, but like the turnover is obviously a lot more prevalent than in the NFL because you have a lot of long-term vets, but you don't have as many 4-year starters in the same school in college football these days.
Yeah, I think that's I know me and Chris talked about this last week when it was signing day. I really think that we should kind of do away with signing day and just make it a private thing because some of these dudes, very few of them nowadays are going to stay at that respective school. Like 10 years ago, you would have never thought that there was only a small amount that would enter the transfer portal. And with what's going on now that college football free agency has taken over,
label it.
Exactly. So I mean, we might as well abolish the whole National Signing Day ordeal because what's the point? I mean, it's only hype for maybe even one semester, maybe 2 that you're getting out of a player. So, and one great example was that Missouri defensive end that was one of the best edge rushers in the nation in the class of 24 ends up leaving after 1 season. I can't remember his name, but I remember when they announced that he was committing, I remember Eli Drinkwitz going insane in the locker room, jumping up in the arms of one of his assistant coaches. I'm sure you've seen the video. And, I mean, it just shows you that really a commitment really means nothing. We should just do away with the graphics. We should do away with the whole National Signing Day ordeal. We might as well just say, hey, I'm going here. Can't promise you I'm being there for 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, and the name you're talking about out of Missouri is the defensive end Williams Nwarneri. If I'm pronouncing that probably wrong.
That's right.
Tough name to pronounce, but I mean, he was a consensus 5-star in the class of 2024, a top 10 prospect. I mean, that is a massive name on the defensive side, let alone in the portal as a whole. But to big Austin, that's going to be a prize for any team to go out and acquire and go out and pay because, I mean, there's no hiding anymore. It's paying for players. You're buying players at the portal. It's free. It's literally free agency. It really is. And it's like, talking about this, it's going to be interesting to see how Bill Belichick kind of approaches it. I know they're still working out the kinks of him becoming the new head coach
From what I've heard, he's agreed to become the coach. North Carolina hasn't necessarily agreed because
they're going back and forth on terms. He presented them with a 400-page.
Yeah, they got to go through that freaking manifesto that he's got to him.
Yeah, and I don't blame him, honestly. If he's going to do it right. With this landscape of college football and how it's like kind of evolved, I mean, and just turned into this kind of Pandora's box. If I'm Bill Belichick and his prestige in just being the greatest coach in NFL history and how close he is to the NFL all-time head coaching wins record, if I'm going to go to a college school, it's going to be a school of prestige, like a program and a university like that, like UNC, like others, right? But I'm going to do it right and have this kind of like, I want to know everything as much as possible going in on the same page. It's not like I'm getting here and then I don't have as much control or say as I want. I think he's going to try to approach it as a head coach GM role, kind of how he wanted to be at the end of the year, at the end of his tenure in New England. He wanted to stay in that head coach GM role. And when he was looking at like Atlanta, he was looking at Vegas in the NFL, he wanted to have kind of a lot of say and a lot of power in both those kind of elements of the roles. And that's just not how the NFL kind of wants to kind of proceed with things going forward, it seems like. But I don't blame him. Like I said, I mean, 400-page manifesto. Obviously he didn't do it by himself, but you got to do the right thing. And it seems like he's approaching it absolutely correctly.
I mean, you have to nowadays with what these kids are doing and with how college football has gotten so out of control. I mean, Mac Brown couldn't do it. I mean, that's why he basically retired, is because he's an old
school head coach.
Man. He can't hang with it anymore. And that's no disrespect to him. That's no disrespect to what he's done. But that's just the truth of what college football is nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why Nick Saban retired. That's why you're seeing legends that have been in the game for so
There's
long.
only 2 active head coaches right now that have won a national championship in college football. Kirby Smart and Dabo Swinney.
Yeah.
Which in the playoffs this year. So it's going to be interesting to see. I'm curious what everyone in the chat thinks about the prestige and status of Bill Belichick and the legend that he is going to the college realm and just the day and age that this game is. If you think that's going to work out, I'm so curious what people think about that. I mean, I know a lot of people are going to be talking about that, but drop a comment what you're thinking. I think it's such a fascinating topic, and it's going to be all off season and all next season at minimum. So,
do you think he'll? I know he's probably going to come out the gate and struggle because this is a whole different ordeal that you're dealing with the ACC, and I'm not saying that he's going to come in and light it up because I mean, come on. Deion Sanders struggled in his first year at the college ranks, especially at P4. He's definitely – I mean, I don't think Bill Belichick will have the same success at UNC, just knowing the history of that program. But
well, he's going to run it like a pro organization, right? Like,
yeah, man.
I mean, let's be honest, they're not student athletes anymore.
Hell no.
They're athletic students.
I mean, that's the example you have to set nowadays. Is that
he's going to run it like a pro program. You're going to have to recruit the right guys that want to be treated like basically – a G League for the NFL, like a minor league for the NFL. They're going to, obviously UNC is not an easy school to get into, let alone state.
Oh, hell no.
I mean, I want to say it's obviously not an engineering school like Georgia Tech, or it's not like a massive business school like Stanford or like, Vanderbilt, even though Vanderbilt's a liberal arts school. It's going to be, or Duke liberal arts school, but it's going to be really fascinating how it's approached and just how things are prioritized and the players that they're going to recruit, the mindset of how they're approaching things day in and day out and the level at which the players kind of buy in. You're going to have to get the right players to buy in. I don't want to say it's going to struggle. I think it's going to just be a building. It's going to be a building first season. You're going to know everyone. I think it's going to know everyone that knows ball and understands ball and the evolution of change in this kind of game is going to understand that it's going to be a climb. I don't want to say a struggle. It's going to be a climb year one and just putting the right pieces in place. I think people want to label Deion Sanders and the struggles, that they had in Colorado year one as struggles. Like, oh, he could implement it. I mean, obviously, after year one, that's what people are thinking. It's not going to work. Year two, look where they are now. But he knew it's a process. It's a process. You have to trust it, and you have to build the right pieces around you, coaching staff, personnel, and players to be successful. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon.
Oh, no. And I think that's what people need to understand nowadays is that coaches aren't just going to come in, and especially coaches that have been in the NFL, like Coach Prime and like what Bill Belichick has done, and then automatically, bam, they're going to be ACC champions. They're not. Let's just be honest with you. Let me just say, if they want to win, like you mentioned already, Harrison, you got to treat this thing like it's a business. You got to scout recruits just like you do when you're scouting for a draft. That's what you're going to end up having to do, especially if you're in North Carolina, knowing the history that you have behind that program, not just in athletics in general. Because if you want this team to get back to where they were in their prime, which I think was like 14, 15, and 16 during those years when Ryan Switzer was there, you got to know how to run this program. And I think Belichick has the pieces to do it. It's just like you mentioned already. It's a process that takes a while to go through.
Yeah, and I think that the program is going to be more focused, on the longevity, depending on how long he wants to stay there. I mean, Joe K in the chat seems like a big step down for Bill. Maybe he's trying to force Jerry Jones's hand. I like the idea. I don't think that that's the motive, because you're not going to make this massive change in the landscape going from NFL for his entire, most of his entire professional career, what everyone knows him as, to go to UNC, let alone a college school, and do this for 2 years. I don't think he's trying to force his hand that way. I think he's going to set a standard that, like, hey, I can do this at any level. I can start from ground zero in this new realm of college football. He has that itch to be a head coach, and I think he wants to do it in the NFL, but I think it's going to be more of a developmental program. Like, hey, we're prepping guys. Like, they want to win games. Don't get me wrong, Lucas, but they want to develop players. It's going to be basically, like I said, a G League, a minor league. We're going to develop draft players, talented players that are going to get drafted very high, and hope they can put a lot of pieces, a lot of talented players together, just like Deion Sanders has kind of done. All the transfers they had going in, the elite talent, there were a ton of playmakers, but could they play together? Could they, put their ego to the side and, play for each other and win games? I think that's going to be more of the mindset going in, like I said, the first year, if not year two as well, of development of players to get them ready for the professional ranks. And that's going to translate to wins if they can do that and play together. And I think that's going to be Bill Belichick's focus, is doing that and turning into a prospect draft, NFL ready, talented players in program. It's a smart idea maybe that you're going to make it like a feeder.
Yeah.
And obviously, the more talent you bring in, like I said, the guys that you have to have a team play together and play for each other. It's going to result in wins. That's kind of my mindset of how initially I see it's going to go for Bill Belichick and what his motive and his team's motive is going to be going in.
I like what you mentioned earlier about how he wants to not only just be a head coach, but also be kind of like a GM. That's what you're going to have to do, especially with this new era of college football. You got to set the budget on how much you're willing to spend on a kid. Because with LSU, for example, they were willing to spend over $10 million plus on one dude. Now that all that cap space is filled, they were able to fill it in on other little 3, 4, 5 stars that were still there. You can still spend some money in the portal.
Sounds like the Yankees not getting Juan Soto. Now you have 700. Now you know what Steinbrenner is willing to pay.
Yeah,
700. What was it? 760 million over 16 years.
Yeah,
and that's the 765 over 15. Which Soto has an opt out after year 5. I know this is obviously more baseball tangent, but I'll spin it back to football. Don't worry.
Is Steinbrenner still alive?
Or not? Sorry, not Steinbrenner. What's his name? That Cashman.
Okay.
That took over the Yankees, and
I was about to say,
coaches it differently, and it was a different Yankees then, right? And it's a different Yankees now. But Soto's deal has an opt out after year 5, which is good. But if the Mets want to bypass that opt out, they're going to have to increase his average annual value, his AAV, from $51 million a year to $55 million a year. The last 10 years, making it worth $805 million total contract. But like I said, the Yankees not spending that 16-year, $760 million contract. Now Yankees fans know that they're going to have he's willing to spend that money. They have $700 million at least to spend on other players, and you can get 4 or 5 guys. I think that's what's going to be maybe Bill Belichick and a lot of other coaches' kind of mindsets going forward of, hey, why are we spending 7, 8, 10 million on one player or quarterback? Players can get hurt. You obviously don't plan for that, but as much you don't plan for get a recruit a guy and pay him $8 million to be get hurt maybe this season. You don't want that. No one wants that, but why not do that when we get a guy that, hey, Bill Belichick sees a lot of talent, a lot of things he can fix to make this guy from a 3-star to a very high 4-star. You're paying him maybe $2 million. You got money to play with. These boosters, they want to pay to win. A lot of them do. I mean, they're going to have. Why not do that and have 4 or 5 guys at $2-3 million instead of a quarterback or this elite wide receiver at $8-10 million? I don't see a reason to do that. I'd rather go with get 4 4-stars instead of 2 5-stars.
Harrison, I'm kind of glad you mentioned Juan Soto because I've been thinking about this since the deal got released and what the information was on, and I'm glad you're here. How close are we to having the first $1 billion contract for a dude in the MLB? Because that's
it's only going to happen in MLB because it's the only league in sports that doesn't have a salary cap.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest thing about Soto's deal compared to Shohei Ohtani's deal, and this relates to NIL as well, because at some point it's going to happen. Shohei's, I don't know if it's the exact percentage, but let's say like 80% of it's deferred. He's making $2 million a year for the first whatever amount of years, 8-10 years, and he's going to be making $60 million a year. Soto's money's all guaranteed as well, but none of it's deferred. He's going to make $51 million this year in 2025, $51 million in 2026. I'm just waiting for the day that someone's NIL check in college is deferred. It's going to happen. No one's thought about that really. It's going to happen. I mean, Joe K, someone needs to pay Bill money to have a camera crew follow him around if he goes to North Carolina.
Oh, dude.
Bill Belichick needs to make sure there's no camera crews following him around, let alone any of his crew around North Carolina. But think if they did a Hard Knocks at UNC. First college Hard Knocks.
Dude, hearing a Bill Belichick soundbite is so funny.
Dude, I'm telling you, if they did a Hard Knocks college edition, did it at UNC, that would be people would stop, I think, watching Hard Knocks NFL and just do Hard Knocks college. We'll talk about do a Hard Knocks college football season with NIL and everything, and do it at North Carolina. Bill Belichick in his first year. Yeah, sign me up. I'm just on the couch like this, feet up. Enjoy the show. I would be tuned in. I would be locked in, Lucas, and I know you would too. So many others would.
I'm ready just to hear him cuss like he did in New England. Tom, what the man? Why
I'm just waiting for him.
Ball?
I know, and it's just such a almost like a monotone, like he's angry. But then, maybe it's like which cutoff hoodie do I wear? Which cutoff hoodie with my Jordans do I wear this morning? Oh my gosh. It's like the little things of Bill Belichick that no one really knows, that no one sees because this isn't a thing. Like, make it a thing. Why not? It already is football.
I couldn't see Bill ever wearing Jordans though.
Oh my gosh. I think he dude, imagine that with a cutoff UNC hoodie. Tar Heels, Jordan 1s on, custom.
No. You gotta have the Jordan 11s on.
He's gonna have all of them. He'll roll through that. He's gonna have a pair of Jordans to wear for the entire season from August to January.
Dude, that would be amazing. He just have a pair for every game. He just go 1, 2, 3, 4.
You know what he would do though, Lucas? We both know what he would do. He'd wear a couple the first week or two of preseason, maybe week 1. Then he'd figure out what his favorite one is. Wear that same hoodie and same shoes every game day, just because he doesn't care.
Dude, if Reebok never went away in the NFL, he'd still be wearing that same old freaking short sleeve hoodie that they always had in Reebok. With the big old NFL logo on it and the Reebok logo on the bottom with New England Patriots in the middle.
Yeah.
Dude, he would be rocking that.
Bill Belichick would just go with an old school crew neck with a cutoff crew neck, right? Just down the shoulder like Jordan would do, shooting hoops, and it would just say Tar Heel Football. Just gray with black letters, Tar Heel Football.
Oh,
gray with the Carolina blue. Dude, I'm telling you, that would be a movie if they did that. It followed him around all season.
I believe.
I need to go trademark that and sell it.
Yeah.
Dude, it's exciting. I think he's just the first coach that's going to be able to do this, I think. I mean, we've seen coaches the past few years leave the college football landscape because of what it's turned into. We saw it with Boston College's head coach. We saw it with I can't remember another guy. I think he the one that went from Boston College head coach to the Packers. He's like, it was a great opportunity, but I don't think he wanted to deal with this new NIL realm of things as well. It's just frustrating a lot of people, and I don't blame them. Why not work in a pro organization with a bunch of pros instead of having to deal with 18, 21, well now, 18 to 25-year-old kids?
Yeah.
It's interesting, but there's not even hiding anymore. There's universities, a bunch of them in the SEC that have GMs now. They're not even hiding it. They're literally calling them GMs. They're managing NIL, transfer portal stuff, recruiting, player development. It makes sense, and I think it's the right thing to do, but
yeah,
it's now in the open, and as it should be. It's just instead of under the blanket, behind the curtain, it's out in the open, and more so out in the open now, but it's just going to continue to grow.
Harrison, the all SEC teams from the coaches got released, I think, earlier yesterday or sometime today. Any thoughts on them? Any snubs that you might have seen? I know I saw a few that I thought definitely should have belonged there.
Really? It was a few. Oh, that should have belonged there?
Probably so. I mean, I look at.
Let's go through it. I'll mention all of them. Quarterback, Jackson Dart, obviously. All SEC team. Makes sense. This is first team, by the way. Dylan Sampson from Tennessee, running back, and Jarquez Hunter from Auburn. That was just kind of a sneaky one, I think, more so because of Auburn's season, just it's the struggles it looks like, but it's more of a player individual, obviously making first team all SEC. Wide receiver, no surprise here whatsoever across the board. Ryan Williams, the star-studded young buck out of Alabama, and Luther Burden III from Missouri. Tight end, Eli Stowers, as Lucas is in a construction zone, it sounds like.
Oh, bad. I turned my car on because it's freaking hot in here now.
Caraco, I mean, it's not that hot in Louisiana, but
Eli
it's hot.
Stowers,
tight end from Vanderbilt. O-line, Kevin Banks Jr. from Texas. Will Campbell from LSU. He's a stud.
Oh, my gosh.
Tyler Booker from Alabama. Tate Ratledge from Georgia. He's just a monster. I think it feels like he's a 6th year there at this point.
Dude, when he's healthy, he's probably one of the best guards in college football.
Yeah, I mean, healthy, he's going to be a plug-in guy in the NFL for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Center, Cooper Mays from Tennessee. AP, Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. That's all player. Defense, go through him quick. Kyle Kennard from South Carolina. South Carolina needs to hold on to him. They cannot lose him in the portal.
Yeah.
Walter Nolan from Ole Miss. Nick Scorton from Texas A&M. James Pierce Jr., Tennessee. Princeton, Umane Yalim. I'm pronouncing that completely wrong. From Ole Miss. Linebacker Danny Stutzman from Oklahoma. Jahad Campbell from Alabama. Whit Weeks from LSU. DBs, Trey Amos from Ole Miss. Nick Eamon-Ward from South Carolina. He's had a monster of a year. Malachi Moore from Alabama. Stud, obviously had a monster of a year. Jade Barron from Texas. I mean, there's just studs up and down the board. It's just, obviously it's first team SEC, but it's just, these are turning into household names at this point. So, I mean, it's a lot of talent on there. I don't want to say anyone really surprised me, or like, I'm not like set back by who made it or who didn't, but it sounds like you are.
I'll say this. I wouldn't really say first team, but just overall, kind of surprised Savion Jones didn't hop up on there. I know he had a monster season, real breakout year, but I know they look at stats. But when you looked overall at a guy like Savion Jones, but I know this is kind of coming objectively from the LSU side, dude was a stud. Dude legitimately had a great season. I mean, this was a guy that came into 2024 thinking that, okay, this dude is going to lose his starting spot because you got a guy like Deshaun Womack coming up who could be an absolute monster that should be starting over him. And then just to see the season that Jones ended up having was a whole lot better than what people were even expecting. I think the guy finished with, 40-something tackles to go along with 3.5 sacks. I know it's not eye poppers. I know it's not what's going to catch a lot of people's attention, but NFL draft scouts are definitely going to be looking at him without question.
I'll give you a big one. I think that wasn't given enough credit, was kind of slighted. Lenore Sellers.
Yeah, he had a hell of a.
I mean, he was third team All SEC. I think he absolutely should have been second team All SEC quarterback over Quinn Ewers. I mean, I think that was more based off the pedigree of where Texas is.
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers, just the injuries he's had, and just the, I think, lack of living up to the hype and just the standard of which we thought the kind of season that he should and needed to have, and just the questions and concerns around him, let alone the injury. I mean, I definitely think Lenore Sellers should have been second team All SEC quarterback over him. I mean, but Raheem Sanders, Rocket Sanders at South Carolina, made second team All SEC starting running back. So, and Le'Veon Moss at Texas A&M, and if he was healthy, and I think he could have been in the conversation for sure for first team All SEC.
Absolutely, I cannot.
I mean, receivers on second team All SEC, Andrew Armstrong at Arkansas and Keandre Lambert-Smith at Auburn. I mean, obviously there's talent in Auburn. They didn't really develop it, and it didn't turn into fruition with coming out with wins. I mean, and they're in the portal for a lot. I mean, honestly, they're looking for a lot in the portal, a lot of questions and that they need answers to. So
I know that with a guy like Andrew Armstrong, I thought he could have been a first teamer over a guy like Ryan Williams. Yeah, look, I have no ill will towards Ryan Williams. I really don't. But I look at between him and Andrew Armstrong, I feel like Armstrong was a bit more consistent than Williams. I know Williams, whenever he had the football in his hands, he was lightning in a bottle. Make no question about it. But I just feel like consistency-wise, Armstrong should have taken it. But then again, he missed 2 games at the start of the year. But I mean, I don't know, dude.
It's stats of why I disagree with you, because Ryan Williams is an elite talent. As a freshman, he's supposed to be in high school still. I think he's 17 still, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he doesn't turn 18 until February.
He's doing this as a year younger freshman in the SEC at the University of Alabama, especially with all the changes in coaching and everything they've had in the program. 45 receptions and then 78 receptions for Andrew Armstrong, right? Andrew Armstrong, 1,140 yards this year. Ryan Williams, 857. I think his have been more meaningful yards than Armstrong's, to be honest with you. 8 touchdowns for Ryan Williams, 1 touchdown for Andrew Armstrong.
I think that's where the voters really looked at most, is if he got into the end zone and what he did with the football.
He's got 220 something yards more, but 7 less touchdowns from Andrew Armstrong.
And look, I'm not hating on Ryan Williams whatsoever. Dude's a generational talent. Going to be one of the best receivers over the next 2 years.
Plug-in wide receiver 1 in the NFL in
oh my gosh, yeah.
At like 22 years old, 21. Actually, he'll be 20, I think.
Yeah, he'll be 20 when he enters the draft.
But here, rushing stats. Let's go through it. I mean, I know they're wide receivers, but Andrew Armstrong, 0 carries, 0 yards. Ryan Williams, 4 carries, 48 yards, 2 touchdowns.
I think 2 of them came against LSU, too.
Yep, 2 touchdowns running. He's got 10 total touchdowns versus Andrew Armstrong's what? 1. I would take 4 more touchdowns, 5, over 200 extra yards. Maybe 300 extra yards, yeah. And the impact that he's had on his team, I think that weighs way more heavily in favor of Ryan Williams and why I think it was accurately done for who was first team All-SEC and second team All-SEC.
Harrison, the Heisman finalists were announced Monday night. Cam Ward,
Dylan from Miami, Willie Gabriel from Oregon, Ashton Ginty from Colorado. I mean,
any SEC snubs? I know that. Obviously everybody knew what was going to happen, but who do you think from the SEC could have gotten a call to New York?
Ooh. I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, is there one for you that really stood out? I'd say more Shedeur Sanders than anyone else in the SEC.
I'm surprised Shedeur Sanders didn't get a call.
I mean, but it's only 4. I don't think they do 5.
No, they don't do 5. I was surprised Shedeur didn't get a call to New York.
Over who?
Over probably Dylan Gabriel, to be honest with you. But that's just because of what Oregon is and the type of talent that Dylan Gabriel is. Look, that's nothing against either or quarterback. I do feel like that Shedeur could have gotten a call too. That's why I think that, why not just invite all 10 finalists? That anybody that was in the top 10, why not just go ahead and invite them to New York? Let them experience it, even if they don't win.
I mean, there's no one in the SEC that really stood out over these guys. I mean, I think if you're going to invite Shedeur Sanders, if he's going to be a finalist, I think it's over Cam Ward, if anyone.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Yeah. I'll say this. Cam Ward won Miami a lot of games when the defense let him down. Make no mistake about it.
He saved their season how many times, it felt like?
What's that?
He saved their season how many times? Like, it felt like almost every week.
Dude, just about every game, he would have to come in and make a play because the defense would just let down. And it just got to the point where he could do so much.
Yeah. I mean, it's another reason why I think I and a lot of other people think that they shouldn't have been in the playoffs, because there's so many games that they should have lost. They shouldn't have won. I don't want to say should have lost. I say shouldn't have won. And it just showed why, like, they snuck out so many times. It was just like waiting for the fall. And they fell to Georgia Tech, a really good Georgia Tech team, I believe. But I just don't think there's anyone in the SEC that like put on display enough of a talent, let alone statistically, to be a top 5 finalist.
Yeah.
I mean, do you?
I think mid-season you could have said something with the season that Trey Harris was having. Obviously, he was on pace to a record-setting year until he got hurt. Jackson Dart, I would say, by the end, kind of turned it up.
Yeah,
Garrett Nussmeier had his moments mid-season, but other than that,
had his moments too. But just there was nothing consistency-wise from anyone in the SEC.
No, not really. That's the problem, is that there was no consistency from anybody.
Outside the SEC, I think maybe you could say got snubbed. And I think you're gonna like this guy, running back Cam Scabato from Arizona State.
Don't even get me started.
Definitely could be.
Don't even get me started. I mean, come on. Did anybody not watch the Big 12 title? I watched I saw the post that Cole tweeted out about the committee watching the Big 12. Nobody had their nachos. There was no coaches in there. Bro, we had nothing but freaking, what do we have? Freaking board members in that room? These dudes look like they didn't know anything about the game.
I mean, yeah. I think he should be in that conversation too. He was probably 5th or 6th, with Shedeur Sanders. That I'd say that would round up my top 5. Top 6. I think 5 would be Cam Scabato. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Scabato. It's either Scatabo or Scatabo.
It's Scatabo. Him and then Shedeur Sanders at 6. But I mean, Lucas, do you know what the odds are right now? The active odds for the Heisman Trophy winner right now in DraftKings Sportsbook.
I think Travis Hunter's the leading odd, isn't he?
Oh yeah, but do you know how close any of the odds are?
Dude, it's got to be.
Give me the order of what you think it is. I think it's interesting. I think it's really interesting. I don't want to spoil anything.
Read them off. What we got?
What do you think the order is?
Son of a gun, dude. You're going to make me guess. Jesus, Mary. Are we talking odds, or are we just talking like predicted order?
Like order. And then I'll give you odds. That's a little hard.
Thank you. If you give me odds, I'm just going to draw a blank there.
Give me Travis Hunter's odds and then the order.
I think Travis Hunter should be first, followed by Jinty, and then I think Ward probably grabs that 3rd spot, and then Dylan Gabriel at 4th.
So that's you missed one of them in order. So you got the first 2 in order. My projection before I pulled it up was exactly what I thought it was, just based off statistically, but also what I've seen throughout the season. Travis Hunter, number 1, Colorado. Ashton Jinty, number 2, Boise State. 3rd best odds, Dylan Gabriel, Oregon quarterback. 4th best odds, Miami quarterback Cam Ward. Okay, but listen to the value lines. Travis Hunter minus 2,000. What do you think Ashton Jinty is in 2nd place?
He's got to be, dude.
I mean, people in the chat are probably like, I have no idea what the odds are. I'm looking at right now, and I'm blown away, or they're about to be blown away when I tell you. I mean, Sam Vincent in the chat. Vince, I think he's talking about obviously Texas. Vince should have won the Heisman the year that he went on to win the Natty. Yeah, Vince Young should have won the Natty. The Heisman with the Natty that year. I believe that. But what do you think Ashton Jinty is in 2nd right now?
Harrison, you got me drawing a blank, brother.
Travis Hunter minus 2,000. Ashton Jinty in 2nd plus 800. It's not even close, apparently.
Bro, what?
I mean, it's all predicated, I believe, on him being a group of 4 versus a power 5. If he's doing that in the power 5, I think it's neck and neck.
Oh my God, yeah. I think if Jinty would have broken Barry Sanders' record, if he would have played the entire season, not sit out during the second half,
he would have broken the record. Quarters combined.
He probably would have come absolutely freaking close. He would have had 2,500 yards if he played in both of those halves.
He goes, I hope he breaks record. I want to see greatness. He goes, records are meant to be broken. I'm rooting for you.
Yes.
What a gentleman.
He's got a better attitude than Mark Gastineau.
What did he say?
Dude, you didn't see the video with him and Brett Favre?
No, I'm gonna have to go look that up.
So, do you know who Mark Gastineau is?
Vaguely.
So, Mark Gastineau held the record for the most sacks in a season before Strahan came along and broke it. And the receiver of the sack that Strahan did got it on Brett Favre. People have been saying for the last 20, 25 years that he slid and he took the sack for Strahan to break the record. I don't believe it. If he did, whatever. Don't care. They met together at some place. There was a video that leaked, and it showed Gastineau and Favre interacted. Brett went to shake his hand and was like, and Mark just popped off on him. Man, you sold the sack. Why would you do that? That was my sack. That's my record. You sold it to him. Like, what the hell? Dude, get over it. This was 20
I hope not, because I would hate that too. I'd feel the same way, honestly. If I mean, that's how I felt.
But I mean, like you mentioned, records are meant to be broken. Like,
well, okay. I'll give you a baseball analogy just from my baseball background, being our lead analyst at SEC Unfiltered for baseball. You can't compare players from different decades anymore, it feels like. I mean, NFL, they're playing extra game, for example. I mean, but baseball, you're playing, first off, as statistically, driven as the game of baseball is, the one thing that they don't play consistently, the same dimensions of fields. But then also, they want to, talk about implementing the golden rule of, inputting someone in that bat. That's just going to change. You're going to even make it worse. You can't compare players from different decades now. The whole juice ball theory thing. In college football, you got guys playing 5 years now. You got guys starting as true freshmen. As back in the 90s, 80s, guys didn't start until they were juniors usually, unless you're an elite star-studded absolute athlete as a sophomore.
Shoot, Barry Sanders sat behind Thurman Thomas his first 2 years.
Exactly. I mean, it's just such a different game. It's hard to compare players. It's a different type of game. It's not, the NFL used to be a drop back, quarterback, pocket passer. Now it's dual threat. I mean, it's just, I love the evolution of the game. Don't get me wrong, but it's really hard to compare players from different decades. And then people, want to say, for this example, it's hard to compare Ashton Ginty to Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders did it at a Power 5 school, Oklahoma State. And then Ashton Ginty is doing it at a group of 4. Dude's doing it where he is. Give him credit. Yeah. And he's standing there back in the backfield like Michael Myers, like it's nothing, and then going to go run 300 yards a game with 3 touchdowns. Like, you got to tip your cap. And he stayed at Boise State. He stayed.
He could have left.
You think about it, Jahmyr Gibbs, Georgia Tech, star-studded running back, absolute elite monster in college football. He's an elite. He's probably top 5 best running backs, top 10 for sure in the NFL right now. I'd say ability-wise at minimum. For the Detroit Lions, they got a 2-headed snake back there with him and David Montgomery. In order, you got Sonic and Knuckles in the backfield of Detroit. He transferred from Georgia Tech to Alabama, and he was a Heisman preseason favorite. And it was a great idea for him. I hate it as a Tech fan, but smart of him to do that, to go play with Alabama and a better offensive line, a better team, and prove they can do it in the SEC. He's proven the fruits of his labor have come to fruition, but you got to give credit to where credit's due. He's doing it where he is at Boise State, and he didn't transfer, he didn't leave. I mean, he loves that place, and you got to give him credit for it. But I think it's got to be closer than minus 2,000 for Travis Hunter and plus 800. I'm surprised Dylan Gabriel is that far behind. He's plus 35,000.
Oh my God.
I want it going in, Lucas. I think you're the same way. And I think a lot of people here in the chat and a lot of people around the country that are college football fans want it to be a nail biter. They want to, they want the tensions high. They want to say, no, I want to debate this with my friends. I want to debate this with my buddy at the bar, this random guy I met at the bar. I think it's Travis Hunter because he's doing this, this, and this. He's doing on both sides of the ball. He's playing 170 snaps. No, I think it's, Ashton Ginty, he's breaking Barry Sanders records. He's doing this every single game. He's not even playing the whole game. I think you want that debate. Everyone wants that debate. But it doesn't feel like that this year. And it feels like it's not been like that as much in recent years as history has kind of shown.
Yeah. I don't think this year was kind of a down year for quarterbacks. You didn't really see eye-popping stats. And I think that's why this Heisman race needs to be much closer than what the odds makers make it. And that's why you're seeing the comparisons between a guy like Travis Hunter that's playing 100-plus snaps, that's got over 40-plus solo tackles to go along with 4 interceptions, as well as having a 1,000-yard season.
He's got 2 touchdowns on defense too.
Yes.
Like, I think it should be closer than that. I think it should be probably minus 2,000 right now. I think it should be probably minus 800, minus 6. No, let's go minus 600. If I had to put lines right now, if you ask me what the line should be, I think minus 650 plus 200.
Yeah.
And then plus 1,800 to 2,000 maybe for Dylan Gabriel, and plus 4,000 for Cam Ward. Plus, let's say plus 6,000 for Cam Ward. That's what I think the lines should be kind of right now. I mean, I'm no odds maker. Obviously, I'm not a science. I'm not computer, algorithmic expert or algorithm in itself. But I think it's good for the game of football, and they do it that way. And it's good for fans. It's good for the game. It's good for revenue. It's good for viewership. Everything. So hopefully next season, I think like you said, it is a down year a little bit for quarterbacks. I think part of it's driven the SEC Heisman race is, every year it's a factor. It's kind of the leading candidates. The SEC just is a gauntlet. We know that they beat up on each other all season long. And I think it really proved this year that it did.
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely a grind in the SEC. Make no mistake about it. Really fast, because we got a couple minutes left in here. Thoughts about Malik Murphy transferring from Duke? Where do you think he might end up, or if he has committed already?
I don't think he's committed anywhere yet. It's going to be really interesting to see where he goes, but I don't blame him for leaving. But I think he's probably, if I had to guess, Auburn, because he knows he can go in there and start. I think Auburn. Yeah. I don't think Auburn has a quarterback right now. I
think they told him no thanks yet. I think they've told him no.
Auburn told Malik Murphy no.
I don't know. That's what I saw in a tweet, but I could be mistaken.
Auburn, I think a good fit for him. I think he could, be like kind of a dual threat guy there, and go in and start. Obviously, I think they would pay him well. But where do you think he'd go?
Dude, Auburn would probably be his best place to go. Either that, or
I think it's be SEC.
If Kentucky can find an answer with a decent offensive coordinator, because Bush Hamden's not the guy. Let's just be honest with you. Bush Hamden is not the dude. It's either that or, Brock Vandagriff's just a bad quarterback. I don't know which is which, to be honest with you.
I'll give you my top 5 before we get out of here of where I think he should and could land. Joe K in the chat, maybe he's going back to Cal. That's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to say. He's a California kid. I think his top 5 is either going to be Southern Cal. I think he'd be a really good fit there. I think Ole Miss would be a good fit.
Yes.
Yeah, but I definitely think, going back home to California, I think would be a really good opportunity for him at Southern Cal, and just the style of offense and whatnot that they have with Lincoln Riley. Ole Miss, kind of similar to Jackson Dart, you can be a dual threat there in Lane Kiffin's offense. Auburn, and then what was my other one, I think? I just haven't tipped my tongue.
Dude, hey, why not Cal? They just lost Fernando Mendoza.
I think he wants to go win a championship. Not going to do it at Cal. Not in the next 2 years, next 5, but
Cal is so close to the Notre Dame type of team.
He's good enough to go to school at Duke. Why not go to Notre Dame? And we've seen Sam Hartman transfer to Notre Dame.
Riley Leonard.
We've seen Riley Leonard transfer from Duke to Notre Dame. Why not follow the path? I could see those are probably my landing spots with Auburn that I think he'd go to. Either back home, SEC and Auburn, Notre Dame, or Ole Miss. We'll see. But it's going to be exciting to see where a lot of these guys land. It's going to be frustrating just to, portal for the next, month, it feels like. So college football is going to be exciting to see where it kind of, as it continues to grow, it's going to be a lot of questions, a lot of, fixing things, loopholes, but this Pandora box of college football, it's only going to keep growing and keep evolving. So we'll be here for it. We'll be covering all and looking forward to do it in the future.
Guys, we've hit 4 o'clock here on the SEC Unfiltered Hour. Thank you all for tuning in once again. Bucky and BK will wake you up tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern. I will be back tomorrow. I don't know what.
Whisperer, that's for sure. Joking.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. SC depends on what they do with this quarterback situation now. But guys, we will be back tomorrow with you, 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern for the SEC Unfiltered Hour. Once again, Bucky and BK will wake you up in the morning. Have a great rest of the day, and we will see you all tomorrow.